As always, a very studied answer from Alex. And these two new cars, well, are they doing what you thought they'd do? Or are you perhaps disappointed by them or impressed by them?
Impressed, and in the same measure slightly disappointed, because I must admit I was expecting, as I think we heard from Alex there, that he might be a little bit quicker with that number 7 Toyota, but we'll wait and see. But I think if Toyota had something, they would have shown it in qualifying. I don't think there was any sandbags there at all.
No, I agree.
Let me just bring in Graham Goodwin from Daily Sportscar, because we've got Graham Goodwin here in the very warm commentary box as well. What are your thoughts, Graham?
Well, actually, just want to talk about the number 7 car, because just before I came up to the commentary box, I was very pleased to be shown round the 7 car by John Litchens, who is the chief designer at TMG in Cologne, who's designed that new car, and he was taking us over bit by bit the new bits that are different to the number 8 car, the 2012 iteration of the car. This weekend. What he's basically said there is, look, well, realistically, it is not a car that has been designed for this circuit. It's here to really prove the data they've already got. They do expect it to be very much closer, if not ahead of, the Audis when we get to Le Mans next month, and then there will be a higher downforce iteration of the 2013 car thereafter. So, to a degree, I guess the background story from Toyota is that they're knowingly compromising their position here in order to prove the car for Le Mans, and that's probably what we would expect them to do, wouldn't we? Is get the maximum amount of track time and data on the car that's going to go for the biggest race of the lot.
And of course, it's not all about Toyota and Audi, because we've had I don't know, a major surprise, but a major performance improvement or closing the gap between the privateers, especially for the number 12 Rebellion. And from that car, it's Neil Yarni. Neil, we've all been surprised how close you are, not just in the grid, but in time to the second Toyota, and in some ways even the first Toyota. Where's the speed come from in the number 12 car?
Well, we have improved the car over winter, and in Silverstone we already did a good step forward with our new rear wing, and we just understand the car a bit better for this race weekend, and it got us even closer. Well, we were a bit surprised ourselves how close we were. But let's hope in the race we can stay as close, because qualifying is one thing, but actually the race counts.
Why would you think that the cars in race trim would be faster? Surely your car has a better downforce package for this track than many others. Wouldn't you think in the race it would come back your way again?
Well, we know that the Toyotas and the Audis are a lot quicker sector 1 and last sector, where we have a lot of straight lines. But middle sector we are really quick, and that's where we hope we can make time on them, and that they use their tires a bit more, and that they have a bit more fuel consumption because they're so quick on the straight line, and that we can get them on pit stops and strategy maybe, or at least stay close.
We hope so too, Neil. It's been an absolute revelation. Just stay there a second, because I'm going to go down to the literally one car behind the 12, which is the 21 Stracker car, which whilst is still the LMP1 battle, in fairness it seems to have fallen off the pace of the Rebellions, who was racing with so closely in the last season. So we're with Johnny. What can you do about the pace of this number 12 Rebellion?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, the race is a different story. Car feels really good in warm-up this morning, so yeah, hopefully we'll be in the mix, but they had definitely had a good turn of speed in qualifying, that's for sure.
I mean, how much work's been done on this car over the winter? Because obviously we've seen a number of upgrades in the black cars ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the whole front end of our car is new to fit the wider front tyre. It meant a complete redesign on the front aero and new front suspension geometry. So basically the whole front of the car is new. And I suppose maybe we're still, trying to get on top of that. But the car, handling-wise, the car feels probably as good as it ever has done. So, a little bit disappointing to be losing time in all three sectors. Normally around here, if you're a little bit light on downforce, you're maybe quick in sector 1 and 3 and you lose in the middle, but we're losing in all three sectors. So, it's just that's the way it is at the minute. it's a long race, and we'll get stuck in at the start and see what we can do.
Johnny, thank you very much. So definitely a change in the balance of power in the LMP1 privateer class, I'd say.
Nick, the striker car showing on the front bodywork poster made by the team saying "Get well soon, Paul Stevens." And Paul, the #1 mechanic, I think, on the striker car, recovering from some surgery on his back. I'm sure he's listening and watching. So do get well soon, Paul. You're very much missed here by the whole of the team. There's another point, I think, here, Nick, with the Rebellion and Toyotas that you've just been referring to before Straka, which is that Rebellion really is heart of its powers here. This is the car that's got the optimised aero setup for the Spa circuit. You would expect it to go well, but the good news all round for the overall competition is it's closer to those factory cars than it's ever been before. What remains to be seen is whether or not they can sustain that attack, and it was very good to hear Neil talking up the fight.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's money well spent. They're an incredibly intelligent team, and just by looking at the people who turn up in the garage, I mean, we're talking about George Howard Chappell was there, and obviously James Robinson, who's been doing a lot of the engineering, who's very well known from F1. Yeah, they haven't got 700 people in jackets like the other two teams they have, but everyone they have, it seems to be very focused and know what they're doing. And I think that P1 battle is going to be fantastic all through the entire entry. And I'm now drifted down to P2, and I'm going to grab a quick word with the man who's in second on the grid for P2. It's Ollie Turvey. Ollie, disappointed that those nasty Pecan people took the class pole off you?
Well, yeah, no, we were obviously trying to get pole and fighting for pole, but, you know, we were close, and, you know, obviously it's the average of 4 laps here, so, you know, it was a good battle in qualifying, and, you know, the race is where we put our focus, and, you know, it's a long race today, and we'll see how it goes.
Thanks, Ollie. I want to talk to your new teammate, this youngster, this man who's completely new to sports car racing, Lucas Lur. Another car, another team, but another Spa, 6 hours.
Yeah, I mean, look at the weather. I think it's just for us today. I had a very good time so far this weekend with the Toyota boys. You know, Simon, Oliver is going great. I was just a bit shocked how slow an LMP2 car these days is to when I remember it. But, you know, that's the same for everybody. That's the way the rules are. But it's still good fun. It's very competitive class, very competitive category, and I look forward to the race.
Is the issue with the LMP2 cars being slow, as you say? You no longer have a big advantage over the GTE Pro cars, which makes it harder to overtake them?
Yeah, of course. I mean, everybody says they need to be slower on the straights, which is not really, you know, a dangerous thing. If you go, I don't know, 200 miles an hour or 220, doesn't really make a difference. The difference makes if you cannot go past the GT cars and you have to really outbrake them, you know, and fight for the corners with them. That is a dangerous thing. That is, you know, when all the contacts come and, you know, avoidable contact and whatever. But hey, I cannot change it. I just have to learn to deal with it.
Lucas, thank you very much. Now, of course, the car on pole in LMP2 has one unique feature about it, apart from its driving. Of course, it's the only car here that's on Michelin tyres. There's another unique feature, and has a guy called Nick Manassian driving. Nick, the Michelin tyres, obviously the ones to have during qualifying, obviously, and the fantastic skills of yourself and Pierre Caffer. How about race distance? How much experience do you have of those tyres in race conditions?
I think the first stint is always a bit of a tester, you know. I think you qualifying with the tire, you really push them hard, so I don't know what we're gonna do. I think we've got a very good and an experimental guy from Michelin who's gonna check the tire on first stop and decide if we go for a second stint or not, and we just go from there, you know. After the race is gonna develop into more rubber, maybe the tire gonna last longer, so you always want to do as long as you can with one set.
Going into the first lap, we've got an interesting situation here where the LMP1 cars are all in front of you, the LMP2 cars are all in a row. Does that mean you can be less aggressive? You can just let those LMP1 cars go away and not bother about fighting amongst them?
I think the LMP1 is only the first corner there because it's always like, you know, it's like a bottle a little bit. So be careful in the first corner, but after that, you know, you can lose a lot of time having an LMP1 behind you. So the team is always letting us know LMP1 is coming. So, you know, you can calculate to don't lose much time when you get overtaken, but no, it's no problem.
Nick, best luck. And
Nick, it just strikes me that you've mentioned 4 drivers in the last couple of minutes in LMP2, Oliver Turvey, Lucas Lur, Nick Manassian and Pierre Caffer, all 4 of them with factory background, of course, and 3 of them with factory LMP1 drives to their name in recent years. It just goes to show, doesn't it, that despite the fact Lucas is right, the cars from his days in the Porsche Spider are certainly slower, but there's no drop in quality in terms of the talent you can see on that grid.
Well, absolutely not. And of course, let's talk about the what is often the joker within LMP2, and that's the gentleman driver. Simon Dolan, well, he's pretty quick. Luis Perez Compac, he's an ex-rally professional. He's pretty quick. In fact, the only team really which is kind of the true gentleman is, of course, the third Oak Racing with Jacques Nicolet. But the P2 grid is just incredibly tight, and it's half an error, and you are completely out of the running. I mean, I'm just walking back now another row, and I'm going past two of the lovely black and pink Oak cars.
Is Alex Brundle around? Because I just bumped into his dad on the grid just before I came up here. It was actually quite nice to actually turn the tables on Martin Brundle on a grid walk. And as two Englishmen generally do when we meet in foreign lands, we talked about the weather. We're looking at the air temperature and the track temperature here on an upward curve, Nick. How does it feel like down there? Because certainly Martin was talking about, I think it was back in 84, 85 when we had conditions like this for an F1 race. It caused some real problems.
It is beyond pleasant because it is sunny, it is warm, and there's a gentle, pleasant breeze, just enough to raise the flags of the nations to 3/4 erectness. Please don't take that word the wrong way. And it is possibly the most ideal conditions to be doing a grid walk you can have. Well, obviously, the fact that you're surrounded by 34 of the most exciting racing cars in the world helps, and 34 very nice girls holding the numbers as well, but it is really, really very, very pleasant. Now, we practiced in these conditions from 2:30 to 4:30 yesterday, and then of course by the time qualifying kicked off, it was around 7 o'clock, and we'll still be racing for another hour and a half at that point. The temperature dropped off markedly as the shadows came over. It was still very nice, but it was a bit more shadowy, if there's such a word.
It's also actually warmer today than it was yesterday by a good 2-3 degrees. Nick, and I'm just picking up on what Nick Manassian was saying about tyre wear, particularly if you're running a high downforce setup, which is pushing the tyres into the tarmac more. You may find that tyre wear is more significant in the race than you have perhaps expected it, and the answer is going to be how do you react at that crucial first stop, as Nick was saying.
Well, I'm witnessing a meeting of two other rather talented drivers. It's Antonio Pizzoni and Bruno Senna. Bruno's walking down to take his position by the side of the pole-sitting GTE car, which I probably won't walk down that far because I'm not 100% sure about the coverage of the radio
sounding
mic.
Great here at the moment, but the boys from Brazil there, of course.
And I'm going to try and just see if I can just grab where I think they're discussing, obviously, time to be before. See if I can go with Bruno. Bruno. Just a few months ago, you were running around here in an F1 car. Now you're in an Aston Martin. I mean, obviously it's slower, but this time you're in pole in class.
Yeah, it's going pretty well, for sure. Starting 2 times on pole position, winning the first race was great. Now, you know, it's a long championship. It's only the second race of the season.
But of course, you are leading the World Championship as of today, aren't you?
The overall, in fact. But you know, it's good fun, and I'm enjoying myself a lot with these guys. They're a great team. They're doing a great job. I'm sure the Le Mans is the objective to win for everybody, but for us the championship is also really important, so you know, we're going for it.
You were paired with Darren and Stefan in the last race, and now you're with Fred and Rob. I mean, is it very different, or do you all just get on in a very similar way?
Nah, it's different. You know, the relationship with the engineers, with the drivers is always different, but you know, they're all a bunch of great guys. Fred is such a quick driver. You know, we have a lot of work, but we're doing well, so I'm excited.
I'll let you walk back to where the car is, which is a few more rows further back there, Bruno, as we... Yeah, I mean, I think we're just touching now on the GTE battle, and that's even more electric, I think, in many ways, than the P2 battle, boys.
Keep talking for a bit, Nick.
And I shall now meander further on now. Alex Wirtz has got the entire way down to the Lotus, the two Lotus, I don't know, both of them. And I can see we've got Kevin Weider on the pit wall. Oh, I've got Vincenzo Luzzi. We always have Vincenzo because he's the most Italian man in the world, with Kamui Kobayashi also there. Vid Antonio, a much better weekend for the two Black Lotus cars than when we saw at Silverstone.
Yeah, obviously we did quite good step forward in the setup, in the balance of the car, few update overall. It's still not where we want it to be. I think there is a lot to come, but overall it's been a positive couple of days, and we hope that in this race we can get the best out of the car.
What, are you really still at the point where you're just hoping to get both cars to finish cleanly, or are you actually hoping to compete for podiums?
Obviously, you know, we would like to finish on the podium, but we have to be realistic. We are not yet at the pace to finish on the podium. So we want to finish, get the checkered flag, get the most data as possible, and then get ready for 24 hours of Le Mans.
Antonio, best of luck for you and the team, and these cars do actually look rather lovely, and if you get a chance to see them close up or around the circuit, you're thinking, why does that car look odd? It's because it's running the 2014 regulations as far as canopies are concerned, which means the drivers can actually see out, which apparently wasn't as important in the previous regulation. So you've got people who can actually see where they're going. So the straggling P2 car is the Jacques Nicolet and Jean-Marc Morin car, which is obviously is a proper gentleman entry, and they are having a fabulous time in that machine. But it's still. It's got that car's a bit of a coolant overflow, but I don't think it's anything serious. No one's looking particularly bothered. Then we come now down to the GTE Pros. We've spoken to Bruno already from the 98 car. Looks like it is indeed Rob Bell who's going to be starting that machine. So I'm sure that's all the Newcastle fans will be cheering. I think over lounging, should I say, against the tyre barrier is Giancarlo Fisichella. See if we can go a quick word with Giancarlo. Giancarlo, it's a lovely sunny day here at Spa. It's not often we get to say this. It must be a great time to motor racing in a Ferrari.
Of course, yes. It's great to see lots of people. So it's going to be a nice race. Tough race for us, but we are in a good shape, so we're looking forward.
That's great, thank you very much. And we're being slightly ushered forward now as the grid sort of downlay becomes. And it's an interesting... really, it's amazing. I don't think I've ever seen this much blue sky at Spa. I know we keep saying it, but of course I've been here, I think 12, 13 times, and I've seen the sun occasionally. I do remember we had one session with Formula One where it was fogged off for 3 hours because they couldn't get the helicopters in. You couldn't see
I mean, the memorable occasion, Nick, to which Graham Goodwin was just referring, which I think was 84, but I'll stand to be corrected by Formula One experts, was when the track actually broke up because it was so hot and sunny. I think it was one of the first years, if not the first year, run on the new short configuration. And where they put down new tarmac, it didn't settle properly. And if memory serves, the race was actually called off, and it was run later on in the year.
I think they ran the Formula 3000s, didn't they, the following day? That's right, and in front of a large group of disgruntled corporate guests.
And spectators.
No, that wouldn't happen now,
we've got, it's about 12 minutes now, gentlemen, until race start, which must mean it's about 7 minutes before the cars leave the grid for their formation lap.
And there will be something that I want to take from Eduardo Freitas. In between the 5 and the 3 minute board, it'll become obvious when we get to it, but it's something that I think is quite important that we get across. So, Nick, where are you on the grid?
I'm just meandering forward. I'm just actually back up by the Rebellion number 12.
Actually, before we get to next car on the grid, Nick, we probably should explain why it's 34 and not 35 cars for listeners that haven't been tuning in earlier. That's because, unfortunately, overnight we lost the Greaves Motorsport Zytek Nissan, I'm afraid courtesy of quite a sizable accident for Chris Dyson, who is fine, by the way. The car, though, less so, and the team have opted not to make the repair here and risk that car ahead of Le Mans, of course. But sadly, we've lost the 41 car, so it will be 34, not 35 cars for race start.
Interestingly, Nick, I nearly got knocked over by a couple of the carts coming down the pit lane. It seems that quite a lot of the teams have elected to take the cars out on either wet tyres or scrubbed tyres and then put their race tyres back in the ovens, which I think is very interesting indeed.
Yeah, certainly a number. When I came a bit late. You're already doing the Volderall as such. And there are a lot of cars that you said quite rightly. A lot of them came round in the intermediates. They had to use first thing Friday morning. So, but the cars now obviously are on the tyres they qualified on. They should be. They'll probably have had the hot air gun, the whack, re-scraping them to a clean surface area, and I've got a chance. I've talked to Lucas de Grassi there, who's having a bit of an eye at the Lucas. I noticed that as a long-tail Audi driver, you were looking at the Le Mans configuration Peugeot there.
Toyota, yeah.
I'm really sorry, but I've done it 3 times. I apologise, Toyota. I'm having a mental block day, and it's a nightmare, and I'm going to have to go and take myself away and try electroshock therapy. But thank you. You're the third person, but the nicest person to correct me so far, Lucas.
Yeah, just having a look. They've done an amazing job to bring this car here. So it's the first time I look at live. So actually, it's been really good.
You've got the long tail car, which obviously is great in sectors 1 and 2, but not 1 and 3, but not so good in sector 2. Do you feel the difference? Like you haven't got enough grip in that second sector?
Yeah. You feel a lot the difference in grip. Our car is not optimized for this track, but we managed to do a good job. So just try to do the same in the race.
And it's Mark who's starting the car. Are you in second or are you going last?
Both.
There we are. But according to the rules, of course, the alphabetical rules, it should be Oliver Jarvis next in that car, John.
Okay, that seems reasonable. It's not too warm. It's much warmer in the booth, gents, than it is on the grid. It's quite pleasant down there at the moment. So what we're going to see then, Graham Goodwin, dailysportscar.com, here in the at Nissan on track pre-race show. What we're going to see in this 6-hour race?
I think what we're going to see at the start of the race, John, is Toyota trying to pressure the Audis from the off, and I think we're going to see the 12 Rebellion trying to do likewise to the Toyota ahead. Whether or not they can do so, I think we're going to find out in
minutes to start the formation lap. Please clear the grid. We are at less than 5 minutes to start the formation lap. Please clear the grid.
That was Eduardo Freitas, of course, clearing the grid ahead of the formation lap start. Whether or not we're going to see that, I think we're going to know very quickly, and I think we're going to know, frankly, John, almost by the end of the Kemmel Straight.
Paul, GTs, I was trying to get the Aston Martin guys to tell me how much of the throttle stop that wound up, apart from in the qualifying session. They were being very coy about it, although Jimmy Campbell-Walter said he had 300 weight of sand in the back of the car. Yes,
I think the GT battle is going to be great to watch, and I hope we, A, remember to look at it, B, the TV cameras remember to look at it.
Ce matin qu'il y a eu un accident au Mans, je pense semaine dernière, où une commissaire a été tapée pour une voiture pendant l'exercice de ses fonctions. Et de la part des commissaires qui sont ici, on veut dire à Lucette qu'on souhaite un rapide rétablissement et on t'attend au Mans.
And that was the race director, Eduardo Freitas, sending out good wishes to a fellow marshal that was marshalling at Le Mans, I think last weekend, and was hit by a car, Lucette. And if you're watching the TV screens, you saw that to post 21, I think that was, there was a little note to say get well soon to her. We always say thank you to all the marshals of whatever nationality. We'll add our best wishes here at radiolemans.com and hope for a speedy recovery. Go on, Paul.
Yeah, just talking about the battle in GT. I mean, it's really Aston against Ferrari against Porsche, as always. Aston seemingly building up a bit of a steamroller reputation. Ferrari's fast but fragile. Porsches are becoming very economical. Silverstone revealed how little fuel they use. So a good battle in prospect, John.
On a fantastic circuit here at Spa-Francorchamps, just over 7 kilometres around. And Anthony Davidson is one of the drivers who not only knows this place, but loves it too.
Yeah, it's definitely right up there with the best circuits in the world, and a joy to drive in any car, but particularly an LMP1 car. It's a challenging lap. Starts off turn 1 at La Source, tight right-hand bend, taken in second gear. It's a hard braking zone into there, a corner where you can overtake in the race on the inside, or line someone up on the exit as well if you cross their line. And getting a good exit is important. That sends you down essentially the longest straight on the track, with Eau Rouge obviously included in that. And that's what you come to next after a steep descent. You come to the right-left kinks of Eau Rouge and Raidillon, and takes you up that blind summit where in traffic it can kill all your momentum. Good straight line speed is important, and a good exit, like I say, out of La Source will see you through there all the way up the Kemmel Straight to Le Combe. The track continues to rise all the way up there. I've just got back literally from the circuit walk, and it always surprises me how much it continues to rise up to Le Combe, which is a very late braking zone into there, just after the 100-metre board, down through the gears into third gear, take a bit of the curb on the inside and a bit more, depending on how much understeer you have through there. It's normally quite a bit. You normally have a bit of a headwind into there as well, which helps the aerodynamics and pushes the car down onto the ground a bit more. Again, a tricky part of the track. If you're stuck behind a slower car through there, you really have to be patient because there's no way past. You've got to follow their line, and GT cars in particular like to use all of the circuit around 7, 8 and 9 around the Combe section. On the run down the hill out of turn 9, it's down to Brussels, turn 10, 180 degree. It's kind of call it a hairpin, but it's not quite. It's a corner where it's easy to lock up the inside front as it's heavily cambered into there. You can overtake into there as well, but it's tricky. And in wet conditions, it's even harder to manage the front locking. Now they've put a nice bit of sea of tarmac on the exit. It used to be a really tricky one with gravel trap on the outside that would just pull you right into there and beat you. But now you can actually get around there and make a few mistakes and get away with it. But still, it's a corner where you can lose a lot of time if you get it wrong. Then up to the infamous corner with no name, turn 11. A little bit faster than what you think it would be. A 90-degree left-hander where you can use all of the curbs and more on the exit. You can even use a bit of the AstroTurf. A nice flat curb there aids the traction and widens the circuit. A corner where it's very tricky to overtake. I managed to actually clip, I think, 1 or 2 cars in my last race here in 2011, which we went on to win. But yeah, a real tough one to get right. And then down into Podium, which for me is the best corner on the track now. Despite Eau Rouge being the one that everybody talks about, Podium for me is the one that's incredibly hard to master, carry the speed into, get it right consistently. And again, in a traffic situation, you got to be brave down the inside of slower cars, particularly the LMP2 cars, because they can really carry almost as much momentum as you can in that entry to 12. And then on the exit, keep that flow going, hang on in there. You feel the G-force build up on your body quite a lot through there. Pretty similar to the old days when I raced F1 round here. You really feel it pulling on your neck and pushing it over to the right-hand side as you go through the corner after the end of a long, hard stint. And then it's on the run down towards 13 and 14 at Campus. It's a really nice section of the track, fast-flowing, medium-speed corners that you really need a good balance aerodynamically and mechanically. And again, a part on the track where if you are stuck behind a car, similar to Le Com, you've got to follow them through there. There's no way you can really pass around the outside or inside of 14. So you've got to be patient. But you can pop down the inside into 15, the next right-hander, 90 degree that follows. It's taken in 3rd or 2nd gear, depending on how much grip you've got, or what type of car you're in, of course. You can use a bit of the curb there on the inside, but again, like the exit of turn 11, all of the curb on the outside. It's nice and flat, but in wet conditions, watch out for the AstroTurf. That will just spin you right round. Then it's a challenge to try and take Stavelot, turn 16, or Curve Paul Frere, whatever you want to call it. To me, it will always be Stavelot, from my Formula 4 days at least. It's a challenge to take it flat. In any car, it seems, apart from Formula 3, it's always been difficult to take that corner full throttle, and one that's important because you need to keep that momentum for the run-up to Blanchimont and into the final chicane, which is a good overtaking opportunity. Blanchimont itself, sorry, I skipped past that one, is a brilliant corner. It's flat out, but still, it's really exhilarating, like Eau Rouge is to drive through. And then the last chicane, quite bumpy, can get a bit of front locking there or rear, depending on the balance of your brakes and how the car is at that particular time, and whether you've got a headwind or tailwind. And normally you do have a bit of a tailwind, which makes it quite hard to slow the car down. I really still can't get on with this new chicane that they've put in there. I still prefer the old bus stop from Spa. A tight right-hander followed by a tight left-hander that climbs uphill on both apexes really makes the car twitch around and struggle for traction on the exit of 20. But a fiddly way to end a lap, but again one where you can make or break your lap after a long way round. And that's a lap of Spa. Can't wait to get out there.
If it happens in the FIA World Endurance Championship, it happens here on RadioLeMans.com.
It took Ant almost as long as 2 laps to talk us round doing 1 lap. Paul Trustwell is alongside me. Thanks to Graham Goodwin for the Nissan On Track pre-race show, and to Nick Damon down in the pits. Hopefully we won't hear from him very early on. Eduardo Freitas being very, very cool, but also... So we've got Alistair Moffat there, and I think that was Danny Cheng alongside him as well in the Toyota pit. Eduardo Freitas making sure that everyone understands that he wants everyone lined up properly for this start of the race. Nothing untidy.
No, I think it's always nice when you're having a formation start, a rolling start. If they do roll 2 by 2 when they actually make the start, often we see at Le Mans that doesn't really happen anymore because they're just chasing through and it becomes a nose-to-tail formation start. Far rather see a rolling start happen 2 by 2 side by side.
The RS5 pulls off very close to the starting line here and will be in the pit lane. We have Andre Lotterer in the number 1 Audi from Marc Genet in the long tail number 3. Then Loic Duval on the inside of row 2 in the number 2 from Nicolas Lapierre. Then it's Buemi, Heidfeld, Beligi and Johnny Kane for the top 8. They are beautifully formed up as they go past us, and we are racing in round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and the pole sitter Andre Lotterer gets to the inside first, and the Audis 1, 3 and 2 are 1, 2 and 3 as they head round La Source for the first time and plunge downhill. Through comes the Toyota. Through comes the Toyota of Nicolas Lapierre. The number 7 car has sneaked through, not past 1 but 2 Toyotas there. For a moment there were, I'm sure, 1, 2, 3 Audis, and in fact the second Toyota's gone through as well. So it's Audi, Toyota, Audi, Toyota, Audi as they sit at the moment, and the number 1 car has been shuffled back to 3rd position now. So did not manage to hold on to the inside as they go down to Le Combe for the first time, and the rebellion right on the back of it as well. It's the number 2 Audi of Luc Duval then that leads from Lapierre, from Marc Genet, from Buemi, and Lotterer shuffled all the way down to 5th position.
Isn't it interesting that because the cars are so close at the moment, then we're seeing their relative advantages and disadvantages playing out right in front of our eyes, as it were. The Toyota's hybrid system is clearly more efficient. I mean, that was the demonstration, wasn't it, John? As they came out of La Source hard on the accelerator, and the Toyota's hybrid kicks in and helped it to gain those 2 positions. Fantastic stuff. And also we saw then going up the Kemmel straight towards Les Combes for the first time was the way in which the lower downforce cars, the number 7 and the number 3, the 7 Toyota and the number 3 Audi, were able to use their advantage as well. So it was Loic Duval who kind of got the best of the compromise, as it were, and he's now making good his escape as they turn back through Blanchimont back onto the old part of the circuit now, heading back home. I remember talking about Martin Brundle earlier on. Martin Brundle coined the phrase that something about Spa is it's really a circuit where you go somewhere and then go somewhere else and then you come back home. And that's very much a characteristic of Spa. You go all the way down to Malmedy, then over to Stavelot, and then you come back to Spa.
That is a very, very good point as the battle continues at the head of the field. And at the end of lap 1, with the first lap being completed, not from a standing start, but from a slow rolling start in 2 minutes 5 on 106.5 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. It is Loic Duval who leads for the number 2 Audi. Nicolas Lapierre is second by about half a second in the 7 Toyota. In the 3 Audi, in third is Marc Genet, another second and a half or so back, and then Andre Lotterer is half a second further back from his teammate. Buemi and Heidfeld having a bit of a scrap. There's a second between them at the moment, the 8 and the 12, and then it's Beligi in the 13 Toyota. In the GT categories, Rob Bell from pole position leads the Pro GT category from in second place Tony Villander, then Jimmy Bruni, 98, 71 and 51, Aston Ferrari with Darren Turner in the 97 car in 4th position. In AM, it's Alan Simonson from pole in the 95 car, as Fabien Giroir, the 28 car, is dropping down the field. I actually can't remember where that car was on the grid. Nick Damon might be able to tell me. It is 95, 81 and 96. Jamie Campbell-Walter in 3rd. Nick?
Yeah, but he started dead last because, of course, they had the problem in qualifying where the battery didn't start, so they didn't actually get out, so they were actually at the back of the grid. Right,
I see what's happened. They put him in his correct place on the grid. No, they didn't.
No, they put him at the back. He was 28th, so he actually probably is trying to drive through the pack.
He is up to 25th now. That is absolutely right. Thank you very much indeed. He was dropping down, but now he's caught up on the sector times here. Thank you, Nick. Well reminded. As the battle for the positions in GT AM begins to get interesting with Malocelli and Simonson. The 95 and 81, you can't miss that Starworks number 81 car, bright orange with the black racing stripes, and they are battling at the back of the pro field. First of the amateur class though, nothing between them at the moment as the leaders come round to complete lap number 3. Fastest lap that we've had round here by a sports car, I think, was in 2010 by a Peugeot at about 1:57.4. And we're down to a 2:01.8 for Loic Duval this time around. He's got a 1.8 second lead now over Nicolas Lapierre. 2:07 and 3 in third place. There's another second and a half further back, Marc Genet. And then it's the number 1, the number 8, the number 12, the number 13, and the number 8. That is your top 8 in P1. In P2, although we're not seeing it, I can tell you that Olivier Plan, the 24 Morgan, has taken the lead ahead of Paul Sitter, Nick Manassian in the 49 PCOM Orica, from Ollie Turvey in the 38, Zytek in third, and Bertrand Baguette, only Belgian driver in the race. I had a chat with his mother earlier on down on the grid. Well, when I say I did, Thomas did, because he did the interview in French. 25 is Petsonia in 5th place, and they're separated by something in the region of only 4 seconds between 1st and 5th in the P2 category. So that's clearly a cracking battle as Marc Genet puts in the fastest first sector in the slippery when dry and wet. Number 3, 34.8, cracking over 305, almost 306 kilometres an hour early in the week, just over 191 miles an hour. And the 4th place then, Andre Lotterer has got past Sebastien Buemi, lost that position on the first lap, remember, but now he's hoving into position to put some pressure around the Adrian Newey section of the circuit, as Nick likes to call it, the bit where downforce and design counts. And he's just come to the end of that and now heading up towards Stavelot. And his teammate, the number 3 car, Marc Genet, just gently stretches away, and then round the corner he has to. I'm not sure that's flat for the 3 car through there, if I'm honest. Down at the braking area for the chicane, and a massive amount of ground made up by Andre Lotterer as they come round to complete lap number 3.
Yeah, this is the time where you've got to kind of pick your moment, haven't you? When you've got a car which is faster in certain parts of the circuit but slower in others, and overtaking isn't so simple because the comparison isn't so different, but you're going to feel that you're losing overall lap time, and Andre Lotterer will be very keen to make amends for this, I suspect. Sebastien Buemi in the number 8 Toyota, down in 5th place at the moment.
There's the replay. It was the number 1 car went way too deep into La Source and went all 4 wheels off onto the AstroTurf. Through go his teammate and one of the Toyotas, and then the second teammate. And on the right-hand side, in just a moment's time, you're going to see the 8 car of Buemi sticking his nose in as they go into La Source. That was actually a lot braver than I realised.
Yes, I mean, it's very tight, isn't it, round there? And I suspect Andre just was caught out by tyres that weren't quite warm enough. These tyres, of course, will be part used, having been used in the interrupted qualifying session yesterday, but nevertheless still good enough for the first stint, which will probably be around 22 laps, maybe 21 laps, depending on just how much fuel those Audis end up using. Fastest lap thus far by Loic Duval, improving on both of his laps now, down to a 2 minutes 1.826, having done his first flying lap, having come out of the pits in 2 minutes 1.848. So continuing to improve and making the most, of course, of having clear track ahead of him, because Spa being a little bit longer than your average circuit means that it takes longer before you catch up with the slower cars.
That is a fair point, well made and nicely presented, Mr. Truswell. Paul Truswell, John Hindhaugh, Nick Damon in the Powered by Nissan pit lane. Oh, and the number 3 Audi goes very, very wide there in the first part of the chicane. Marc Genet missed his braking point by a country mile. Audi number 3, Apex Audi number 3. I'm not sure you've been introduced. And a big lock-up as well by Nicolas Lapierre, ahead of the internecine battle between the 3 and the 1 Audi, which is going round La Source now and plunges down past the old pits. But this is where the number 3 car should have the advantage. Slippery, longer tail, 5.4 inches, making all the difference. Well, it would, wouldn't it? Out over the top of Radion, and not having to worry about that pit lane marking that is on the right-hand side there. And Genet has pulled out well over, well, about 0.2 of a second, not as much as last time. He pulled out half a second last time, and here comes the number 1 car. Andre Lotterer dives to the inside. In fact, no, he's let through as the 3 of Marc Genet pulls to driver's right, going down into Rivage. and lets his teammate through at the start of the twisty bit, and that, I think, is a smart move, if I'm honest.
Yes, I think whether it was any message over the radio or just the two drivers using their heads. I mean, Andre Lotterer, it was inevitable that he was going to go through. I mean, the man was on pole position, the car is quick, and I think Andre will have been very eager to have got that car through. But already 6 seconds adrift of the race leader, who is still Loic Duval, who is still going very rapidly indeed and opening up the gap between himself and the rest of the field, up to 4.8 seconds. It is first to second, and now we're going to be able to see what Andre Lotterer is going to be able to do about Nicolas Lapierre. I suspect, John, that's where we're going to see the next action as the number 1 Audi closes on the number 7 Toyota, and that's... I was going to say it's a fair fight. It's a fight of cars that are in similar configurations, at least in terms of the aero, and I think here at Spa this weekend it is all about aero, because whilst this is a race, it's a qualifier in the World Endurance Championship, there is a lot of eye to June and what's going to happen at Le Mans, and data gathering and so on and so forth as well. So I think that's going to be on people's minds. So Lotterer against Lapierre, as I say, those two cars in pretty much comparable configurations.
Olivier Pla leads Nick Manashian by 1.2 seconds, and Ollie Turvey's in third, 24.49 and 38. Change of position at the head of the GTE profile as Tony Vielander goes around Rob Bell. 71 Ferrari now leads the 98 Aston Martin, with Jimmy Bruni in the 51 Ferrari in third place ahead of Darren Turner in the 97 Aston. They're separated by 2 and a bit seconds. Less than that, actually. Also a Ferrari at the head of GTE AM now, as Jamie Campbell-Walter has ceded the lead in GTE AM to Malucelli, as we've got another change for position, and this time it's the number 3 of Marc Genet being Toyoted down the Kemmel Straight, and it's Sebastian Buemi who's gone through. Schuley, and in fact almost gives it away as he misses his braking point for the first part of Les Combes or Malmedy. And well, that is the 8 car now through into fourth position, 2.718. 10 seconds, nearly 11 seconds between the top 4. Surely the 3 car hasn't rooted its rears already. That would be a bit of a blow. Or I wonder whether they're having to ease their pace to ensure that they don't root their rears, give them half a chance of double stinting. Here is the battle in the GTE Pro classification. Ferrari, Aston, 71, 98, 51 and 97. And it is, as I say, Malucelli that leads for Ferrari in the 81 AM car ahead of Jamie Campbell-Walter in the 96 Aston and the 95 of Alan Simonson in third. Ferrari, Aston and Porsche in the 88 Pro Speed. Paolo Roberti in that car. I've said Pro Speed there, and I'm now not sure. The 88 is the Pro Speed car, isn't it? It's the Proton. You see, yes. I knew that was wrong. Pro Speed always used to be 75.
Yeah, you're forgiven for saying Proton Felbermeyer or Felbermeyer Proton, I think, just because it says Felbermeyer on the car, so you can describe Felbermeyer as the sponsor of the car, at least. So now, you're right about the number 3 car, John. Marc Genet now slipping back to 5th place and losing 3 seconds plus on that lap. He may well have to come into the pits before then. I mean, it was noticeable. I had the good fortune to watch warm-up from down at Eau Rouge this morning, and it was noticeable how all of the Audis did move around as they went through Eau Rouge. I mean, they moved around in jerks. It wasn't like a nice, smooth 50s type of four-wheel drift. It was more of a lose traction, now get back traction, lose traction again. So a bit jerky, perhaps giving the driver a bit of a hard ride. But of course, that as well will wear the tyres. And the track temperature now up to 30 degrees, and that's much warmer than it's ever been, and that's possibly having its impact as well.
Quarter of an hour in, and the leader's beginning to hit the traffic in the middle part of the GTE AM class. In fact, getting towards the front of the GT AM class. Let's let's head down to the pit lane and Nick Damon, who's down there. Everyone looking fairly quiet and happy at the moment.
Yeah, it's a very relaxed pit lane. No one has had to scramble, no one's had to run around. Everyone is sitting there just watching intently the screen as the story unfolds. And I would have to concur that you would think there's now an issue with the 3 car as he's dropping back. So whether it's a tyre problem or they've discovered something operationally, we'll probably have to wait and watch the first pit stop.
As through goes the number 7 into second place. As Andrea Lotterer and he are having this great battle. It looked like Lotterer had gone through for a moment and dropped Lapierre to third, but he's just got him back going into La Source. Indeed, we did have 2 and 1 at one stage across the line, but Lapierre has gone back through there. And a big twitch from the Audi going over the top of the brow and onto the Camel Straight there, in amongst the Works Porsches. And heading through into the chicanes. There's a gaggle of Astons in front of them now. And here comes Nicolas Lapierre onto the back of the Astons, and that's an opportunity for the number 1 of Andrea Lotterer to have a little nibble coming out of Rivage down into turn number 9, all round the outside, and the Toyota's gone off. The Toyota is off and just about gets it back. I'm not sure. I wasn't sure he was going to get that back at all, Lotterer. He drifted off, got on the wrong line, tried to go around the outside of the Aston Martin, which I have to say, I thought was a bad idea at the time and turned out to be. Did well to keep that off the wall there, Paul.
Didn't he just, yes, and it shows even with the big open expanses of Spa that, you do have to be careful of the traffic. But what I found interesting as well is that as these two are having their battle, I mean, they'll slowly drift up a little bit now, but was that Loic Duval in the number 2 hasn't been extending the advantage, although, as I say, it has gone up a little bit whilst they've had that moment, which we're seeing a replay of from the aerial shot at the moment. You see just how far off Lapierre was, and by the time he got back on, so Andre Lotterer was up on the inside of him and had taken second place, and I would expect him now to keep that second place at least until we get up to the pit stop area.
Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com joins us to see it.
Fast and furious stuff, isn't it?
Oh,
really.
Isn't it great?
And we thought they might be a bit closer in racing conditions. Didn't quite think they'd be this close, but I think what's punctuated this race for me so far, John, is lots of errors. Lots and lots of errors, and it's that niggly stuff. The guys struggling to find the apex. Seems quite slippy out there. Lots of dust on the circuit. We saw that again there as the Toyota just went just too wide. There's dust everywhere just to the outside of the circuit. But a lot of errors, a lot more than we're used to seeing from the factory guys. But this is very close stuff indeed.
It's all about not making errors, isn't it, Graham? And the trouble is that you're so close to your limit the whole time.
Yeah.
You can't afford to have that cushion that endurance drivers used to have in the 50s, where you could drive within 80%, 90% and have that 10% margin. It's all about being right on the limit as much of the time as you possibly can be. Although I have to say that Tom Christensen didn't quite look on the limit on that shot we saw of him just there.
No, he looked very, very laid back. 2 Ferraris now lead GT Pro as Jimmy Bruni has gone through past Rob Bell to join Tony Vilander. 71, 51 and 98 now. And this is very interesting. The 2 Ferraris then ahead of the 98 and 97 Aston Martin, and then the 2 Porsches. So we have effectively the 3 Works teams paired up there with the 2 Ferraris, the 2 Astons and the 2 Porsches. I do wonder if there's a bit of games playing going on by one, other or all of these. Probably not the Ferraris, actually.
I think you're probably right, John. I think there's a lot of game playing going on here, and in particular I'm keeping an eye on the Porsches, because that car looks like it should be very quick in a straight line indeed. We know there's a massive difference in fuel efficiency for the Porsches from what we learned at Silverstone. I mean, it's something like 15 to 17% more fuel efficient than the Aston we saw first time out at Silverstone. With the Ferrari somewhere in the middle, but I think we are seeing some games here, and I expect those Porsches to be super, super quick at Le Mans.
I don't think in a 6-hour race the Porsches are going to be able to do it on 4 pit stops. It was a question that was being bandied around in the press room yesterday evening, and one of the reasons why I was very late home. But I think we came to the conclusion that it was, even if they are the most frugal of the GTE certainly as far as the pro cars are concerned, but I might stress that, the conclusion we came to was that the GTE pro cars won't be able to do the race on 4 stops.
In fairness, the most frugal car that's out there is the Ferrari, but they've been balanced of performance to take away the advantage that they had by having a better engineering solution.
Some of the advantage. Some of the advantage. The Aston Martins have got something like a 5% efficiency deficit this year against the Ferraris. That was about 10% last year. So the Aston Martin guys, we talk a lot about the attention that's gone in at Maranello for this, or probably more likely at Michelotto, but the Aston Martin haven't been idle too. So about 5% gap there. But as I say, John, the big gap is between the Ferraris and the Porsches. It's about somewhere between 10 and 12% more efficient than the Ferrari.
Very interesting. When that comes to Le Mans, it's going to be a whole different story, isn't it? As through goes the 71 in close proximity to teammate Bruni. So Tony Vilander, Jimmy Bruni, Rob Bell, Darren Turner, 71, 51, 98, 97. It's still Plat by about half a second from Manassian, 24 from 49 in the P2 category, and Ollie Turvey in the 38 is in third, the Zytek, with Bertrand Baguette in 4th position. Hello to you all if you're listening around the track on 106.5 FM, around the world at radiolemans.com. We are goodness me, already 20 minutes in, are we?
We are 20 and a half minutes in. Halfway to the first pit stop already.
Good grief.
And with 9 laps completed. 10 laps completed because Andre Lotterer chases Loic Duval through, and he is closing the gap by a little bit. 2 minutes 2.688 was Lotterer's last lap time. That's not as quick as the fastest, but still quicker than Loic Duval went on that last lap.
Tellingly pulling away rapidly from Lapierre. 4 seconds the gap in what seems like about a lap and a half.
Yeah.
Paul, we've seen there. The P2 battle that John was talking about just a while ago as well. We've got 2 gaggles of cars there. The lead 3, that battle is closing in nicely between Olivier Plat and the 24 Morgan Nissan, the 49 Picom Orica Nissan, and Oliver Turvey in the Zytek Nissan. 3 different chassis, the same engine bolted into the back of each of them. And then a further group just a little way back of that battle between the second Morgan, Bertrand Baguette at the wheel there, and the 2 ADR cars, as we've got a battle on track now, John.
Into La Source, the first corner, and there was a bit of making a Ferrari very wide as through into the lead of the class had gone Jimmy Bruni, and Tony Vilander been slightly stymied by his teammate, had to take a compromised line into the final part of the chicane and across the start-finish line. That allowed Rob Bell to have a little sniff round the tailpipes of the former leader, and Tony Vilander dodged to the right-hand side going at the braking area for La Source. Those Ferraris are absolutely on the limiter. They've geared those perfectly, just listening to that engine there from the onboard shot. And a little bit of ditch hooking there from Tony Vilander, betraying his Scandinavian roots there as he goes through Le Combe and starts to head down towards Rivage.
I wonder, is he just backing them up a little bit?
I think he is.
The mean person would say there was team orders there, and Vilander was backing the Aston Martins up. But I mean, John saw it and called it correctly as well, because Vilander was off the circuit a bit more than perhaps he needed to be. Whether he put the car off there deliberately, I don't know. But
it was 3 consecutive corners, Paul.
The gap has gone up, hasn't it? And
Jörg Bergmeister's closing in on the back of the Astons. He's backing the Astons up to the Porsches. The interesting thing about that is the curbs here are very, very low. And again, we've mentioned this in the free practice sessions and through qualifying, that these are Formula 1 curbs, so some of them are as low as 4 millimetres, which you can't feel in a GT car. So these guys will be running across all the flat surfaces they can as we go on board with 4th place Bertrand Baguette.
And 3 drivers.
Ooh.
So you should go on, John.
Bertrand Baguette getting very sideways and under pressure from Antonio Pizzonia. So
it's really dusty offline, John.
It is.
Is that no-name corner that just came through on the wrong side of the circuit?
No, you're absolutely right. They're coming down the hill through Pouhon now. That's Pouhon coming down to turn number 13 under the Michelin bridge. Just Baguette and Pizzonia together. Obviously, the opportunity for bread-related punnery is massive at that point.
Right now.
Yeah, you were going to see it slice through there, but he couldn't make it. We did have a bit of a sideways moment though from Bertie Breadstick, and it does look as though Pizzonia for the moment he's back. He's got John Martin, his teammate, right in behind him. That's just the 35-25 25 and 26, battling for 4th, 5th and 6th on the circuit, and they are catching up to the IMSA Performance Matmut Porsche, which is sitting in 32nd position. 33rd, yeah.
It's still
Sorry, Paul, I did interrupt you there. You were about to make a point.
Yeah, just picking up on the Matmut Porsche. A long way down in 33rd space, last but one, and just ahead of the number 54 car in GTE AM. But the 76 car is one of 3 who have just been called for not respecting the track limits at the exit of Eau Rouge, the final left-handed bit that leads you up onto the Kemmel Straight.
That has been the place of most transgression this weekend.
Guess who one of them who was transgressing was?
51?
Yes, and the other one was the Aston Martin number 98, Rob Bell. So anything Bruni can do, Bell can do better. And so they've both been warned.
You can barely tell them apart these days.
You can remember both teammates, of course, way back when.
European Championships.
Yes, indeed.
European champions, rather.
And the 4th one now to be called again. Just a warning. It's not a penalty as yet, but it is kind of the first step in the process. It's when the referee just comes up and has a little whisper in your ear. And that is to number 88, the, I was going to say Felbon, the Proton car, which is in the hands of Paolo Ruberti. And that is in 5th place in GTE AM.
Hello to those of you who are watching on the FIA website, watching these fantastic pictures, looking down on the battle, and that was the battle for the P2 lead.
That's battle for 4th.
For 4th, excuse me.
We've got those 2 gaggles of cars, the 1, 2, 3. That's now become really a 1-2 because Oliver Turvey dropped off a little, I think, in traffic from the lead 2, Olivier Pla and Nick Manassian. Bertrand Baguette fending off Antonio Pizzonia, but John Martin has dropped back just a little, again, I think, through traffic, but now catching up to the back of the pair again.
Lotterer in 2nd position with the KH version, the Kurzer Heck, rather than the LH, the Lang Heck, and Ben Clark. Sorry, I'm absolutely wrong there. IRT Trash has said, can you explain the difference between the Audis, please, i.e. the long tail version? He's tweeted that at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans. Goodwin, you get the chance to say.
Yep, the long tail is longer.
Yeah, and how much longer?
5.4 inches.
And it is noticeable because the stickers are bigger.
Absolutely. It's, if you look, the area of the car you're looking for, if you see a TV shot as Rob Bell gets right onto the back of Tony Villander, going down towards Eau Rouge. He's not really got the ponies to do it there, but will he do it on the exit? I don't think he can.
No, he's dropped back.
That's the bit where they go
That's where they've gone over. And
it's
both
on the left-hand side as they go out onto the straight.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't know that. Yeah. Sorry, I should have told you.
But the area you're looking for, if you get a TV shot of the 2 cars, is behind the rear wheel, and in particular, what you could call it a valance if you want to use that 1970s Ford Cortina parlance, but it's the bodywork behind the rear wheel where you can most notably see the difference.
Yeah, this is the battle at the head of the GT field. I'm getting a chance to have a look at some close quarters running on the final corner between Tony Villander and Rob Bell, and Villander having to take a very, very defensive line into the final part of the chicane. He's holding about a 4 cars length lead at the moment as they're dropping down through turn 9 towards turn 10, which is Pouon, of course. Meantime, further up the field, the Audis and the Toyotas continue to battle, and coming up to the half hour, it is still Loic Duval who leads by 3.2 seconds. He's on lap number 14. 2 from 1. Lotterer in 2nd place, and he's got about 4 seconds on Nicolas Lapierre, the 7 Toyota, with Sebastian Buemi now dropping away, although having just done his fastest lap of the race with a 2:03.1, dropped away to nearly 17 seconds away from the leader. Paul.
Yeah, it's just going back to the long tail Audi. The difference, although there is the noticeable difference at the back, is not confined to the back because for those of you who know about aerodynamics, and I'm not really one of them myself, but it's important to have balance as well as balance. But it's that you need to have the balance as well. So they've changed front end work as well, but that is the only difference. It is only aerodynamic, the difference between the number 3 car and the other 2 Audis. There isn't anything other in the configuration that's different. They haven't got a different engine or nothing else. It's just different bodywork and aero configuration, which is different.
There's quite a lot of difference underneath at the back as well at the number 3, which Audi aren't keen on letting people have a look at. I was trying to point out some of the things to one of our French co-commentators or Belgian co-commentators without being noticed, but barely got away with that on the grid before I was ushered away smartly.
And what we're looking at here, John, is the battle on track for the lead of P2. That's Olivier Pla fending off the close attention to Nick Manasian, but they're going through now the higher ranks, if you like, of GTE Pro and making the first lapping moves they're going to have on the GT cars, the GT cars in this race. And what we're seeing there on track is Darren Turner.
So half an hour in then, and it's Pla by a couple of seconds now from Manasian, as the gap between first and second at the head of the field is closing up. 2-1-7-8-3, your top five, and that's Audi with Duval, Lotterer in the number 1 car, Lapierre in the 7, Toyota number 8 with Buemi in 4th position, 15 seconds away from the leader, 16 or so.
That last lap round, John, Loic Duval clearly had a problem in traffic because he lost a full 3 seconds to Andre Lotterer. That gap now down to 2.1 seconds from the over 5 it was on the previous turn. Someone's been off into the dust as the GT cars come through what looks like a sandstorm. Not quite sure who that would have been, but my guess is it might well have been the Ferrari ahead of this group. But no harm, no foul. We all continue. And still, Nick Manasian struggling to deal with these GT cars at the moment. And that's allowing Olivier Pla just to draw out a bit more of an advantage here.
Back at the back of LMP2, Graham, Fabien Giroir has not only got himself back on terms with all the other P2 cars, having started right at the back of the overall grid, but he's now got himself ahead of the fully gentleman-driven car, the number 45 Oak Racing Morgan.
And Andre Lotterer in second position, right in among lap traffic, but just ahead of him is Loic Duval. He can see the back of his teammate's car now as he dodges to the right-hand side and cuts into the apex of La Source. It's Audi number 2 from Audi number 1 by just 0.7 of a second across the line. This is marvellous dealing with the traffic here. I mean, it's unlucky. When you're the leader, of course, gentlemen, you always have the worst of it as Duval gets blocked again, and they go either side of a Ferrari as they come through Radion, and through goes Lotterer to retake the lead. I remember being here for Formula 1 and seeing that exact thing happen. My only time I did Formula 1 commentary here.
Wow.
Except it was Hakkinen who went round the outside and did exactly the same thing.
And it was at the end of the Kemmel Straight rather than at the beginning,
it
John,
was.
And that was all, again, done as a result of the way that the cars were able to exit. Admittedly, Duval was a little bit caught up behind that Ferrari, wasn't he, as he came out of the out of Eau Rouge, out of Le Rédillon.
Fair play to, I think it was Tony Vilander, wasn't it?
I think it was, but Lotterer read that beautifully because it looked like he was teeing that up, didn't it? All the way from the bottom of the hill. Called it beautifully, did it beautifully, and he had to because they were being caught pretty quickly at that stage by Nicolas Lapierre. He's now within 2.5 seconds of the rear of Duval in second position. So the Toyota had been closing, but of course Lapierre now has to deal with the traffic that these two guys have just made their way through.
The other thing that could happen when they get to it as well is Marc Genet has been closing over the last few laps onto the tail end of the number 8 Toyota, Sebastian Buemi at the wheel. The two Toyotas running 3rd and 4th ahead of the 3rd Audi, number 3. But Marc Genet has been chipping away at that margin over the last few laps and has been consistently lapping more consistently than the Toyota, or more quickly, I should say, than the Toyota. And as I say, I think going to be in a position where he might be able to overtake should a traffic-related opportunity present itself, and that's exactly what we saw just then, Graham, with the change for the lead, first change in the race.
And we're seeing that happen quite often, gentlemen, because what we've got is a fair number of inter-class battles actually taking place on the circuit, and of course the leaders are coming around and having to deal with that. Perfectly correct, these guys are having their own race, and they're under no obligation just to move aside. As we see again that move, that was beautifully done by Lotterer, and quite right, John, he was indeed balked. I think that wasn't, it was Bruni. It was Bruni, the GTE Pro leader.
Correct.
That actually got in the way of the lead battle, but he was having his own race. He's there trying to maintain his own lead and behave completely correctly.
And it's very interesting to see the response from the garage, gents, because there's, clearly there are guys that work on one car and not the other.
Yeah, there was a few sighs of relief about both cars coming out unscathed, John, as well.
At Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, we're half an hour, a little bit more into the 6-hour race, and clearly an awful lot of you watching, listening the worldwide. Racing GT, at Racing GT, reminding me it was Ricardo Zonta, former world sports car champion, of course, who was in that Schumacher Hakkinen sandwich in 2000. It's 2000 since I did that commentary.
Driver, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. FIA WEC.com stream looking good. As far afield as Australia and Talladega, where it's raining at the moment. So no action at Talladega, and a lot of people involved in the business are watching and listening. Hello to you guys. As off has gone Antonio Pizzonia from 4th position. He was in that great battle, wasn't he, a little bit earlier on with Bertrand Baguette, who's dropped down, and he's spun up the rear tyres coming out of Les Combes in that battle, I think, with the 35 car. Oh, he'd already gone. That happened in front of the battle between Jean Martin and Bertrand Baguette, who dropped further back.
Yeah, he did. In fact, two things have happened there. We've obviously seen Pizzonia drop back, but Martin has got ahead of Baguette, perhaps as a result of that incident there, because Baguette had to lift out to get out of that battle pretty quickly. We didn't really see what caused the off, though, did we, John?
But Pizzonia had already got by Baguette and had stretched away. Remember, they were battling for 4th and 5th before, with John Martin right behind them. Pizzonia had gone through. Now Pizzonia's gone off and allowed Martin and Baguette back through again. So in P2, it's Ollie Plat who leads it, and that car is being pushed away. It has not been able to be restarted.
I wonder if it's actually more to do with the fact he can't turn it safely there, John.
I'll give you that.
So the other thing is that the screen is telling us contact. Now, whether or not he means contact with the barrier or there was contact coming through that turn, my guess is the latter. There were other cars involved there.
Let's give you the P2 numbers then.
25 in a strange position at the exit of T7. Car 25 in a strange position at the exit of T7. Yellow flags are being deployed there. Car is trying to rejoin.
Those of you who had the word strange on your Eduardo Freitas bingo card can pull that. I did not expect that one today.
Great.
In a strange position. It's 25 Ollie Plat leading by 0.6 of a second over Manassian in the 49 PCOM. 3.5, 4 seconds further back is Ollie Turvey in the 38 Zytec. Then John Martin, now up to 4th position in the 26 Orica, the G-Drive car. Bertrand Baguette in the 35 Morgan is a couple of seconds behind him. And then Dom Kraheim has come through into 5th position, in the 35 car. Paul's already got what looks like a bingo card of his own here, with 51, 98, 76, 88, 54, 92, 95 and 71.
House.
That's a line, I think, somewhere. Those are track limit warnings, and I would guess, Paul, that the majority of those are for turn 4.
They're all at turn 4, yes.
Yeah.
We're somebody transcribes what Eduardo says and types it in as well, so I get the benefit of hearing that and having it written down as well. And they're giving us not only at which corner, but also which side of the track it is. Let's hope that degree of information continues.
It's a 2 car in the pits.
This is very early. No.
Well,
Nick Damon is in the pit lane, Nick.
Yeah, just this is certainly not a panicky stop. They leisurely came out about a minute ago to stand at the Audi end, and they're waving as they see the number 2 car into the pits. Now this should just be fuel and tyres, and
well, will it be tyres?
Sorry, just fuel. If it's tyres is an issue, there are no tyres currently being offered, so I think that's unlikely. They are happy with this set to run fuel only. My guess is that the one car should follow in the following lap. I wouldn't think they'd be running that much of a split strategy.
Notice the first thing that was done was that the pressurised drinks bottle that the guys at Progressive at Brackley make was changed over.
And as you see, it's a fuel no driver change. As I watch from my vantage point, this looks like a pretty standard stop so far. No. Oh, no.
Talk to me, Goose.
They've now gone for a tyre change. That's surprising. Just because of reception issues, I can't get that close to see into the garage sideways. So suddenly we went at the jacks there. I wasn't expecting it to go for it. I thought they might go the dolly, but no, it's doing a full 4 tyres change. So they, of course, they've done more on the stick. They did 11 laps or so on the qualifying practice, but that is the car away. So tyres for the number 2 guys. Right. And as we say, I think the number 1 is now the number 1's idiot bald man is out. So. That car will be coming in this lap.
Nick, further down pit lane, John Martin has brought the 26 Orica in. Antonio Liuzzi's brought the 31 Lotus. I'd like you to have a look at that 26 car, see if you can see if there's any damage on it.
Out of 4th place. So.
Yeah.
Is that the one that had the spin, is it?
No, it's not, but it was in close proximity. I can see the Lotus on the screen now. That looks
That looks pristine. They're doing a full service on the 26 fuel and tyres. Driver, I'm pretty sure, has stayed in. He missed the first part of that one. The 31 though is being wheeled back. I think he may have actually, he actually missed his point for pit stops. So he's
leaders in the pits. Nick?
Yeah, what happened there was the 31 parked to the 32 spot and had to be wheeled back to the 31 spot. And as the there's a very unsafe release there by the 26 car. Almost took the nose off the one. That was a really, really dodgy. That would have definitely got a $10,000 fine in the F1 pit lane. I'm sure won't be conceived a good idea in the WEC pit lane. But literally, Lotterer had to do a little bit of a swerve and a slowdown to avoid the rejoining John Martin, who didn't have any bodywork issues. And now we sit and see what will happen once the fuel's got in the number 1 car.
And meantime, through has gone Nicolas Lapierre, and Toyota leads the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Back to Nick, who's watching the Audi stop. They're looking underneath it, Nick.
The Langtail comes in, saying nothing, and then Toyota are getting ready, so they're going to do at least 1 lap more than the 1, and possibly 2 laps more than the 2. This does seem to be the number 7. No, it's number 8 team who are ready, actually. So the number 8 team, the sprint car, the 2012 car. Tyres are being offered to the 1 as well, and I believe tyres are going on the 3. So all the Audis will pick up new tyres. As in comes Pitsonia now on the 25 car. Also looks relatively undamaged.
That's dropped him all the way to the back of the P2 field, that spin.
He's dusty on the front left. Just see if I can get a bit closer whilst I'm meandering down to wait for the Toyota pit stops. The Audi, the third Audi, number 3 car is getting its tyres. The 1 has already left us, so you'll be able to tell me whether the order has been maintained. Pitsonia is getting a full tyre stop. He doesn't even seem to he's not lost any dive planes at the front.
Trouble with the door on the number 2 Audi Sport, I'm being told. We'll have that checked out in a moment.
He has. Number 25 has lost his left-hand dive plane. Now, that may have been when he nosed it against some form of the barrier, but he has had a slight bit of carbon fibre loss. It's a front lower nose plane on the left-hand side. But that's about it. The car looks fine apart from that. And off it goes. And any second now we're going to see the number 8 Toyota come in, and there are a lot of people ready to accept their drivers for fuel as we get a flurry of cars. Of course, what we've not seen yet are either the Rebellions in the petrol privateer class.
3rd and 4th. So it's 4 Toyota, thanks Nick, 4 Toyota powered cars at the head of the field. 7 leads 8 by quite a margin at the moment, actually. Nicolas Lapierre from Buemi. From
26 seconds, John.
Thank you very much. From Nick Heidfeld, from Andrea Bellicchi. 7, 8, 12, 13 and 21. Your top 5 at the moment. And in has come Sebastian Buemi. Brings the blue and white Toyota in to Nick Damon.
Yeah, the 8's in. We're also going to get the Rebellion guys are ready for 12 as well. And that comes in the Nick Heidfeld. So pretty similar fuel consumption for 2 different versions of Toyota engine in this first stint. Tyres are ready for the 8, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be fitted. And tyres are ready for the 12 as well, as Nick Heidfeld actually locks the rears as he comes into his space. Again, no sign of driver changes on either car, so they're happy to let them run for the hour and a half. And no tyres on the number 8, John.
Ooh, well, that is a massive gain. Where is Lotterer? Answer, he has just come around.
And John, while we're waiting for that to actually wind its way out, so we can say that the 25 car had got involved with an incident with the 81. This is the 8-star Motorsport Ferrari. So that incident under investigation. So it will be Magliucelli and Pitsonia.
No tyres on the 12 either.
No tyres on the 12, no tyres on the 8. Now, remember, if you're new to this, you can fuel the car, but whilst you're fueling it, you can't do anything else. So adding a set of new tyres is an absolute in terms of time spent in the pit lane. Doesn't matter how quick you do it, it's going to be longer than if you don't do it. You're not allowed to fuel, you're not allowed to do anything else other than change the driver or clean the windscreen. You're allowed to change the drinks bottles, that's allowed, that's servicing the driver.
And that's put Buemi out behind Andre Lotterer on the road. So Lotterer is running ahead of, but Buemi was looming pretty large in the mirrors down the Kemmel Straight as on his outlap as a 7 car down pit lane.
And the difference is 1 minute 23 for Lotterer and 58 seconds for Buemi, as in comes from the lead comes Nicolas Lapierre.
And that's 7 minutes longer on the circuit, an extra 3 laps on the time that Loic Duval did in number 2.
Nick Diarmid is at Toyota watching the stop of the car that's just come in from the lead.
Yeah, and they have offered tyres. The tyres have been brought out. Now, this is interesting because it may well be
split
strategy. That the split strategy, but also number 8, of course, remember, is running the sprint downforce level, which is going to wear your tyres less because you've got more force grip on there, so they don't slide as much. So it may be, it could be that they're trying something on the 8. It could be it's got much better tyre wear. Here you go. You can probably hear in the background the air guns of the number 7. Front left about to go on. That's the 32 Lotus as well going out. He's had a full service, including tyres.
Meantime, coming down to the final chicane, the number 2 Audi of Loic Duval has a look inside Buemi, but can't get alongside. Didn't really get anywhere near there, if I'm honest. And they're coming across the line, and we will have, as they go through, Andre Lotterer will go through and retake the lead. Johnny Kane's just come into the pits. Buemi and Duval battling through to Le Source. This is 1, 8 and 2, your top 3 at the moment.
And the Rebellion number 13 now in the pits, Andrea Bellicchi at the wheel. The number 12 car, Nick Heidfeld, stayed at the wheel. I don't think that took on tyres, John. I think that was a fuel-only stop for the Rebellion.
As we've got the number 2 now, is dragging by the Toyota on the Kemmel Straight, going around the outside.
And I've got to say, I don't think Buemi's made that easy at all. That wasn't as if he gave that position up, resigned, and sort of proud father look from Wolfgang
Shouldn't
Ulrich.
miss the opportunity, by the way, John, to note that courtesy as in pitting whilst in the lead, Bellicchi led that lap.
Yeah.
So the Rebellion car did lead a lap here at the 6 Hours of Spa.
And they're turning their cars around.
It was shown in the lead of the lap.
It led the race, but it didn't lead the lap.
Right, OK, Paul's absolutely right.
That's a Ferrari, I think, that Nick, that your beer has beside.
No, that's Rebellion.
Really?
That was the 13.
Wow, going back out again. Rebellion are turning their cars around very, very quickly. Heidfeld turned around in just 52 seconds. By the way, all of the top 5 in P2 have come into the pits.
All the prototypes, John, have been in the pits now.
In fact, every prototype has been in the pits. Thank you, Graham. Whether by design or slightly earlier for some of them. And by that, I certainly mean the car that we saw spinning, who's dropped a lap now. And where's that gone down to? Petsonia has dropped down to 30th position.
Fastest lap of the race last time around was Andre Lotterer in that number 1 car, 201.479. Played the number 2 cars, 203.382. But had to overtake the Toyota in doing so. But Lotterer, I think, is going to go quicker again this time. In fact, 2 minutes, 979. 2:00.979 for Lotterer. It's that middle sector where he's making huge gains.
In fact, 5/10 of a second out of the 2 car, and that's the same spec.
Absolutely.
Albeit not had its tyres quite up to temp so long. We'll head down to the pit lane. Anthony Davidson for Toyota is standing waiting for us, and with him is Louise Beckett.
So no tyre change for the number 8.
We've got to try everything we can. We got the car with more downforce than our teammates, and like we know, more downforce helps protect your tyres. And like I say, we've got to try everything we can, and Sebastian said he had a pretty good balance and felt the grip was quite good, so we'll give it a try, see how it turns out.
It looks like you've got good pace on the Audis.
Yeah, it's nice when they turn their engine down for the race. It helps us a lot.
Thank you.
Oh, Anthony, do you think? Let's give you a quick rundown then. We've just gone past another 15 minutes. We've got 5 hours and 12 minutes still to go. And after a full set of prototype pit stops, here's how it stands at the front of the second round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the 6 Hours of Spa. Andre Lotterer leads by nearly 8 seconds. Number 1 Audi from number 2, Loic Duval. The Audis both taking tyres at their stop. Sebastian Buemi did not take tyres in the number 8 car and sits in 3rd position, 5 seconds away from the back of the 2nd placed Audi, but getting on for 3 seconds ahead of his teammate Toyota number 7, Nicolas Lapierre, who sits in 4th position. Everyone has completed 22 laps at the top of the field, by the way. In 5th, the Lola of Nick Heidfeld has got ahead of the number 3 Audi of Marc Genet, although Marc Genet very quick in that first sector, like 2 seconds quicker than Heidfeld. Courtesy, by the way, of the 52-second stop against a 1 minute 23 for Marc Genet, who did again take tyres, whereas Heidfeld did not. 51 once again gets a black and white flag for not respecting the turn 4 track limits.
That's the second stage, isn't it, Paul? That's not just a warning, that's a warning flag this time.
That's right. That's the kind of referee's equivalent of now taking out the yellow flag.
The
yellow card, isn't it? They don't use flags in
and 57 has pulled the same. In P2, there's also been changes as Pierre Caffer has got the lead back in the 49 Pecom car. They started on pole position there. Ollie Pla is 5 seconds behind, and that time entirely from the pit stop. 4 seconds quicker. Yeah.
4 seconds.
Ollie Turvey with 3rd position is 7 seconds away from the lead. And then John Martin battling up in the 26 Orica is 4th, but back by half a minute from the leader. So the top 3 separated by 7 seconds. We've not had any of the GT stops yet. So here's how it stands in GT.
Yes, we have. We've had a Porsche. One of the 2 Porsches came in a minute ago.
Oh, thank you very much indeed.
I'm just wandering up, as you can tell by my microphone.
Thank you.
Very early.
Very, very early indeed. On just somewhere around lap 20 for them. It's 51 Ferrari, 71 Ferrari, 98 Aston, 97 Aston, separated by 5 seconds. And in the AM category, it's Malicelli leading in the 81 car, which is also a Ferrari, from Aston number 95 and Aston number 96.
But that's Ferrari under investigation for an incident involving Petoni earlier in the race.
Paul, Porsches early.
Tyres.
Was it tyres? Yes,
yeah,
could well be.
There's a big examination with the Michelin man looking at, let me see if I can't quite get in this one. It says it's the front left tyre and the front right. So they're looking at the tyres and they're confused. They're doing a huge amount of checking.
Right, he has taken on fuel and set off on his way again. Not taking on as much fuel as I would have expected, but that's not surprising because the race isn't even an hour old yet. We're still 50 minutes, only just 50 minutes into it. So, as I say, I'm not surprised that he hasn't taken on that much fuel. The limits, track limits, we've now got 3 cars with a yellow flag. In other words, they've had a warning, a yellow card. They've had a warning, numbers 57, 51, and the 3rd one is for... Oh, sorry, there's only 2. Sorry, just correct myself there. Just 51 and 57 have had a black and white driver warning flag. Next point in the situation for them is going to be drive-through penalties.
Yeah, and we're watching at the moment on the screens here, John, an epic battle in GTM, and that is the 2 Aston Martins, GTM Aston Martins. Jamie Campbell-Walter sticking with Alan Simonson, who is right on the rear of Matteo Malicelli for the lead of this class. Meantime, there's some very fast lappery going on at the head of the field. Marc Genet putting in fastest sector after fastest sector in pursuit of Nick Heidfeld, now within 4.5 seconds of the Lola Toyota. 202.127 last time around for Genet, and quicker in the 1st and 3rd sectors, relatively less so, of course, in the middle sector, which is where Heidfeld is quick. Manassian doing his fastest lap of the race last time. I think that's the first P2 lap under 2:10, 2:09.882 for the Frenchman in the 49 Pecom car with the Michelin tyres. John?
That a moment ago said Caffer.
You're quite right, it did.
Who started the race?
I'm pretty certain it was Manassian.
I think Manassian stayed in then in that case.
It was Manassian who started it, certainly. Because
changing a driver is would have been unusual at that stage, but changing it on the Kemmel Straight is something I wish we could see in replay. Marc Genet sets another fastest first sector, 34.5 seconds, 0.6 quicker than his teammates at the moment in that first sector, but he cannot match them on the rest of the lap. Although Lotter has just had a slow lap, actually, a 2:04.5. And Genet has done a 2:02.1 last time around. And here it is. Here's the first stop and go. The red card has come out. Finally, Eduardo Freitas has lost his patience, and the first car to go was that the 57 car.
It's Mediani
Marco Mediani in the Krone Racing car.
That's right, so that is going to be a marker, and I'm sure that will go like a tsunami down the pit lane in terms of messaging.
Yes.
My guess is AF Corsa's guys on the pit wall are now relaying that good news to their drivers sitting there with a warning to their names. What we're looking at again, John, is another battle involving a Ferrari and 2 Aston Martins getting remarkably close, but this time it's GTE Pro, and for second position Tony Villander fending off the close attentions of Rob Bell with Darren Turner. So the 71 car with 98 and 97 looking to get its position, second at the moment to Jimmy Bruni in the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari.
And just for those of you around the world tuning in, welcome to a very sunny Spa, where we're watching at the moment the long tail, blown diffuser, if you will, or semi-blown underfloor at least, of that number 3 Audi, chasing Heidfeld in the 12 Toyota engined Rebellion Lola. No announcement from Rebellion as we were expecting this week. It's been put back a little while.
That's fine.
Are we okay with that though?
No drama.
Okay.
Oh, and that's the number 3. Genet is blocked rather badly just on the exit of Buon there, with the Corvette just drifting back onto his own line. That's fair enough. He's not lost too much time there, and we'll be back with Heidfeld presently. In fact, he's right there now. It's just over a second, the gap, as they came through the last time in Beacon. It's going to be rather less than that this time. Could he be through before the end of this lap, John?
Well, he's hoving up to the rear deck then of that Nick Heidfeld driven number 12. Heidfeld was absolutely outstanding in free practice too, was the quickest Toyota engine car. Yes, exactly. He was 4th in free practice too, right at the end. He put a phenomenal lap in as they go past the Gulf Racing Middle East Coupe into the final corner. It's the left-hander, get on the gas.
And it's the Lola that does the better through that bit of traffic, and he's now got probably the slowest car on the track to deal with through into La Source. He does that without incident. Ferrari goes wide.
Harvesting zone there, 1 of 5 here. And now we'll see if the Audi, when it gets above 120 kilometres an hour and use that extra hybrid boost, can get along the inside. He can drive his left and makes a relatively simple looking pass as he heads into the first part of Eau Rouge. And by the time he's out of it, he's pulled 2, 3, 4 times a car's length down into turn 1 at La Source, at the end of the Kemmel Straight into the chicane there, downhill into Rivage, and then I think it's at the last chicane as well.
And I'm guessing this must be traffic, John, but there's a dramatic increase in the lead now. Lotterer to Duval, 12 seconds, as we've got the Toyotas exchanging positions here.
1.8 seconds behind you. Nico is faster on new tyres. 0.4 is faster on new tyres.
Nico is faster than you, I think, is how that transferred. Nicolas Lapierre.
I think there was a message at the end of it saying he was on new tyres, so there was kind of a this is why.
Yeah.
So I think that's why you got it.
And perfectly sensible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Indeed so.
Mark Smith says, is it my imagination that the Audi's headlights flash purple when they set a fastest lap? No, but I like the idea.
Fireworks from the wing mirrors.
When they come in the pit lane, the illuminated part around the LED headlights that are now beginning to make their way onto street cars as well.
Have you noticed as well? Sorry, finish your point, because you
are 3 different colours for the 3 different cars. That's how they tell them
3
apart.
different colours for 3 different cars. The mechanics are now wearing different colour gloves as well.
Oh, fantastic!
So when they wave at you and say "come in here," they know which one it is because they know which colour gloves it is to use.
How very Audi! That is good stuff. Nick Damon.
Yeah, the Jimmy Brunier, of course, the car just is calling at the pits right now at one end as the 99, the slowest of the 3 per Aston Martins as well. Obviously, it's a full service down there, of course, so Jimmy will get out, Giancarlo will get in, full tyres, and there's quite an activity. Of course, Aston Martin have 5 cars to pit up here, and they will all change drivers over the next 2 or 3 laps.
And guys, we've got a black and white flag for the car 25. That's Antonio Pizzonia 4, and I quote, causing the incident with 81. The GTM leader, of course, that happily didn't affect the lead for the 8-star car. We also got car 99, this is the third of the GT Pro Aston Martins, must have headlamps on at all times except within the working area being shown. So that's a bit of a warning for them too, Paul.
Yes, I suspect that was because Lamy turned the headlights off before he got to his pit. So I suspect that's one of those where drivers occasionally just get ready for things by doing things a little bit early as they come into the pits. And he's obviously gone into pit mode a little bit earlier than Eduardo de Freitas would have liked him to.
Still watching the lap time of the lead car, which is very much quicker than anything chasing it at the moment. 2:01.154, 2:02.330 now as the lap 28 clicks by, and that lead is growing pretty dramatically lap by lap over the last 4 or 5 minutes, gentlemen, as we're within a minute of the end of the first hour right now, and just in a few seconds time we'll see Loic Duval. He goes by now, a bit closer to it, it's only a tenth different there, but 17.2 seconds now the advantage between the number 1 and the number 2 car, with Lapierre a further 7 seconds back, getting to the 2:02s for the number 7 car, and already 4.5 seconds to the good from the car with the tired tyres for Sebastian Buemi, number 8 car, just lapped to the 2:05.7.
In P2, Manassian leads by 8.3 seconds from Ollie Pla. That is... has gone the 25 car. And that's a second big off for Antonio Petsonia. This is going up the hill into Eau Rouge. He comes in, turns into the right-hander, gets on the curve, and something's broken. Something's broken. This is exactly what we saw. It's the right rear suspension has gone on that car. It's exactly as we saw here a couple of years ago with Christophe Bouchou. The car stays on the ground. The right front wheel has been ripped off by the accident and rolls back dangerously towards the apex of turn number 4. But the good news is that he is out of the car and he's got out himself. We're waiting to hear the safety car be scrambled. You can have 2 safety cars here, as into the pit lane has come the 95 Aston Martin. Safety car boards are out. We're not getting our usual feed to Eduardo Freitas here. I'm not sure why that is, but we are getting lots of good information from race control graphically. So on the hour mark, unaided by anyone else, Antonio Petsonia, right rear, check that, left rear suspension failure going up the hill at Eau Rouge and puts the car in backwards. He's out of the car unaided already. An Audi medical car is there. The barriers, the tyre barriers have once again done their job, and in fact Petsonia has more danger of hurting himself getting towards the A7 by falling down into the tyre barrier than he did having the shunt. Bang! It goes right as he's turning into the right-handed part of the circuit, the middle part of the circuit. He got it turned around, but then it spun around on him again and went in right front corner first, which has ripped off that right front corner. And that wheel rolls back towards the apex of the corner. Didn't quite make it to the track. Nasty accident.
He took a big chunk, didn't he? He took a big bite out the curb as he did that. And I think that was what actually finally broke whatever gave way there, John. But that was a nasty incident.
Well, you got to wonder whether he had a little tap earlier on then when we saw him getting sideways coming out of Le Comte.
Well, he'd obviously had a contact unseen by us and unseen by TV with Matteo Malicelli. He was deemed just a couple of minutes ago as being at fault for that, with a black and white flag judged for it.
Now, let's explain the safety car procedures, as we see once again the left rear just giving way there and pitching. That sounded horrible as well. Let's explain the safety car procedures here. You will not hear any safety car ranting from me, because the FIA WEC have changed their rules this year, and it means that the pits are closed for the first 3 laps of the safety car being out there, which gives them time to wave through anybody who's not the leader behind the car. What I don't know, and actually I should have asked this question and I apologise for not doing so, they are entitled by their own rules here to run 2 safety cars.
They are having 2 safety cars.
Right, where does the second one come from then, Paul? Down at Stavolo?
Yes, it's down here somewhere.
John?
Nick?
John, just with James Walker, who's obviously a teammate for Antonio Petsonia. Good news, obviously, Antonio seems to have got out on his own steam. It looked like a suspension failure. Obviously, he had that previous accident. Was that where he got did he get hit in that accident, get spun around? And B, was that where he got touched?
It's hard to tell. He didn't really say much after the accident. It was quite a while until he got going again. It took a while to fire up, but it looks like the replay I saw that there was another car involved somewhere there because he was offline as he spun. But the left rear, it looks like, has gone this time, which there wouldn't have been any contact in that first incident. So it actually looks like maybe he's got a puncture or something like that at the left rear, which in that corner, the minute you lean on it, it goes and you can't do anything about it.
James, thanks very much.
I don't think it was a puncture, I'll be honest. Here's how it stands. Let me just finish the safety car thread here. One safety car. They could have two here if they so wanted, but we're told there's only one. First 3 laps, it is closed pits unless you need what is termed emergency service. If you have a puncture, you're allowed to come in and change the punctured tyre. If you're running short of fuel, you're allowed 5 seconds of fuel, but you must tell race control before you come in. So across the line, here's the 28 Gulf Racing car on its own without a safety car ahead of it, as the G-Drive sponsored 25 Delta ADR gets put onto a flatbed very quickly. It did have most of its suspension still on there. It's Lotterer leading from Duval. It was 50 seconds the last time they went past a timing point. So Audi's 1, 2 and Toyota number 7 are your top 3 seconds further back from the second Audi. In P2, it's 49 Peacock from 24 Olivier Pla and 38 Ollie Turvey, 98 Aston Martin from 97 Aston Martin from 91 Porsche. Those early stops for the Porsches are looking good, but Paolo Robetti in the 88 Porsche has gone a long way into this race and has not yet stopped. 97, 98, 91 and 88 have not yet stopped, so they must be on the bubble. Let's look back at the first hour of the race here as we started the 6 hours of Spa. And the pole man just out fumbling himself, Andre Lotterer, as he came down to La Source for the first time. Got into it just a tad hot, drifted wide, and then both of his teammates and one of the Toyotas nipped by. And for a moment, certainly, in fact for quite a long time, the pole sitter was down in 5th position. As Sebastian Buemi made the pass heading into Eau Rouge for the first time.
3:31.
The first part of the race characterised by the battles at the head of the field. The number 3 Audi, the long-tail car, Marc Genet, quick in the first part of the track, but getting caught by the Toyotas and dropping down as far as 6th position before finding way back up again. And the battle at the head of the field was fast, furious and exciting as they went past the leader in the GTE category, Andre Lotterer, after that first corner, first lap mistake, fought his way back to the lead in relatively short order. In the pit stops, always important. Number 2 Audi came in first and took tyres. The number 7 Toyota also took tyres, but the number 8 did not. Very interesting. And meantime, we've had all of the pit stops for the prototypes. We've had most of the pit stops for the GT cars, but not all of them. And as we come back to the view from the back of the RS5 safety car, Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com, the guys at the head of the field in the Pro and the AM are playing the... Well, it might be quite a dangerous game now, although I'm told from somebody down at Porsche that the 2 Porsches short-fueled in that early stop that they made that has punted them up. In fact, the 91 car shows it has not stopped yet. Here's Gianmaria Bruni.
It was a good run.
Yeah, it was a very good run. I think I did a very good start, but 2 in front of me, actually 1 behind, 1 in front, they jump start. They start before the line, so I lost 1 position there and some space. And after I have to back up and overtake both of them, but it was okay. It was good fight, and it's good to race like this.
I spoke to Giancarlo the other day, and he was saying he didn't think you'd be able to keep up with the Astons, but you're proving it wrong.
Yeah, it was good. The car was good. We have a small issue in the rear the last few laps, but it was good.
Thank you.
Louise Beckett with the questions there. I'll just correct myself, it was only one of the Porsches, of course, that came in, not both of them. They had that tyre issue. And don't forget, if you want to get in touch with us, it's at Specutainment or at Radio Le Mans. Graham, this Pro category, and indeed Paolo Roberti in the 88 Porsche, These guys must be on the fumes by now.
Well, they must be. We're expecting, I think, the Aston Martins to pit around the hour. The two, of course, Pro Ferraris came in before the safety car was called. The Fisichella car, the 51 car rather, considerably before, and was out before, and Paul's going to nod or otherwise, before the safety car was called, before the incident. With the 71 car almost as it was happening.
Yes, with the 71 car, Kobayashi, who took the 71 back out again, came out after the safety car had been brought in, but because he was in the pits, he didn't lose too much time. He was basically coming out of the pits as the safety car was being called, so that was okay. He won't have lost out as a result of that.
But I just wonder just how much longer behind a safety car the Aston Martins can run, even at reduced speed and obviously reduced consumption. We're now up to, an hour and 9 minutes of the race running. So well beyond the point where we'd have expected the cars to pit. Will they be forced to come in for that quick splash that they would require, Paul? It can't be very long before that has to happen.
Yes, I mean, the problem will be if they do have to come. I mean, at this point, they're not using very much fuel at all anyway, but they are using some. If they desperately need to come in, then yes, they will be allowed to come in, but it will only be for 5 seconds worth of fuel. And then they'll have to set off on their way again. And then they have to come in again when the pits opens properly.
For a full fuel stop.
Even if they would decide they've got enough, they wouldn't. They still have to come in again because the regulations say that they have to come in to do whatever else that they need to do. Two cars being asked to increase their speed, number 28 and 24. 28 in the hands of Fabien Giroir.
Yeah, he is driving around as a third pace car at the moment because there's a long gap in front of him.
Well, it's a lovely day.
But in fairness, rather that than being called for driving around too fast, there's nothing in front of him. Nominally it's a 90 kilometres an hour speed limit behind the pace car, the safety car. When we get the full course caution, it's rather like a code 90.
Yeah. They're now being told to, in fact, 28 and 24 being told to increase speed to 120 kph to catch up the line.
Let's head down to the pits where James Walker is standing by for us with Louise Beckett.
James, it's possibly speculation until Antonio comes back, but it looks like something broke. Is that a result from the incident earlier?
Well, it's hard to tell. You didn't really see the first incident that well. You just kind of saw the end of it, and there was maybe another car involved. And then with this one at Rouge, I've only seen it once, but it looks like something goes at the bottom of the hill. You see some white smoke. And again, normally if you just have oversteer there, the accident isn't actually till later in the corner, so I think something possibly has gone, but the main thing is that he's looked like he's jumped out. We didn't actually hear on the radio from him, but he's got out in one piece, which is the main thing.
Good stuff, thanks.
And let's head from Louise to Nick Damon.
Yeah, first of the emergency callers there, the IMSA performance, Porsche had to come in. I feel it may have taken tyres at the same time as taking fuel. But
Can't do that.
Well, the tyres were off, they may have backed out of it, but it came in and had to take that emergency stop.
Hang on, how long has the safety car been out, Paul?
No, the pit lane isn't open,
right.
But he is allowed to fix a problem. Now, if the definition of problem is changing tyres, but they will have to come in when the pit lane opens, because the regulations say they have to come in when the pit lane opens. So they either do the tyre stop now or they do the tyre stop later. What they can't do now is extra fueling. They have to do the fueling later.
Car. At the end of this lap, we are bringing in the safety car. At the end of this lap, bear in mind that the pit entry will still be closed until all cars pass the line. Bear in mind, pit entry will still be closed until all cars pass the line.
I thought you were only allowed to change the tyre that was punctured. That's what it actually says in the There's been a lot of crossings out in the regulations, which I'm all in favour for. Less is more as far as regulations are concerned. When I looked at the safety car regulations, I don't like not having a printed one. Nobody's doing printed rules books anymore. So I had to look at it yesterday. And page 60, I think it's 84.13 A, B, C and D are the regulations for page 70, Paul. Sorry, I give you a bum stay there. For the safety cars, and I did think it said you could only fix the tyre that was punctured.
One quick point here, guys, which is the Aston Martins we know are going to have to stop for fuel, and I think that's going to give the two Ferraris a good, more than a minute's advantage over them, because they have recently stopped for fuel. The Astons have still got to come in and get their fill. And what at the moment is a 1-2 for Aston Martin in GTE Pro, the 98 car for the 97 car. For that matter, Jörg Bergmeister in the 91 car as well is going to translate into a pretty mighty deficit.
For those of you perhaps a little bit further afield before we go green, and maybe if you haven't got the bandwidth capability to look at live streaming video, listening to radiolemans.com, obviously, however you can do that. Welcome along if you are, 106.5 FM around the track, but also the Daily Sports Car live ticker in action today.
We're up and running, and again thanks to Nissan, everything free to view for this weekend for this WEC race and the remainder of the season, including the full Le Mans 24 hours week. Do log into that. We've got a couple of the guys watching the LMP and the GT battles at the moment, plus a couple of pit runners.
And for us, we're off to Rockingham on Sunday and Monday for the next round of the Avon Tyres Mobil 1 British GT Championship. Qualifying definitely, if I can get there in time for practice, we'll do that as well, but qualifying definitely on Sunday afternoon, and on Monday the whole 2-hour race live on radiolemans.com as we go back to green flag racing after that nasty incident for Pitsonia.
And both the GT Pro cars there having to take that 5-second splash, so they were on fumes, but they're going to have to come in again at the end of the following lap, Paul.
That's absolutely right, yes, and just to clarify what John was saying, it does say that they may replace the damaged tyre, open bracket S, close bracket.
Right.
So if your definition of the tyre being damaged is, well, it doesn't want any tread left, then I suppose it's allowed. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, very close running as the Audis, it's Loic Duval, isn't it, trying to make his way through the slower traffic, which was ahead of him, and we're getting Aston Martins involved there.
And also Nicolas Lapierre is not that far away with Buemi and Marc Genet. They're all together in that gaggle of cars. The Astons, the Gulf Astons, are running.
That's the AM cars, John.
Running as the AM cars. They're running in positions 3 and 4 at the moment in the AM. This is the 95 and 96 cars. And there's a touch, and off goes the 95 car on the brakes hard, going downhill to turn number 9, and manages to stop hitting anything. It was Christian Nygaard in that car who got hit by. Now, who was that?
That was 26, I think. I would think it was 26.
I think it was John Martin. I think you're right. And he got hit hard going around the outside again into turn 9. Not a smart place to be. And fantastic bit of recovery by Nygaard, who got on the brakes very quickly and got the car back across the track without hitting anything. Meantime, the number 3 Audi down in 5th position, picking its way through traffic, and now disposes of the Aston, but still has a prototype in front of it, as Nick Damon reports from the pit lane.
Yeah, 98-97 had full services, not 5-second dashes, as did the Porsche that came in at the same time.
Well,
the net effect was the 97 was mildly quicker than the 98, overtook it in the pit stops, and the Porsche slotted in between them, so they went in, I think, 98-97 Porsche. They've gone out 97 Porsche 98.
Audi in the pits. There's an Audi just dived into the pit lane. It's the number 1 car. If that's the case, then I don't understand that radio message. They've come in with the pits closed, and they will get a stop. They'll get a drive-through.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Yep.
Here comes the leader, Andre Lotterer. It drops down to 4th already before he's even at his pit stall. Nick Damon.
Yeah, and did the number 2 come in first last time? So
yeah.
This is out of phase.
And it's too short anyway. I mean,
it's a fuel stop. The driver change as well. Lotterer gets out. I think that Benoit's helmet getting in, but it's hard for this distance. And they have tyres again off. Well, it's a front left tyres being off. Now, whether they've got a tyre issue is the question. Whether they're going to do all 4 or just 1. It's fueled up on the jacks. And running around, no, they are going to do all 4 tyres again. So that seems... this is just a sort of flat spot incident to a problem. But those 4 tyres there on the 1. No sign of activity on the 2. Normally the 2's waiting to come immediately after the 1s. This may be out of sequence because he's got a set of tyres he doesn't like.
It was much shorter of a stint than it ought to have been, Nick. 14 laps only. I mean, the first stint was 20 laps, including the lap behind the safety car. Benoit Treluet, I think you said, was getting behind the wheel. Well, he has, and he's headed off once again. 1 minute and 9 seconds. for the pit stop, which, bearing in mind they've changed the tyres, is too short to have put the full amount of fuel in, which again means that it must have been to do with tyres. My guess would be that as a result of weaving to keep the tyres warm, what he's ended up doing is got pickup, and ended up not being able to get rid of the pickup, so they've said, let's get you in, not stop messing around.
What we've just seen as well on screen, Paul, is a change of position in GTE Pro, because that was Patrick Pilet now aboard the 91 car, dragging by Peter Dumbrek. I wonder what's happened here is if they are going to have to take a drive-through penalty, of course what they're not going to have to do is to stop for 5 seconds of fuel, so it saved them 5 seconds by actually taking that penalty.
No, because it's a linear process, so they would have had to have that 5 seconds of fuel anyway.
Yeah.
So don't forget, you don't do it all at once. It's linear process, fuel.
No, but if they'd had to
tyres.
stop for 5 seconds of fuel, Nick, they're still going to stop for a full service afterwards.
Yeah, but they've got 5 seconds less fuel to put in before they're full.
Yep, I take your point. Oh,
and there's
31.
the 31 Lotus going off in
That's
the
James Rossiter.
hands of James Rossiter.
Gathers it up, and he's back on his way.
Nick mentioned this earlier in the week, gents, and it strikes me, as they say in the old song, hits me like a hammer to the head. 2015 and 2019, by the way, from the Audi and the Toyota at the head of the field, 2 and 7. I'll come back to that in a moment. Andre Lotterer is waiting with Louise.
Andre, you're back from your run. How are those tyres holding out?
In general, they were really fine. We decided to single stint the first set because it had a lot of laps in qualifying already. Yeah, start wasn't so good. Then I managed to recover, and car was feeling great also in the second stint up until the safety car, unfortunately, during that phase. I don't know what happened, but got a puncture on the rear right, and I had to drive slowly after the restart and wait until the pits are open, so we lost everything. Yeah, the good thing is the car is very fast, my teammates as well, so we still have some time to recover.
Compared to their performance in qualifying, the Toyotas are seeming quite aggressive.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen so much. I managed to pass them, so I don't know what happened behind me, but I guess they're getting their tires to work better, and obviously they're always a bit better in the race because their hybrid is very powerful and they use it from 0 kilometers per hour, so when they lose the momentum, they recover it a bit faster than us, so that's a thing we've been seeing in races.
Thank you.
That was very interesting. You see, he had to do a whole extra lap with a knackered tyre, whereas, you know, the other guys didn't. They came in as soon as it went. In fact, before it went green.
Yeah,
it hadn't gone green for them.
As it went green, that's right.
It hadn't gone green for them. They weren't across the line.
No, exactly so. So
that's a massive advantage. They've got to be penalised for that.
I agree with you. We'll see what the stewards decide.
Does that count as a safety car rant then?
No, certainly not. Well, do you want to count it as one?
No.
Well, with or without the penalty, we think may be dealt out to 2 or 3 of the GTE pros. The gap between the two Ferraris leading the class now, that's Giancarlo Fisichella in the 51, Kamui Kobayashi in the 71, is well over a minute. 66 seconds is the gap. 65 seconds, sorry, the gap. Back from Giancarlo Fisichella to Patrick Pilet, who now leads that little train. Pilet ahead of Rob Bell and Peter Dumbrek in the 2 Aston Martins. Bell having just gone by Dumbrek. But third overall in the GT stakes at the moment is actually the leader in the GT-AM category, and it's Enzo Potoliccio, to his mates and everybody else in the 81, the 8-star car. This is the bright orange Ferrari, so it's a Ferrari 1, 2, 3 in GTE overall at the moment, but 1, 2 in GT Pro and first in GT-AM.
So let's run through the positions then as we're coming up to 4 o'clock. The sun has shone brightly all the way through today, and we're here at Spa for round 2 of the FIA WEC with Loic Duval leading by 3 seconds now from the Toyota number 7 of Nicolas Lapierre. Sebastian Buemi in 3rd place in Toyota number 8 is a further 10 seconds back. And 2 seconds behind him is the 4th placed Audi. This is the number 3 car, Marc Gené, the long tail car, still very quick in the first sector. And it keeps just nibbling away at that sector 1 time, now down to 34.3, the best sector 1 time. In positions 5 and 6 are the 2 Rebellion Lola Toyotas, 12 and 13, Heidfeld and Baliki. Treluet after that unscheduled stop for the puncture at the end of the session. I did wonder, by the way, if there was anything on the track that might have been causing punctures from that incident. Danny Watts in 8th position at the moment for Straka, who haven't really troubled the front of the field here, and they had a very, very unhappy Silverstone. It may well be they're just trying to consolidate before Le Mans in P2. Here's your top 3. Manassian by a minute and a half and then some over Pla in 2nd and Turvey in 3rd. 49, 24 and 38. Graham?
Yeah, just noting, just having a quick chat with Paul about the situation with tyres for the 2 lead cars, but it does seem at this point in the race, guys, that the Toyota is rather more competitive. As number 3, Audi, Marc Genet, just drags by at the end of the Kemmel Straight, drags by Sebastian Buemi, who is on old rubber, Paul?
Buemi is on old rubber, yes. Duval is on new rubber, so Duval going well. That's Marc Genet, though, isn't it? In the
yes, it is. But but I think the point looking to make here is that it does seem that Toyota, on its new rubber, is rather more competitive than we'd seen in the first part of the race.
Yes.
It's closer to the ultimate pace than it's been in the first hour.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. No particular reason, but certainly Lapierre and Buemi 2nd and 4th, and it's still up for grabs.
I think so.
Come down to pit strategy as well, because still got plenty of racing to go.
I guess I'm kind of hankering back for the Le Mans battle we saw emerging in the first 6 hours as the Toyotas came back at the Audis.
Yeah.
And we hadn't expected to see that. And the evidence of the first 40, 45 minutes of this race was that the Audis are going to drive away. It doesn't look like that at the moment.
Philip Pond at Specutainment has tweeted to us, both the 97 and 98 cars came in when the track was waved green, so no penalty should be applied. They didn't, Philip, that's the point. They came in at the end of the safety car period when the message from race control was clearly that the pits would not be opened until the last car had gone through, and they were not the last cars.
Housekeeping, John. The 76 IMSA Performance Macmo car has come back in again and done its pit stop it had to do because it had done one under the emergency procedures.
Right, okay, thank you. Any sign of anything going on down at 97 and 98?
No, the drivers hopped at the back. Rob Byrne and Darren Turner had a quick chat with John Gore and then ran away before I could arrest them. The interesting thing was, during that safety car period, both Kazuki Nakajima and I think I couldn't quite see the next driver in the number 8 car, they were both suited and booted, Anthony was, with their seats ready to actually come in. So if there had been a longer safety car period, then they were looking to do a change as well under the yellow, but of course it actually didn't last as long as the pits were shut, and that's confused everybody. So whether they are asking for waivers for the Aston Martin through confusion, I don't know, but by the letter of the law they shouldn't get it.
Well, and given that the lead car, the Audi, felt they had to go around because of what they'd heard was they had a puncture. Now, meantime, in the GT Pro category, things go further Aston Martin's way as we hear there will be a stop-and-go penalty for Giancarlo Fisichella in the number 51 car. This is the leading AF Corsa Ferrari, 2.5 seconds ahead of his teammate. So this is now...
It's the second stop-go. The Krone Racing car got one a little earlier for ignoring repeated instructions to observe track limits at turn 4. And we're seeing the two Lotuses powered by there now, having just bullied their way by the Gulf Racing Middle East car. James Roster having gathered the car up with that Garassi moment a little earlier with Dominic Kleihammer in the 32 car. Those cars running, what is that? That's 6th and 7th at the moment in the ever hotly contested LMP2.
And we see it on the screen now as well. For those of you watching the TV graphics, we get it a little bit earlier on our timing screens, and Paul, as he is linked by some kind of synaptic link, I think, to Al Kamel.
It's Radio Le Mans' version of Data from Star Trek The Next Generation.
I was saying to someone the other day that Paul has a USB port.
USB 2, surely.
And we plug a Wi-Fi dongle into there, and that's how I get most of the information, because it doesn't stick in my head without that.
The beauty of it is, though, John, we tend to understand each other without actually having to say anything, isn't it? Loic Duval continuing to lap impressively. You were mentioning this a little while ago, although maybe a glitch on the timing system, because his last lap time is not updating itself. So I was going to say Loic Duval's fast lap times being repeated, but Loic, his actual last lap time wasn't as quick as that. Is being shown on the screen. It's been shown as a 2 minutes 1.755, where his last lap time is 2 minutes 1.251, which is actually quicker than what's being shown on the screen. So we'll have to work that one out. Look back at what the timekeepers are telling us, I think.
Now, the 51 car, remember, has 3 laps or 3 times by the starter stand before they'll stop scoring him. Let's quickly check in with Nick Damon down in the powered by Nissan pit lane.
Yeah, and we've got another one, the Audi crews out, I can see from the long distance. I'm kind of down near AF course, so waiting to see the stop-go happen. No real surprise, the 51 is one of the cars to get pulled. They've been pinged the whole time, but we're going to get an Audi stop in the next lap or so.
I'll agree with that, Nick. That's on schedule, bearing in mind that the car's running at reduced pace when they were running behind the safety car a little while ago.
This is the leader then coming in after an hour and a half, coming up to 4 o'clock here in Belgium. And Audi number 2 comes into the pit lane. And Nick Damon can see what's going on.
I can see from a distance, and now I'm going to correct myself, because I wonder if they don't need to change the tyres, they won't change the driver. They'll triple stint the driver, because they obviously did a single and a double on the tyres. So it's the case really, I haven't seen the head flying in. That is quite a hard thing to do anyway on the Audi. It's a last minute bonking. The question really is whether they change tyres. There's no indication from no, it's a fuel stop only, so the driver has stayed in. So Loic Duval goes off the end of his triple, and that means that we see how the stagger unwinds now against the number 1 car.
Very, very close moment at the end of the Camel Straight there, as Kamui Kobayashi was lapping 2 of the AM cars there, and the Aston Martin got very close to... Was that...
It was a battle for position as well between the AM cars.
I was
John.
just about to say that was a battle for position.
Chris
yes.
Van Nygel had just gone by Gianluca Roda and made contact at the end of the straight, and in avoidance of all of those, we've got again a bit of ditch hugging there by which of the Totas
Buemi, that was
Buemi.
number 8 car.
That will not do his tyres any good, will it?
Not do the underside any good as well. In has come John Martin from 5th position in P2. That looks like they're changing the steering wheel. Apologies for the issue there. We just had a slight power issue here in the booth, but we're back with you now. And it did take down everything. So we're just getting everything coming gently back up to operating performance. I was about to say, Nick, this one's for you. Coming in as a tweet, because you spotted this as well. Jag says in a tweet to @Specutainment, good to see the Lotus LMP2 cars putting on a competitive performance. Also notable how high the drivers sit in what is effectively a 2014 spec car.
And as you say that, conveniently, the 31 car comes underneath me for his a scheduled routine pit stop. Whilst we had that glitch, we missed the 51 doing it in stop and go, so that's been in and out, so that's paid the price now. Can't help feeling if what we've seen this weekend is going to keep going. They may get pulled again for doing the same thing. They appear to have a huge problem pitching that turn 4, don't they? And that is the number 3 beneath me, so that's the final of the 3 Audis coming in. That's, I'm sure, a scheduled stop as well.
Yes,
to see where this takes tyres.
Yes, indeed. It's Marc Genet, and I'm sure you'll tell us whether he takes tyres or not when he has finished fueling. That's on 41 laps for the number 3 car, which means he's done 22 laps on the stint, which is as far as any Audi has gone at Spa this year, compared to last year when 25 laps was the maximum in last year's race, which was run partly in wet conditions. But the Audis certainly seem to be continuing the usage of more fuel, although not as much more fuel, if you see what I mean, as they did at Silverstone. It is more comparable than with the Toyotas than it is here at Spa.
Post that stop-go penalty, guys, Giancarlo Fisichella obviously has rejoined, but rejoined in second position. 25 seconds down and through the pit lane that cost him, so now he's 15 seconds back from Kamui Kobayashi. 71 now leads 51, but those 2 Ferraris still with a big lead ahead of the third place car in GT Pro, which is Patrick Pilet, who still has not managed to get anywhere close to the rear of the 81 car, the GT leading Ferrari 458 of 8-Star Motorsports, Vincenzo Pontilicchio at the wheel.
So it was fuel only for Marc Genet. He's headed off on his way again. No tyres on that car, nor were there tyres for Loic Duval in the number 2 Audi. And we now wait, because the Toyotas are now running 1 and 2 with numbers 7 and 8. Number 7, Nicolas Lapierre, and number 8, Sébastien Buemi. And they will be coming in, I suspect, either at the end of this lap or the next one, depending how much fuel they were able to save behind the safety car.
And someone else will be coming in is the number 97 Aston Martin. That becomes the 3rd car to get a black and white flag for not respecting the track limits, and that is Peter de Brek at the moment at the wheel of the factory Aston Martin, or one of 3 GTE Pro cars, currently running 5th position in the GTE Pro class. 97 joins 51 and 57 in the naughty step.
Yeah, so that's just a black and white flag. The only stop and goes...
I do apologise, seen black and white flag.
Yeah, stop and goes we've had were for 51 and 57. They're, of course, and the Chrome Racing Ferraris. But it would seem, I mean, I'm not a racing driver, I've never driven competitively, but it would seem as though this is not something that the Ferrari...
I've been in the passenger seat with you, it's pretty competitive we're on, sitting.
The Ferraris, it's not like they're doing it deliberately, because if they were, surely by now they'd have learnt their lesson. It must be something where they're just unable to sense where the curb is, or as John was saying, because the curb is so low that they just don't notice that they're driving over it.
The rear of the car starts to move again. Copy. Tell Ricardo and Martin that they have to take care at the rear of the car, the rear.
So that was the team engineer talking to the Oak Racing car, and
that's a 35 car.
The 35, and clearly worried about the back end of the car.
And asking particularly that the engineer talks to the other 2 drivers in that car. As we've got a driver change ready for Toyota. I think that was Sarrazin, was it not? So, we're about to see Sébastien Buemi hand over the number 8 car. I think we heard, didn't we, that Anthony Davidson was ready to get in that car, but I'm sure that wasn't Anthony's helmet we just saw in pit lane.
I must admit I wasn't looking at the screen at the time, but here he is into the pits. The number 8 Toyota of Sébastien Buemi. Also in is the number 12 Rebellion Lola. Nick Heidfeld bringing that car in. Yeah, because number 8 came in a lap earlier last time around as well, doing 23 laps on that stint. So we'll see whether or not the number 7 car, the number 7, which is the fully 2013 spec'd car, would seem to be a little bit more economical than its predecessor.
Nick Heidfeld in the 12 Rebellion is at a standstill at the moment in pit lane as well. Second stop underway for
Nico, 2 laps. We will do double stint.
That was Nicolas Lapierre being told 2 laps to go, which, if that's his intention, will bring him up to 45 laps, which will mean that he was able to save 3 laps behind the safety car, 3 laps of fuel saved behind the safety car. And that will be another of those things that teams learn how to do.
It is Sarrazin at the wheel of number 8 and rejoins behind the 51. The recovering Air Corsa car, who is closing back in, albeit slowly, on his teammate, the 71 car. 51 now running second in class.
Nick Heidfeld in the Rebellion, handing the car over to Nicolas Prost. So we've got an abundance of Nicolas at the moment around. Nicolas Prost then takes over at the wheel of the number 12 car. He was in 3rd place when he pitted with the Rebellion and got itself ahead of both of the Audis. But Lapierre still leads the way, although he's not going to be able to continue to lead through his pit stop. That will hand the lead of the race back to car number 2, which still has Loic Duval. Remember, this is the car which has Alan McNish and Tom Christensen lined up still to drive it. And by the time it's over to one of them, we'll be practically 2 hours into the race.
Absolutely right. And we've got another Nicolas Manassian, still leading and leading comfortably the LMP2 class. So it does seem to be essential at the moment to be called Nicolas if you're going to actually lead a class in an LMP car. Still fast and furious stuff. Pretty aggressive stuff going on out there as the cars carve the way through traffic, particularly at the lead of the race. And this is far from done in terms of a race rhythm yet, Paul. It's still very nip and tuck between these teams.
Yes, I mean, we would have had a pattern developing had we not had that safety car period, which interrupted us exactly an hour into the race. We're now an hour and 40 minutes into the race, and we're kind of redeveloping the pattern. The screen is showing us what is a battle on the track for 4th place between Benoit Treluet in the traditional Audi and the new tailed Audi of Marc Genet, and Treluet up into 4th place, although that is still behind the number 1 Audi, even taking into account the pit stops. Of course, the number 2 Audi, which is in 2nd place. That car not having had the delay, and I think Benoit Treluet will be very regretting the fact that that car had to come into the pits with the puncture as experienced by André Lotterer. The sound in the background there was from the Porsche number 91, which is Patrick.
16 laps to go, you're increasing the gap to Bell behind you, keep the pace, very good.
And that's the message going through to Patrick Pilet as he comes across start-finish line. As into the pits comes 2 Nicks, Nicolas Lapierre and Nick Manassian into the pits together. Also coming in is the number 21 Stracker Racing HPD with Danny Watts behind the wheel. So pit stops happening fast and furious. Nicolas Lapierre in the car that was in the lead of the race. So Lapierre back out. As I say, that was a fuel-only stop for the Toyota, and it as Anthony Davidson said when Louise Beckett was talking to him earlier on, that will have to be the way that Toyota is going to run this, because if the Audis are also doing fuel-only stops, as they seem to be doing now that they've got the fresh tyres, well, they had the fresh tyres rather than having to use the used tyres, which they had to start the race on, then it's the only way that we're going to have a continuing battle, and we are having a continuing battle.
I mean, continuing battle for the lead, because I think this is Loic Duval actually pulling up to the rear of the lead car at the moment. Nicolas Lapierre, having just left the pits, retained the lead, is that correct?
Exactly so, yes. I was just trying to work that one out, which is why I was pausing more than usual. But Nicolas Lapierre then with a 58-second pit stop compared to the 55 seconds that the Audi took with Loic Duval behind the wheel. So a longer pit stop by 3 seconds, but nevertheless it ended up in being just 0.3 of a second separating the two of them, Lapierre and Duval. So that's what we're seeing on the track then. That's a race for the lead of the race, and just shows how efficient Lapierre was in coming on his in and out laps.
And they go by that 91 Porsche right now, and that Porsche, I think, closer to the kind of true pace we're going to see from those cars as the season goes on. Still nose to tail, the first and second place car, Lapierre with Duval right behind him, 0.549 of a second as they cross the start-finish line. And down now towards Eau Rouge, Toyota still ahead. God, they're quick through there. And up over the top of the hill onto the Kelm Straight. Now we'll see just who's got the power. We keep hearing, particularly from Toyota, that the Audi much the more powerful car. Does he take anything out of him? He actually loses a little bit of ground there in that sector of the race. 0.2 of a second lost by the number 2 Audi. Clips the curb, kicks up the dust, trying to stay with them. Meantime, behind, Benoit Treluet is beginning to close in on that battle, but just by a 1/10 or 2 over the last couple of laps. This is the battle to watch at the moment. They're dealing again with traffic. The Toyota is by the 8-star car. And Paul, this could be a pretty defining moment in this race.
Well, I think
not just for the lead right now, but track position could be hugely important right now.
Yes, I mean it's setting the tone, isn't it? And this is the pattern. Earlier on, we saw that the Audi, when it was being driven by André Lotterer, was quicker than the Toyota. Now we've got Loic Duval in a car that is in its second stint of tyres against Nicolas Lapierre, who is also on now used tyres, although his tyres, Lapierre's, are going to have to go further because the Toyota is more economical, or at least can go further on its tank full of fuel, I'll put it that way. So in the end, that means that those tyres on the Toyota will end up going to go further than the Audi's tyres, because the Audi has to stop more often from fuel. So that may end up playing against Toyota, but at the moment, if the Toyota can stay ahead, as it is at the moment, going down into Eau Rouge of Loic Duval's Audi, then it's going to be very good news indeed for Toyota. And at the moment, Duval doesn't look like he's in a position to try and make a pass.
Okay, well, we're watching that, and mighty quick down towards and through Eau Rouge and up through Radion. They're coming along the Kemmel Straight with slower traffic ahead. Lapierre flashing the headlamps at the Gulf Racing car ahead. This one has been a little bit of a mobile chicane previously. It holds the car up. That's allowed the Audi to get right behind him. Still nose to tail. There's been a change in position meanwhile post pit stops in P2. Oliver Turvey takes the Jota car ahead of the 24 Oak Morgan, but still a fair way back from the leader, but really nose to tail now. Again, the lights are flashed by the Toyota man as he's looking to keep his advantage through Pouon. Goes round the outside of the Proton Porsche. The Audi takes the inside line, and he's looking for a way through there. There's no way through there, and Lapierre has to go off the track to the outside to retain that position. Down through Stavelot, and it's still just 10 in it. nip and tuck stuff.
Yes, it's not as if Lapierre is having to drive defensively at all, is it, Graham? What I mean is he's not blocking the way.
No, he's not.
He's driving fast.
It's pace.
And fair.
It's all pace, and it's dealing with traffic efficiently. And that was an exciting moment with the Porsche. It's again one of those ones we saw early in the race, didn't we? With the choice being taken by one Audi to actually go for an inside line which didn't appear, and Lotterer taking advantage around the outside.
Yes, I mean, you've got certainly differences in the performance of the cars, in the nature of the performance of the cars. The Toyota quick out of the corners, the Audi quick in a kind of overall way. Here we're seeing the replay, Graham.
That's a replay of the number 1 car locking up into the final turn and going, I think, across the curbs, taking a bit of a shortcut there. I'm not sure he had much of an option, did he?
No, that was just a quick lock-up, wasn't it? Here's the battle for the lead, though, coming back through...
down the Camel Straight.
Through,
yeah.
Oh, it's up towards the Camel Straight.
That's right, just going by Oliver Turvey in the Jota Zytek through Le Combe. Just a little bit of air now between the two cars, but not much. They're still going to have to deal with some GTE Pro cars ahead. Actually, GTM Aston, the first target, both through there quickly enough. And the next target, I think, might well be, is that the 7? That might be the 71 car. Sorry, that is the 61 car, isn't it? That's Jack Gerber in the GT Am AF Corsa car. A little less frenetic at the moment, the action between the two cars, but still, half a second is all the gap we've got, with almost 2 hours under the wheels of both these cars now. 2:05.7 the last lap for Lapierre, 2:06 dead the last lap for Loic Duval. 48 laps into the race and almost a third of the race run.
By my reckoning, just trying to work this one out, I was it could well be, let's phrase it that way, it could well be that Toyota can stay out 8 laps longer on this stint than the Audi is going to have to stay out for.
Wow, so the track position vital for them right at the moment.
Exactly, because as soon as and if they can stay ahead, then they're going to be able to preserve the lead throughout the next pit stop cycle as well. So you know, this is certainly very defining of the way that Toyota, this new Toyota, which didn't seem quite to have the pace in qualifying, but certainly seems to have the pace now it's in race trim, and with the tyre problem that was affecting the number 1 car, it's turning into I mean, I'm saying this is a two-way battle. The third-placed Audi is, only 8 seconds behind.
And catching.
It is catching as well, isn't it? Yes,
yep.
As Ben Treluet really gets his head down with a lighter fuel load, of course, Treluet, because he was in the pits earlier. So Treluet has a lighter fuel load, so we could well have a three-way battle before these cars start to go on to their next round of pit stops, which is still 10 laps away, 20 minutes away.
Yeah, and last time around, Paul, the Toyota made much the better of traffic into La Source, and that gave just a bit more of an edge to the leader. 1.4 seconds the gap now as they came down and through Rouge. There was some clear blue air for the first time in quite a while. Another black and white flag I think I've just seen. Is that the 54 car?
It is. That's the first black and white flag for 54. They've had their warning. They've now had their flag. Next stage is stop and go penalty, of which only 2 have been issued thus far. So maybe it is vaguely working. John?
We'll do a quick rundown in just a moment because we've gone past an hour, and I'm aware that some people have not been able to listen to us. But let's first check in with Nick Damon down in the pit. Sorry, Nick, I was a bit otherwise engaged.
No, I realise that. We had a complete change of shuffles and drivers, and obviously one of the important things, I quite go well with Antonio Pizzonio, who's turned up on the wall following his accident only. Antonio, firstly, hopefully you're A-OK after that nasty-looking accident.
Yeah, I'm good. We don't know exactly what happened there, but something broke on the car.
the rear just collapsed, and that's really the last corner you want something like that to happen. But luckily I'm okay, and it's the end of the race for us. It's a shame after coming from Silverstone with a victory, but we have to look forward, and let's hope in Le Mans we're going to have a better one.
You had a minor incident a few laps earlier. Could that have been a cause? Were you nerfed in that back left corner?
No, not really, because there was no contact there. One of the GT just pushed me off, but there was no contact. So, like I said, you know, we don't know exactly what happened. We need to check and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Thanks, Antonio. Any other news beyond those pretty routine pit stops and driver changes? I think number 31 Lotus has been wheeled in the garage with a problem, John.
Thanks, Nick. Decide which one's on and which one's off there. I take back what I said. We haven't gone through the second hour yet. We're still 6 minutes away from it, Paul. So I'll panic Paul. He looked at me very oddly there when I appeared to have lost 7 minutes of the race.
Yes, I've got one issue which I didn't expect to have is that the data that I'm getting from Al Camelo is they're very kindly sending it through to me on GMT. So whilst I'm working on European Standard Time or summer time, I'm getting all the times through from Al Camelo in British time, which is slightly confusing, but I think we're managing to stay on top of it. As Nick was saying there, the number 31 Lotus back into the pits. Back into its garage. James Rossiter, the driver who took the car over from Antonio Liuzzi, but they seem to have had problems with that car.
Sorry, Paul.
It's okay, carry on. I just wanted that not to cause further problems.
Good point, yeah.
Meanwhile, looking down to what will happen either just after, I suspect, with the safety car that we had, we'll then get the GT cars coming in for their pit stops, and that will probably happen around about the time that we're doing the rundown. At the moment, it's turning into a bit of an AF Corsa Ferrari benefit with the 51 and 71 cars leading the way, Kobayashi and Fisichella.
Despite Fisichella having a drive-through, of course.
That's why he's second rather than being first in the class, but he's been able to keep second place in the class ahead of the Porsche of Patrick Pilet.
The one good thing, Paul, is that now we do have a delta time for a drive through the pit lane, which is 25 seconds.
That's right, yeah.
Always good.
It's always useful to know what 60 kilometres an hour. I mean, you've got the length of the pit lane, which is 386 metres, and you can work it out what 60 kilometres an hour is for that distance, but it's nice to know that it's 55 seconds as well. Sorry, 25 seconds.
And we've had it coming together at the final corner. The 21 Stracker, Danny Watts, the bright yellow helmet, was in there, and there's carbon fibre all over the place. Now, I have to say, I was looking away from the screen when that occurred.
Danny...
who was he in close contact with?
No,
not
sure,
anybody,
he was
really.
relatively recently out of the pits.
Kaz Nakajima down the pits with Louise.
Kazuki, it's a strong performance from Nico, but there's possibly understeer on the 7 car?
Say again?
Is there understeer on the 7 car?
Oh yeah, it has been, the balance has been understeer all weekend, but it looks like we start to manage the front tire better than in the practice. So yeah, Nico is obviously having a very good stint. So yeah, we are in a good shape actually.
I saw you getting ready. Were you going to do a driver change? Was that the plan?
Well, it was just for the safety, just in case if there's a problem. But yeah, we are just on the plan as we just as we plan.
Thank you.
Thank you to Louise, and also thank you to whoever it was who found Eve's pen and put it back in her keyboard, which had gone missing early on in the weekend.
Oddly enough, didn't find the cartridge that was in it. The pen's there, but there's no cartridge inside it.
Really?
Yeah. I was really desperate for a pen.
How bizarre! Managed to find Tim Eve's computer in a completely different place in the press room as well. But thank you for giving it back. A very sentimental value.
Message comes up on the screen, which I think might explain Danny Watt's problem, is that there is an incident involving that car and the Oak Racing 35. Which is
I would buy that. It was another black car.
Bertrand Baguette car, which is currently in the hands of Ricardo Gonzalez. And Gonzalez having taken it over at the last pit stop. That message just saying that the incident is under investigation, not attributing any blame yet.
Both Tom Looms, Nick Holland and Adam Prescott all telling me that it was the 35 car. And Jeremy Brown has tweeted at Specutating, can you point out where the 51 is not obeying the track limits? It's at the top of Eau Rouge on driver's left. It's actually, if you want to be really picky about it, you'd probably call that Radion. It's the left-hander at the top of Eau Rouge, the hill that we call Eau Rouge. Eau Rouge, of course, refers to the iron content in the water that runs underneath there, red water, that's why it's called Eau Rouge, and it's that left-handed bit, and they're straight lining that and putting all four wheels across the left-hand line, and that's the issue. Fisichella particularly good at doing that, and he was spotted a few times during the early part of the weekend and has been warned repeatedly by Eduardo Freitas, to the point where in one of the free practice sessions we did get an excellent radio message saying, can somebody tell the driver in 51 that we want no more silliness as at Silverstone, otherwise I will pull the car in. Nick Damon.
Yeah, car number 1 has just gone past him. I'm not sure that's on target. I'm sure Paul can tell me for its shortened stint caused by the puncture. The 31 Lotus also had a long stop. They were having a good old stare at the rear left of the car, but they in the end took no action and sent it out again with a change of driver. James Rossiter got out. I'm not quite sure, but I think maybe not Jean Chiroux. So
Kevin Weeder.
So Kevin Weeder got into who's the AM driver. Thank you, Nick Paul. So looking up at the Audi end, this one should not be tyres, because they took on tyres erroneously or without needing to, because of the puncture. The Rodis one weren't entirely, but they have gone in on a fuel-only stop.
Yes, an unplanned
Thank you.
stop. Yeah, this time fuel only then. Ben Twellier staying behind the wheel of that Audi. 20 laps on the stint, which compares to 19 on the first one, or 20 if you include the formation lap. So that's pretty much on schedule, although it is now out of the routine of everybody else. Meanwhile, on the track,
54 Ferrari has had a lurid spin, and just as we were about to see where it was, we cut away back to the Audi Toyota battle.
I thought that might have been actually in the final chicane, John, but maybe wrong. We'll keep an eye out and see whether they've got yellow flags anywhere on the circuit. Nowhere at the moment. The car seemed to be rejoining and didn't seem to have made contact with anything too solid.
Still Nicolas Lapierre keeping ahead of Loic Duval, and well, sandbagging, not sandbagging, I don't think they would worry about this. I mean, if that would be another Audi ahead of Loic, then we would know for sure that they were battling. So I can't see any way in reality that Loic isn't trying everything he can to get past Nicolas Lapierre. The only question mark which does perhaps apply is the need to look after tyres. These tyres are going to have to last another 5 laps, at least for Loic Duval. He's going to have to look after his for another 5 laps. Nicolas Lapierre could well be looking at another 14 or 15 laps. But Duval now beginning to line up Lapierre. He's right in the slipstream. He's moving over to the right-hand side, but so does Lapierre. So Duval moves back to the outside of the circuit as they head into Les Combes, and that's not going to be where he needs to be if he's going to make the passing move work. He's going to have to do it down into the left-hander at Rivage, but I don't think that's going to work for him either. But it was a serious attempt then from Loic Duval, and that was the first time I've seen Lapierre making life difficult.
Exactly the point I was going to make, which is that was as defensive as we've seen him have to drive, or feel he has to drive, to keep the car behind. Yellow flag being shown, so turn 18 is something else at the chicane, gentlemen.
That might have been...
That's the 28 car. It's gone around.
Yeah, I was going to say they were showing an extra yellow
Fatia
there so they could get the debris that had been resulted from the incident with Danny Watts.
That's Frederic Fatia, actually on his I think his first competitive outlap at Spa, because it was here, of course, gentlemen. He had the rather bizarre accident in a pit stop practice and did not make the race, or indeed the remainder of the season last year, falling backwards over a tyre during a pit stop practice and badly breaking a leg. But good to see him back.
So we've now have gone past the 2-hour mark as we continue to watch Loic Duval battling for the lead of the Spa 6 Hours, round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And Both of these cars have completed 2 pit stops, and again having a look down the inside into the heavy braking area at the end of the lap. I can look to my left now and see that there's an Aston Martin coming in to the pit lane, and that's Peter No, it's not. Which Aston Martin is that? It's Christoph Nygaard who has come in. Thanks, Nick. As they go down to La Source, a little bit of a lock-up of the right front as it unloads on the number 7 of Nick Lapierre, and behind them the number 2 Audi flashes the lights. No flash buttons allowed. That was another question that somebody asked. 106.5 here at the track. This is RadioLeMans.com. Janet still in 3rd place, but 25 seconds back from this battle.
And again, John, Lapierre using traffic well there, managed to get the Krone Racing car and then an AF Corsa car between the 2 leaders there as they came up through Eau Rouge and through Radion onto the Kemmel Straight. That's given them a 2-second advantage now. What was less than 2/10 last time around becomes 2 seconds.
And now we get a replay of the 54 Ferrari spinning on his own. Just got rather caught out by the cars ahead. Maybe he was changing the radio channel and looked up and saw them stopping in front of him.
I think he missed his braking point badly there, didn't he? But did
locked the front wheels up.
Did quite well to keep out the wall there, though. And meanwhile, the damage, if you like, done by the safety car post safety car was to the lead battles in both P2 and for that matter in the GTE Pro battle too, but particularly in P2 where almost a lap was lost by the chasing pack to the Picon Racing guys. That the Jota guys, the Delta ADR, the G-Drive car and the Morgan Nissans have got a long way back now to get back onto terms with the 49 car, unless we get another safety car period, and that does the job for them. Over a minute and a half still the gap, despite some very fast lappery indeed by Oliver Turvey in the chasing Jota car, 10th overall and 2nd in P2 at the moment. As Duval starts to nibble away again at Lapierre's advantage. 1.97 seconds though is the gap as they cross the line again. 2:03.880 for Lapierre, 2:05.382, mainly courtesy of that rather balked Eau Rouge last time around. So clear air between the two, and again there's traffic between the two as the cars come through Eau Rouge. It's a Morgan Nissan this time. That won't delay the Audi. It gets good exit, slightly compromises its line onto the Kemmel Straight, but may well pull back just the odd 10th again. And if we just had a Kobayashi pit, Kobayashi's in the pits.
Yeah, 71 came in. We had 71 in the pits for a pretty standard stop coming in from 3rd. We also had Enrico Poglicio come in from leader GTAM, and now the 3rd Ferrari, the 54, which has just done the loopy-loop thing, is also in. So quite a busy time at the AF Corsa pit. We'll also be seeing the 51 stopping quite soon, but this of course is a scheduled stop and not because they've been pulled in for being a naughty boy.
Yeah, so that messes up if you've got access to timing screens, which shows you the number of pit stops. That cannot tell the difference between a stop-and-go penalty and a regular pit stop. So that is why you'll see the leader of GT Pro at the moment having done 2 stops, but that's not 2 real pit stops, if you will. That's only 1 real pit stop and 1 stop-and-go pit stop. So 51 is due in for its proper pit stop very soon, having just had number 72 Kobayashi coming in to hand back to Tony Villander, because they're only a 2-driver team. Both of the AF Corsa cars just 2-driver teams.
And very defensive this time around as they complete a further lap. The two leaders now. This is back nose to tail again.
Going across the start-finish line as number 92 gets pinged for not respecting the track limit, and that's Romain Dumas in the Works Porsche. And it was very close down at the chicane last time around. In fact, Loic Duval, I think, just having to leave off the brakes a little bit and pull slightly to the left as the Toyota went rather deeper into the corner, Lapierre, than he expected. This is Still got 3 hours and 52 minutes to go, and this is the battle for the lead down the Kemmel Straight. The Toyota in the hands of Nick Lapierre swerves to the left. He felt the lead to go defensive, but pulls straight to the right again to retake the racing line. There's very little between these two cars in terms of performance. 2:06 last time around for Lapierre, 2:04 for Duval, as into the pits comes the number 50. This is the Chevy Corvette of Fernando Reis, came in out of 3rd position. Nick Damon.
The 51, will now have 3 strikes against, or 3 visits against him for the pit. In fact, the 51 actually, not only has he been beat the walls, he's got a big old dent right in the front of the nose. So he's been up the backside of someone, moving back in the car. Giancarlo Fisichella got out. That stop-go is what's keeping them in 2nd place, and why the 71 car's leading. Of course, the reason the Astons are so far behind, they got caught the wrong side of the safety car period.
That's part of the reason, Nick, but I suspect that part of it, no, it's the reason they're so far behind. Yes, I'll go along with that. But they haven't been able to match the pace of the Ferraris in this part of the race either. And in fact, pretty much after the first hour of the race, the Astons weren't as fast as the Ferraris.
Is whether they can't match or just don't want to.
Point taken. Yep, I won't argue with that. It does mean at the moment that GTE Pro is being led by the Porsche of Patrick Pilet, the alliterative number 91 car. That is due a pit stop, but not quite yet. And Rob Bell in the number 98, who will be coming in on round about lap 50, 51. He's on his 52nd lap, so he's done some fuel saving under the during the time that the safety car was out.
Very close in GT. Let's just grab a quick word with one of the drivers. It's Kamui Kobayashi, who's just got out the 71. Kamui, pleased with that first run in the race?
Well, I mean, I think still leading the race, so which is good, but I'm not happy for my pace, so I think we still have to find which tire is best, because at the moment we have like medium or hard. We're struggling a little bit the choice.
How are you finding dealing with the traffic around here?
Well, it's a little bit sure traffic because after the safety car, I think that's pretty normal. But we see now, I think lanes is still long, so I'm still confident.
Thanks indeed, Kamui Kobayashi. You handed over Tony Philander about 5 minutes ago.
Yep, so Tony Philander then in the virtual lead of the class. Once the pit stops ahead of him work their way out. Of course, what will be interesting to see is whether that safety car or any future safety car will enable a 4-stop strategy. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, it's getting very close and exciting.
Yeah,
John.
indeed. It's going away through traffic. It was the Nygaard. Is it Nygaard in the 95 car? It's Christian Poulsen now. Got rather in the way of the leader there. That forced him to brake. That's what made up what was a 1.2 second gap back to, well, nothing. But then it was the Audi's turn to actually make its way through traffic. It's lost a little bit of ground again. Still very nip and tuck. It's going to be about traffic, this guys, unless they can get to this pit stop window, which can't be far away, Paul.
No, exactly. I think the pit stop window may well open in an informal way. It's not a formal pit stop opening. It's just the Audi is going to be going into the pit
now.
doing it as I was saying that it's going to be going in. So yes, the number 2 Audi then didn't manage to get into the lead, and that's very important for Toyota, at least emotionally. Won't show anything on the record books, but they were able to lead that stint from the time that Lapierre came out of the pits until the time he will go into the pits in about 8 or 9 laps time.
But what it does mean is Lapierre can now concentrate on his pace rather than being defensive for the remainder of the time he's got on track until he has to pit. So that is going to be an advantage to Lapierre in the lead of this race for the next 8, 9 laps. You were saying?
Yes, I think he'll do another 8 laps. We'll see what the car is actually capable of. I'm suggesting on the screen here he'll come in on lap 68, and we're currently on lap 60.
And I think that was Christensen getting into the number 2 car.
That would be alphabetical, so that would be how it should be.
Yes.
And also we've seen a change to the lead, albeit aided by the out-of-step pit stops for the Ferraris. Rob Bell has gone into the lead of GTE Pro, taking the 98 Aston Martin by Patrick Pilet and the 91 Porsche. So the last 5 minutes have seen all 3 GT Pro mates lead.
Okay, we're on this already.
It's Patrick Pilet, pit-to-car radio, and I can't even believe it's Olaf Mantai on the radio, but certainly one of his engineers on the radio to him, picking up the information then from Patrick Pilet in the Porsche. Chasing down Rob Bell in the number 98 Aston Martin, 1.3 seconds behind, and in terms of pit stops we'll be expecting to see Rob Bell in first, so that will hand the lead over to Patrick Pilet within about the next 5 or 10 minutes. We've also been informed that following investigation, the incident between Danny Watts and the Oak racing car of Ricardo Gonzalez, no further action will be taken. So that incident which affected Danny Watts is having no further action. Danny still in 8th place overall, which is where he's been throughout, bottom of the LMP1 cars, but he has now fallen a lap behind the two Rebellions. Lola's up ahead of him, which are still going very, very quickly. Just looking at their lap times there, Graham, the Rebellion Lolas, both of them setting their fastest times in the first sector of the circuit, and they too are coming to the end of their fuel allotment.
And they're still very much in touch with... Well, that's all, albeit that is aided, of course, by a further pit stop for the Audi. But for the number 2 Audi.
Yeah. But it just goes to show that the gap between manufacturer and privateer has certainly been reduced from where it was.
Here, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah. And it's also partly due, I suspect, as you were saying earlier on, Graham, to the fact that Rebellion does actually have a car that's ideally suited to Spa, whereas the manufacturers are keeping an eye to what's going to happen at Le Mans and trying things out for that as well. Great shots on the screen there as the Rebellion Lola goes past slower traffic.
But I was hearing from someone around the Rebellion team telling me that they spent something like €400,000, I believe it was, on the 2013 upgrade for the car. My guess is that Toyota and Audi spent rather more than that on theirs.
But it still puts it into perspective as to just how much we're talking about, doesn't it?
It does. These are not cheap motor cars to run.
No, say that again. You don't have to say it again if you don't want to.
Cheap motor cars.
Thank you very much. What's the other thing I was going to mention? Oh yes, we've had another message coming through from Race Control. The IMSA Performance Matmut Porsche, number 76, has been, or an investigation has been started for a safety car procedure violation. Now the 76 car came in at the beginning, as far as I remember, of the safety car period, but we'll see whether that's the precursor to anything else, which we thought might... Yes, in fact, that was the car that had tyres changed, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
And we then argued about whether the tyres were part of what was damaged or not. So it comes around, and I just wonder whether what John and I were discussing earlier on as well about the Aston Martins might also get investigated. I can hear Nick in the pits.
Yes, I am in the pits. Was it first things first, just in the 91 come in. They finish in full service the Pro Porsche, which I believe is very high for GT. Number 3 Audi now is stopping for its scheduled stop, and there'll be a driver change as well there. And my guess is Lucas de Grassi will get in the green helmet, which I think will be the colours of Brazil. Interesting thing about the leading Aston Martin with Rob Bell in it. Rob's done 2 stints, which is very, very rare in GTE. He's been in from the start, as far as I know.
You're absolutely right. He did start the race, and he is still behind the wheel. There was somebody else. No, there wasn't. No, I think that's the only one, certainly in GTE Pro, and in fact I think of the GTE AMS as well. So yeah, double stint. Just looking, I presume they would have changed the tyres on that car when they did the driver change. Let me just check that one. Talk amongst yourselves, because that's going to take a little research.
Meantime, while we're looking at that, Jimmy Bruni going quicker than ever in the 51 car. 2:23.88 is a full 3-4 seconds quicker.
With the Audi number 1, the pace is good. You're on the same similar average to Nico.
Didn't quite make that out. That was a message to... Okay. but that would be to Stefan Sarrazin, who was 8 seconds behind Benoit Treluet in a battle for second place, while number 1 Audi looking to close down the leader. Number 7 car just coming through at the end of his 62nd lap with 2:08.840 last time around for Lapierre, courtesy of a little bit of excursion wide off the circuit there for a moment around traffic. Against 2:0, just a touch under 2:05 for Treluet last time. But Bruni 2:26.23, Valander 2:29.32. With the Aston Martins at the moment both in the 2:22s. The Ferraris catching the Aston Martins on the road. Toyota ready for a stop here, Paul.
Yes, I'm expecting the number 8 to come in first, and he will come in on lap 64 or 5. So the fact that Toyota is ready doesn't necessarily mean that Lapierre will be coming in, because I think Sarrazin in the number 8 will be the first Toyota to stop. And it should be fuel only for Stefan. Sebastian Buemi, who did the first stint, took fuel only, and then new tyres were given to Stefan Sarrazin. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, we've still got Nicolas Lapierre leading the way at the moment very comfortably, and in fact still waiting for Benoit Treluet to come through in second place, having made his pit stop. And Tom Christensen has fallen behind Treluet, hasn't he? And I wouldn't have expected that, given...
That's because did he take tyres?
No.
It's not. There's a 21-second difference in the last pit stop time.
Yes, so that's... Yes, no, it's exactly because they took tyres, sorry. Because it was a driver change and tyres, wasn't it? Because Loic Duval handed over to Tom Christensen. And so just that enabled Ben Treluet, who had the puncture earlier on, and he was able, as a result of having had the puncture earlier on, to have a fuel-only stop at the last pit stop, which is why it was quicker. So that's why he's moved back into second place, ahead of Tom Christensen, and indeed ahead of Stefan Sarrazin, who still owes us his third pit stop.
And we think maybe making that any moment now. I'll keep an eye out to the left to see whether or not we can see the number 8 car actually make its way towards the pit lane. It's coming towards the end of its, 63rd lap. Through comes Treluet. And just less than 10 seconds back. No, the Toyota is coming on through and will complete another lap. So they're going to have a lonely wait down in that pit lane for the number 8 car, Paul.
Yes.
I think that's because he's taking chunks at the moment. Treluet ahead, 2:03.8 against 2:02.6 for the chasing Stefan Sarrazin. It is, about 8 seconds the gap at the moment.
Yeah, why not keep it out there if he's got the fuel on board? The other thing which has now come up on the screen, messages from race control, cars under investigation for safety procedure violations, 91, 97 and 98. But we can hear now from
Christopher Nygaard.
Christopher Nygaard.
In a corner where it's actually not possible to overtake, so he should just have waited one corner and he would have had a whole straight to overtake me on. So I think the battle is a little bit too hard with the prototypes here, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Christopher clearly not very amused with the incident that saw him spin out, happily with no major damage to the 95 Aston Martin, but clearly it rather ruined the rhythm of his run. He didn't look a very happy Dane, did he, Paul?
No, he didn't. Into the pits comes number 32, the Lotus of Dominic Kryhammer. He's been in the car since the start of the race.
Jan Giroux has just left the pits in that car, so Jan has taken the car over. The Lotus Praga, I think they prefer the branding now.
It's still a Lola, isn't it?
No. Lotus Praga, the 2014 spec LMP. I think quite a pretty car, actually, from most angles.
Yes. I mean, a coupe LMP2 car would be fine without a big fin.
Tony de Valander?
Yes.
Rob Bell, the GTE Pro leader, makes his way down pit lane from the lead of the class, which will put Peter Zumbrek into the lead had he not followed him down pit lane. So we're now going to get a Ferrari 1-2 again, Paul.
in GTE Pro, exactly right, which is kind of how it'll happen. But as I say, we're now going on for 2 hours 22 minutes into the race, and if, as I say, there's another safety car situation, then it could actually turn that around, and we could get a further advantage. Into the pits comes Stefan Sarazan, as expected in the number 8 Toyota. And the other thing I wanted to mention, I'm not quite sure if I ever got to the end of this thought, but for safety car procedure violations, cars under investigation 91, 97 and 98. 91 is the Works Manthey Porsche, but 97 and 98 are the two Aston Martins, and all of those cars in GTE Pro, and all of those cars leading runners in GTE Pro.
On pace, 3rd, 4th and 5th place, actually.
So
significant runners.
We will see what happens come the outcome of that investigation, and when we have that outcome, we'll let you know. Also, Jimmy Bruni has been pinged not only for exceeding speed limit, exceeding the track limits, but also now for exceeding a speed limit. Oops. Because the number 51 Ferrari is under investigation. No penalty yet, but under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, as is also number 28, which is the Frédéric Fatien LMP2 car, the Gulf Racing Middle East car.
It will be the first time we've had a problem for Frédéric Fatien being too fast.
Yeah.
Let's go down to Nick Damon in the powered by Nissan pit lane. Nick?
Yeah, we had a relatively standard Toyota Racing stop for the number 8 car. It was tyres as we expected. The two leading Aston Martins came in, but I think as we discussed up there, they did break the rules on the safety car procedure. We're about to receive the Rebellion Racing cars, which are kind of keeping pace with the fueling of the Toyota. The number 7 will be due in a minute now, and this should be a full service of 7, including a driver change. Kaz Nakajima sitting at the back, waiting to take over from Nico Lapierre.
Yes, and that should be, or could be, I reckon, 3 laps away. So he can afford to sit at the back of the garage, because that's going to be 6.5 minutes.
I don't think it's 3 laps, because they're actually standing out in the pit lane.
Are they?
So my guess was it might be the lap after this, but I can't think it'll be 2 laps after this.
Okay, well, it may well be that the tyres are getting towards the end of their useful life as well, because remember, these tyres did stay on the car at the last pit stop, and altogether now...
Altogether now,
that's been 24, about 47 laps on that set of tyres. And as I mentioned earlier on, that's considerably further than the Audi tyres have to go.
And we've got both the, of course, GT Pro cars on a bit of a hurry-up at the moment. Still in the 220s, both those cars. As back into the race after its latest pit stop comes the 98 Aston Martin with, listen to these words, guys, World Championship leader Bruno Senna. At the wheel, courtesy, of course, of a race win and a pole in the 97 car at Silverstone. And pole position here.
Well, surely he's joint leader, because there was 2 drivers who
he changed cars.
So
he's the only driver that was in 97 at Silverstone that set pole here. So the points allocated so far are a race win and a pole for 97 against Bruno Senna's name.
Hello, John.
And one for 98.
Nick?
Yeah, we've got the number 12 Rebellion Racing car in for its stop, which I think before. So an interesting observer is the man who drove the first stint, Nick Heidfeld. Nick, how do you feel that? That's a Rebellion leaving. How did you feel that first stint went for you?
The car was quite difficult to drive, a lot more than yesterday in qualifying, so it was not possible really to follow the Toyotas at the moment. We were just ahead of one of them now.
Mark, the first competitive outing for the new car, how was it?
The beginning difficult. The first set of tires, which we used yesterday from qualifying, were not really working very well. Then I put new tires to do a double stint, and I was quite happy. You know, my pace was good, the car was well balanced. So we just had some issues with the first set of tires. Pressures were high and the car really was low grip. And then a bit on the start was also a bit... The start was a bit difficult, a lot of confusion on the first corner, so I dropped some places. But overall, I'm quite happy.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt Nick there. Both Nicks, in fact. That was Mark Cheney with Louise. Sorry about that, Nick.
That's okay. I think basically... I think his fears of of how the car will go in the race were confirmed. It wasn't quite as easy to run the car in traffic at the same sort of speed he was able to do, and therefore they were dropping a bit off. But of course we are now waiting for the number 7 car to come in from the lead. There's a I can see a drinks bottle, a fueler, 4 tyres, and Kaz Nakajima. So I know there's a lap and a half whether Paul's been proven right. They just decided to send the Toyota guys out to get themselves a nice suntan in the very pleasant weather we still have here in the pit lane, John.
Yeah, and the very pleasant weather, which is streaming hot sunshine in through the garden shed of a commentary box that we have here.
A similar effect happening to the track, John. 32.8 degrees is the track temperature. It's kind of stabilised. It went up very quickly, but it's now at 32 degrees. The air temperature at 19 degrees.
And the leader is in the pit lane. Nick Damon is down there. Is that on time, Paul?
Yes, it is. The number 7 car coming in on lap 67, which means the stint was 22 laps. He did 24 when the safety car was out, 22 on the first stint.
Are we expecting a full service here?
Yes, indeed, and it will be Kaz Nakajima taking the car over, fuel and tyres, and then we'll see quite where that car is able to rejoin. That car it won't get out still in the lead, will it? So Ben Trellier will get back into the lead.
Trellier's gone through. Here comes Christensen. He will go into second. Everything going all right down at Toyota?
It is going all right. I'm going to try and see if I can grab a very quick word with Nico Lapierre just get out of the car. Nico, that was must be a massive surprise to come in with such a...
Yeah, I mean, I think we are not really in the lead. It's just a different strategy because they stopped a bit earlier. And I was struggling a lot the last 10 laps with tire wear. But we are looking better than expected.
How is the car performing in these much warmer conditions today?
It's okay. I mean, we are getting closer to Audi. Obviously, our hybrid system helps a lot because when I was in front of Loic, he was much faster than me, but he couldn't overtake because our hybrid system is much more powerful on the exit of corner, so that was a good help. I was really happy to have it on board.
And around the track on 106.5 FM, apologies for some breaks and parts of our service, various electrical issues at various points in the chain. However, bizarrely, I think we've been on the TV pretty much all the time. So we've got 3 hours and 30 minutes to go, and it's Ben Trellier now leading in the Audi, having completed 67 laps and 3 pit stops, as we're watching the Inter-Nissan battle AF Corsa style.
Not so much into Nissan, but into Ferrari. And away they go. That's Tony Verlander pretty aggressively looking to find a way past Jimmy Bruni as the number 8 Toyota made its way past the cars in the Kemmel Straight. Through they go. And that battle interrupted for a moment by one of the Rebellions making its way through. And we'll do that successfully. Ben Trellier, meanwhile, now, of course, leads this motor race with Tom Christensen through into second place. Kaz Nakajima joins in third, some 28 seconds back from the number 2 Audi in third place. Not like you, Paul, but I thought that was a kind of rather downbeat assessment from Nick Napier of their current position.
Yes, he. Sorry, I'm just in the middle of doing something else. That's okay. No, I've done it now.
Right.
Yes, no, yeah, I do agree, Graham. I just had to catch up with the Straka HPD, which has done an extra stop, which I didn't quite catch. But
that would
was
have been
when
post Danny having the contact.
Post having the contact, wasn't it? No, I think he's slightly unfair because Trellier, who is the car that's taken over in the lead, is disadvantaged because he had the puncture earlier on. They're in and out of their own schedule from what they were planning. Yes, they're out of schedule with the Toyotas because the Toyotas go further on a tank full of fuel, but it does mean that the car that Lapierre was giving the credit to doesn't have as much of an advantage as he was saying. The car that it is really battling with is the number 2 Audi, which now has Tom Christensen behind the wheel, and it is behind that car to the tune of some 30 seconds or thereabouts, just under 30 seconds. But that's where the battle is, and I think it's actually closer than Nakajima was making out.
Yep, I think that's probably right. I tend to kind of view this from being a really very good performance indeed so far by Toyota after what's been less than a stellar weekend for them up until this point. Looking like they were entering this race with not a great deal of chance, but right there in the mix just at the moment. And again, time and time again we say this, but time and time again it's true. One problem away from this being an extraordinarily close motor race.
I think the issue for Toyota were they were scratching their heads a little bit because they couldn't understand why that 7 car wasn't quicker than the older car. They expected at least a second a lap around here. It wasn't. Maybe they've tried something a bit left field and said, well, I wonder if we do this, we can unlock something. I mean, the issue is, of course, that whilst I've quite enjoyed having the shorter format, having 2 2-hour sessions and a qualifying is not the same as having 2 1.5-hour sessions, a 1-hour session the next day when you, for example, you might put your race setup on overnight.
I think you're probably quite right.
And then the warm-up and the race. It is a different way of going about things. I just wonder whether they've rather got themselves into a bit of a... And I'm not criticising Toyota or indeed any of the teams. It would be easy, would it not, to get yourself in a free practice session that you know is 2 hours long into a bit of a...
blind alley.
Yeah, well, just get yourself into a groove and go, well, this is fine, we're doing all right. Until it comes to qualifying, or bang. The end of... They were looking okay until the end of free practice true, and then all of a sudden they were behind the rebellion.
Yeah, I think, I would hesitate to say they rather sleepwalk themselves into trouble, but there's clearly pace in that car, John. As we're watching at the moment, a battle on track, and this 4th position in GTE Pro as the number 2 Audi makes its way through, and by the 91 Montai Porsche, factory Porsche, Timo Bernhard, who's trying very hard indeed to get onto terms with Bruno Senna ahead in this 3rd position in GTE Pro.
And he has been taking a bit of time out of them recently. They were pretty much 10th for 10th last time around. In has come the 6th place car, best of the privateers. That's the 13 Rebellion. And
that's Andrea Bellicchi getting out of the car. Didn't quite see who got in there.
Nick?
Yeah, I just nipped out. I was having a chat actually with Bruno Senna's manager Chris Goodwin, and they are very confused and they are very concerned they may pick up a big penalty for the... Again, it's a case, as you say, John, it's their job to read the rules. They kind of thought they were right, but obviously they weren't. So they are pleading the case with the stewards as we speak.
Well, Nick, we heard the message to the teams. It could not have been clearer.
No.
I mean, I've seldom heard such a clear message.
And it was repeated.
And repeated. I can't understand why that would have been misunderstood, not just by one factory team, but by 2 of them.
Yeah.
It may be that they haven't got somebody who's listening to that channel. Maybe something as simple as that.
Nowadays, there's also a message system to the pit wall as well.
Yes, that's true.
Interestingly, sorry, there's a thing on the timing screen. Just
a second, Nick. Sorry. We're going to go down to Danny Watts.
Danny, we know there's not going to be any further action on that incident with 35. What happened?
There are 3 LMP2s having a great little dice amongst themselves. And of course, the last thing they want is a faster LMP1 getting in the way of their battle. So under braking for the bus stop, I'd already done one of them. I think it was Brendan Hartley, I'm not sure. And I was just holding station whilst the other 2 negotiated the corner, and I just got nailed from behind and taken out. So, I mean, I didn't do anything wrong. I braked at my normal place, and I think it just caught him out that I did that. But apart from that, the car was good. It was consistent, easy to drive, really enjoyed it. And hey, we're at Spa and it's sunny.
Yeah, it's rare, thank you.
Well, definitely wasn't Brendan Hartley, I can tell you that for nothing, since he's A, not in the race, and B, neither is his car. So slightly confused Danny Watts there, but he made it pretty clear what he felt had happened. But in the mix, Paul, he said himself, didn't he, 3 LMP2 cars involved there. Rather more capable braking system on a P1 car, and my guess is that's what caught it out.
I think what the stewards are looking for is something that's either done with malicious intent or done negligently, and certainly an accident can be as a result of negligence, but if it's just doing his best, then I don't think the stewards will penalise faults of that nature. They'll, as I say, they'll penalise incompetence and negligence, but not...
I think fair enough,
yeah,
actually.
Exactly.
It's a race, after all.
Exactly right.
Let's just get back down to Nick Damon for a moment. He was going to finish the story, the thought about those
penalties or potential penalties for the issue with the pit lane.
Yeah, what it was that just after during the safety car, there was actually a message on the timing screen saying, "Can Aston Martin please turn on their messaging system?"
It did. That's exactly what I was about to say, Nick, as well.
So perhaps it wasn't on, perhaps they didn't know, but they have made a mistake. It's whether they can argue they already lost so much already by being caught the wrong side of the safety car. That a double penalty is not fair. It doesn't normally work, but they might get away with it this time. It's the first time these rules have been implemented.
I'm going to say what I said before, and I'm going to turn my mic on this time so everybody can hear it. The lead Audi, the Audi leading the race, had a slow puncture and didn't come in. It drove around another lap. They were aware of it. Other people were. Then I honestly loved the guys to Aston Martin to bits, but they made a mistake.
But Porsche did it too, John. Porsche did it too. And that's whether or not they were going to play and follow the leader, I don't know. We'll see. Well, let's wait and see what actually comes out of the mix.
On a very Anaraki note, I've now got...
No, I won't have that, Paul.
I've now got... well, if it must be something if it could me admitting to it being Anaraki. I've now got 22 cars on my warnings list for track limits. That's out of 34 in the race. So
33 that are still running.
33 that are still running, yes.
We have a significant change of position, though, in the last couple of minutes, though, gentlemen, because Mike Conway has gone up to second position in LMP2. Going by Simon Dolan on track, Simon in the car at the last stop, taking the car over from Oliver Turvey. But Mike Conway puts the 26 car. This is the G-Drive Delta ADR Orica Nissan. So it's Orica Nissan on Michelin's, leads Orica Nissan on Dunlops, leads Zytek Nissan on Dunlops at the moment, the 1, 2, 3. But still a pretty weighty gap between the lead two cars in P2. Paul?
Ben Treluay leading the race, as you were saying a moment ago, by just under 15 seconds. I reckon he's going to be heading back to see Nick Damon soon, because the car is going to be running out of fuel, and by all that's right in the world, Marcel Fessler should be getting ready to get into that car because it's been a double stint.
And he's just done quite a slow lap, a 2:08, so he's had traffic trouble, I guess, in that.
Full service.
And that was indeed, that was Lena Gade talking to Benoit on the Pizzacar radio. That's full service this time.
Now that proves it, because I know that Lena listens to us on Radio Le Mans. So she's obviously checked, and she says, "Oh, blimey, he is." There she is, talking on the radio.
She's thinking that Paul Troswell, he knows.
Anyway, so that will put Tom Christensen into the lead of the race, and he will then have some 30 seconds. It's gone up a little bit, hasn't it? It's gone up to 37 seconds now of a lead between himself and... No, it's come down. It's 27 seconds. It was 30 seconds. So Nakajima lapping more quickly than Tom Christensen.
But not quite as quickly as Luca Di Grassi, who's closing him down at the moment, Paul. We just saw them on the same picture on the Kemmel Straight. Those two cars are less than 5 seconds apart now, with Di Grassi in the number 3, the long-tail Audi, closing in on the new Toyota.
Which means that we're getting a three-way battle for the lead with 2 3/4 hours of the race gone. Can't really hope for much more than that. One 15-minute safety car interlude to interrupt things, and that didn't really affect things that much because, as matters happened, they were fairly close at that stage anyway. So, no, a great motor racing prospect, Graham.
Yeah, now, another LMP2 point to make here. We've got Luis Perez-Compang at the moment leading the LMP2 order, 9th overall, in the 49 Pecan Racing cars. The number 1 car does roll down pit lane.
And Nick Damon.
And the tyres are being offered, I believe, as they come in. They swoop all over it. It should be, it's driver change out, gets a Trulio, so in will get Marcel Fessler to complete the rotation first time round. Therefore, this will be a full service with tyres. Which is again going to drop it further down. I mean, during all the confusion, I don't really know. I mean, it'd be interesting to know how much time that flat and the extra stop costed. I would think at least a minute. So they now are on a massive catch-up, and normal sparkling service has been done, and then any second now we'll be going up on the jacks and the tyres will be going, and there it goes now, up on the stilts, and the tyres are getting done.
Yes, I mean, in terms of how much it cost it, Nick, it's one of those it depends type of answer, because it depends when the race ends, which I know is going to be at 8:30 this evening. But how that fits into the schedule of the cars. And of course, we don't quite know what's going to happen with the schedule yet, because things can happen. But it may end up not costing it very much. On the other hand, it may end up costing it the race. It depends, as I say. If we had the checkered flag out, for example, 3 laps ago, they'd have won the race. If it had come out in 3 laps' time, they'd have lost the race. So it's one of those things where you can't say, but it has changed the complexion of the race. He's headed back on his way, or Marcel Fessler has headed back on his way. Another remarkably fast pit stop, 1 minute and 19 seconds for that pit stop. For comparison, the Audi number 3 did a pit stop 1 minute 20 seconds. Tom Christensen's was 1 minute 18, but the Toyota's 1 minute 26 on its last pit stop for the number 7 car. The number 8 car isn't really comparable because that was a fuel-only stop, but it gives you an idea of. Actually, I can't do it.
Paul.
Yes.
Obviously, the Toyotas are putting in more fuel as they are petrol.
Yes.
Is the flow rate adjusted to make that happen at the same time? I still think the Toyota actually takes longer to fill the cars by a couple or 3 seconds.
Yes, but it shouldn't. The fluid dynamic calculating expert in the FIA works out how what the viscosity of the fuel is, and there are various rules that specify that, but it should be the same refueling time to do a tank full of diesel for an Audi as it is for a tank full of petrol for a Toyota. John?
Jimmy Bruni is about to lose second place in GTE Pro because he's been called into the pits for overtaking under safety car procedure. Not perhaps him, but certainly the 51 car.
Here he comes. Stop.
He's in. Ooh, that was it. Did that stop, Tim? Nick?
Yeah, it stopped for a nanosecond. So this really is. At what point do they have to find out where the Spa naughty step is and park the car on it? Because he's doing enough penalties this week, isn't he?
He's had plenty of warnings, hasn't he, as well, on top of that. A quick point about P2 as well. What I was about to say was we've got a period at the moment where most of the gentleman drivers are in the cars, with the exception of Mike Conway, who was in second place. Now, courtesy of that safety car period, we did get the battle in P2, and for that matter in GTE Am, rather rudely interrupted. Here is the opportunity, if there's going to be one under green flag conditions, for the G-Drive Delta ADR car to actually make up some of that ground. He has bitten a little bit into it. It's still 1 minute and 3/4, 1 minute and 43 seconds last time around, but Conway should be able to make some impact on this.
Behind you, 1.3, and you are 25 seconds behind the leader, 25 on Christensen.
That sounded like Yuta Shordenack, didn't it?
Could be.
On the radio to Kazu Nakajima.
Yep.
At the wheel of the number 7 Toyota, putting him in his place, as it were, 26 seconds behind Tom Christensen and 4 seconds ahead of Lucas Di Grassi.
And Kaz Nakajima actually, just looking here, he put in a remarkably quick time just a few minutes ago. Laps ago, as we look at the number 2 car, threading the needle between the Lotus and the 57, the Krone Racing Ferrari, and getting away with it on the run down to Blanchimont, but not much room either side there, Paul.
No, and I mean, it's inevitable with a race of this nature that you will have to take risks at some point, but that was quite a big risk, wasn't it?
That was a big risk indeed. 2:01.847, so another quick lap, the quickest of the race so far for that car, the number 7 car, in his pursuit of Tom Christensen. 647 seconds the gap at the end of lap 75, with 3 hours and 14 minutes of the race remaining. But in pursuit of him, Lucas Di Grassi also under the 2:02 mark, 2:01.856. For Lucas, and just that 4-second gap there too. So this is doing exactly what you said, Paul, it was going to do. We are going to have a three-car battle for lead. A further stop-and-go penalty, gentlemen, this time for number 76, not respecting the pit exit lights during the safety car period.
That's the IMSA Performance Matmut Porsche in the GTE Am class. The one with Raymond Narac and Jean-Carl Vernet behind the wheel. Very platinum Jean-Carl Vernet, and Raymond Narac, an experienced silver car driver. So that car has also been investigated for speeding in the pit lane. So they too are having rushes of blood to the head, I suspect.
Now, I'm going to correct John on something he said, because Jimmy Bruni did not lose second position with that stop-and-go period. It did drop him back to within 28 seconds of the chasing Aston Martin. Bruno Senna 28 seconds back from Jimmy Bruni, but he's retained second position.
Yes, and now being shown as having completed 4 pit stops in that car.
That would be right with 2 stop-goes, wouldn't it?
2 stop-goes and two proper pit stops.
I'm surprised, though, he is only 21 seconds behind his teammates. I'm not quite sure he managed that with a 25-second run down the pit lane.
Yes, but manage it did. I mean, it wasn't to drive through, was it? It was a stop and go.
It was a stop and go. So, Di Grassi now right with Kaz Nakajima. Quicker lap that time around for, rather a slower lap that time around for Nakajima. Puts the Brazilian in the number 3, the long-tail Audi, right with the number 7 Toyota. So it's the 2013 Le Mans Edition Toyota against the 2013 Le Mans Edition Audi, and the gap now less than a second.
Yes, I mean, the beauty of this, Graham, isn't it, is that
he's gone by him.
He's got by him, yeah. As they came down, I was going to say the start-finish straight, what used to be the start-finish straight, going down out of La Source and into Eau Rouge. But the beauty of this is that it is 2 cars in comparable configurations having a proper dogfight between themselves, and side by side as they go up, Kemmel straight into Les Combes and Trellier.
So it's the 8. That's the 8.
Oh, right.
That's the 8 with Fazler. So we've actually got. So I was slightly confused by that.
Yeah.
Well, unseen by us, Di Grassi has gone past Nakajima, but meanwhile we've had Fazler get by Sarrazin too. So both out of the Toyotas have suffered. I'm afraid the ignominy have been overtaken by their close competitors, the Audi team, in the last 30 seconds. Tom Christensen still leads the race by 22.8 seconds now from his teammate Luca Di Grassi in the 3 Audi. So 2 Audi leads 3 Audi from 7 Toyota, 1 Audi and 8 Toyota.
And where are we going next as far as pit stops is concerned? The number 2 is currently on its 78th lap, and it will be coming in, I suspect, at the end of the next lap. So finish the lap you're on, Tom, and then come in fuel only. And it should stay on the same set of tyres, I would estimate, judging by the performances of that car thus far. But that will hand the lead over to Lucas Di Grassi, won't it, for a lap? So the number 3 car hasn't actually led the race yet, but by virtue of staying out of trouble and some quick lapping by Marc Genet earlier on, Lucas Di Grassi now, that car will be taking over in the lead, as I say, not at the end of this lap, but I suspect at the end of the next lap, when Tom Christensen's going to have to stop for fuel, if my calculations are correct.
It's been a while, Paul, since I can recall seeing a 6-hour race with this many penalties being levied. And I wonder whether or not this is Eduardo Freitas actually just laying down a marker for the season. We have a lot of highly professional drivers here, all of whom are looking to kind of make a mark and win, and they need to respect the letter of the law. Sorry, John.
Just to remind everybody, you're listening to RadioLeMans.com. We're live from Spa. Apologies for the technical issues beyond our control, I'm afraid. 106.5 FM, still going strong, and we're about to move towards half distance. 3 hours and 9 minutes still to go here. Nick?
Yes, just popped into the back of the Aston Martin garage trying to see if I could grab someone for a chat. That was kind of negated by the fact that Dave Richards and a couple of other team members were animatedly arguing over a very heavily highlighted copy of the rule book. So I think they're trying to work out whether they can get away with it or what they've done wrong, but you would think that they're going to get themselves a stop and go very, very soon.
Yes, because it's not, as we've said, it wasn't just them, and it's not just them that's been called for it, Paul.
That's right, and it's an interesting point, but I need to have a lawyer here. Where's David Greenhalgh when you need him? But if the rule book says one thing and the race director says something else as a clear instruction through a system which the teams are supposed to listen to, then my suggestion would be that even if it says in the rules one thing, then you do what the race director says.
Yes.
That would be my position, although a lawyer may well take a different view.
So then, it's Graham Goodwin from dailysportscar.com, Paul Trustwell, John Hindhaugh and Nick Damon, the Powered by Nissan pit lane, as we head down towards half distance. Still plenty of racing in this one. We haven't talked about the classes for quite a while, gentlemen. So let's do that. In ARM, it's Enzo Potolicio leading for 8 star.
And that lead, John, and a mighty one it is, courtesy, as we said a little earlier, of the safety car splitting up the battle. I think he's got a lap lead, has he not?
No, he hasn't.
Oh, no, not anymore, he's not. No.
He's got about... Oh, he might just have a lap lead, actually.
It's bigger than it looks on the time of the scoring. He's only 3 positions on the track ahead of Stuart Hall, the 96 Aston Martin, but it's a pretty big gap, I think.
No, he hasn't got a lap lead, but it's not far away from it, because Stewie Hall's already in the first sector, and he's just gone across the start-finish line. Stewie's in the second sector, and he hasn't finished the end of the first one. So,
and of course, it's Stuart Hall at the moment against Enzo Potolicio, and that will, as we'll be talking about.
It's going to be 2 minutes plus. So 81 from 96, 2 minutes plus the battle at the head of the field. Then it's Christian Poulsen in the 95 Aston Martin.
We saw out of your hearing, John, Christian Poulsen very unhappy with the nerf. He was rather kind of bullied out of position by a passing.
And the number 2 Audi comes in from the lead with Tom Christensen at the wheel. Now they left Loic de Valin for quite a while. Luca de Grassi will cycle through into the lead, and here he comes to do that right now as the Audi pulls up next to Nick.
Just a little bit past me, but as you can tell by the fact you can hear me. And the fuel goes in. I assume this is just going to be a fuel-only stop, as Tom was... he's not getting out of the car, and there don't be any tyres offered, so it's a pretty much a standard Audi stop, probably 57, 59 seconds at the end of it. And he's going to pop out in second or third, and as they cruise to try and make up for the various problems they've had in the round about the safety car. But this car obviously is running clean, it's running clear, and it's away. Oh, no. Yeah, lost about a second in getting going again after the fuel was pulled away, but he's off, and Tom begins his second stint.
And the gap between first and second in GTE AM is not as much as we thought.
It's 39 seconds now, John. It was rather more than that. So I think Stuart Hall's basically been down a bit. I think he's been shoveling the coal on, and that has been coming down. In GTE Pro, meanwhile, we've been talking about this class rather a lot with naughty step action for AF Corsa, and the safety car interrupted chasing, and the potential for further penalties still on the horizon. It's led at the moment by the 71 car, Tony Verlander at the wheel of that car, the AF Corsa Ferrari with his...
For information, you are P1 as Tom has just come into the pits. Tom has just come in, so you are P1.
That sounded like Howden.
It did sound like Howden.
And he needs to be telling Lucas to come into the pits himself in not at the end of this lap, but at the end of the next one, because I think that car is going to need refueling about that sort of time as well.
But second position, in GT Pro still held, despite those 2 stop-go penalties now for the 51 car by Jimmy Bruni in the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, some 20 seconds back from his teammate with a 30-second advantage on Bruno Senna.
He made a liar out of me, didn't he? I mean, it costs nothing at all to come down the pit lane then.
It really
25 seconds, and it cost him... It didn't cost him...
It doesn't cost you 25 though, does it? Because of course you're still moving. It's a bit less than that, because of course you're still moving.
Yes, of course.
So I think it cost him about 15 seconds on the road.
Wow. That doesn't seem much of a penalty, really, does it?
No.
It's because...
Nick?
It's because you're a lot quicker going round the source.
Yeah, probably.
Because coming out the pit lane, you cut off quite a bit of it, and you actually can get on the gas, because at that point you're out of the end of the pit lane speed limit. And I would think you probably gain 3 seconds from the pit exit down to getting into the source. You'll be going just as fast as anyone else will when you blend back in again.
It's interesting because at Silverstone, of course, coming into the pit, if you just drive straight through, it's a quicker lap.
Yep.
And therefore, penalties at Silverstone were assessed at longer distances. Paul?
Yes, the rule book actually suggests that you have a a drive-through penalty. That's why these are being assessed as stop-and-go penalties, is to take that extra bit into the count. Otherwise, you would only have a drive-through penalty.
Right, OK.
We were progressing gradually through the classes, John.
Yes, we were.
We'll finish with LMP2, another class, I'm afraid, the lead was extended rather by that safety car period, but it is the 49 Picon Racing Oreca Nissan, a uniquely Michelin-shod P2 car here as the number 3 car grabs further track position through a slightly errant GT car there, I thought.
I was about to say, though, Luis Perez Compact, the gentleman driver,
he's
there,
doing really well.
2:12.9 last time out. Mike Conway on a tear behind him on a 2:12.1.
Well, Mike has taken
Simon Dolan 2:12.5.
Yeah, Mike has taken about 10 seconds out of Luis Perez Compact since they got into these cars, and I would have guessed they would have hoped it would have been rather better than that. So you're quite correct, John. Both Lewis and Simon Dolan, who's now down in third, having ceded the second position to Mike Conway a little while ago, doing a very good job indeed of staying in touch. Simon, by the way, has lost some 24 seconds to Mike Conway over the stint so far, plus the gap he had to start with. Mike Conway not doing by any means a shabby job as number 3 Audi, the leader in the pits, Paul, but not making the kind of impact he would have liked to have done. 12 seconds, I think, he's taken out of the 49 cars lead, still a minute and a half plus.
That's in the battle for P2. In GTE Pro, we've still got a Ferrari 1-2.
And into the pit lane comes the erstwhile leaver. So Kaz Nakajima cycles through to the lead in the number 7 Toyota, and Nick is watching an Audi stop.
I'm watching the Langer tail with its 5.5 inches bigger pit space, I assume.
Yes.
This will again be a fuel-only stop, and Lucas Di Grassi will continue back out in the pursuit of staying ahead of Kazuki Nakajima and obviously making up some time on Tom Christensen, and also staying ahead of Marcel Fasner as they shuffle through. That's a very quick stop. That was a very efficient fuel outgo. That looked to me quicker than the Christensen stop. I'm sure I'll be proven wrong, but I think it was.
You were wrong by a second, Nick, but entirely forgivable for that. Christensen came out in 56 seconds, Lucas Di Grassi in 57 seconds. For comparison terms, when the Toyota team did a fuel-only stop, Stefan Sarazan did that, you'll remember, in the number 8. That was 57 seconds. So hats off to the man in the fluid dynamics section of the FIA because he got it pretty much spot on. To refuel the Toyota takes exactly the same time as to refuel an Audi. Where Audi is making up the time in their pit stops is when they do driver change and tyres, and that is something that you can improve by practice. And if anything can be improved by practice, then Audi will improve it.
Just one quick mention. We've not said so very much apart from problems they've had as we get to just 10 seconds away from the halfway point in the race, gentlemen, to the Lotus team because the 32 car is running pretty well. I think 6th quickest, fifth overall at the moment in LMP2. A little way off in terms of track position, but running steadily, running reasonably quickly, not ultimately quickly, but quick enough to hold 5th position at the moment, and reliable.
That's the voice of Graham Goodwin. It's John Hindhaugh and Paul Truswell along with Graham in the booth, and Nick Damon down in the pits. So we are at half distance here at Spa-Francorchamps, and it is the Toyota of Kaz Nakajima leading on the pit stop cycle, only having completed 3 pit stops rather, to the Audi's 4. They fell off the same pit strategy some time ago, although in fairness the Toyota has been getting a little bit better fuel mileage. Paul nods sagely to my right. The gap is 20 seconds, and the lead Toyota number 7, Paul, is due in when?
Number 7 on the end of lap 89.
Okay, so 7 laps to go. So then in the Audis who've made their 4th pit stop, it's Marcel Fessler in the number 1 car, as I said, 21 seconds behind Kaz Nakajima. Another 9 seconds further back is Tom Christensen in the number 2 car. Those guys have made, as I say, their 4th pit stop. In position number 4, Stefan Sarazan is another 15 seconds further back, but yet to make a pit stop, so not in great shape for the 8 car, which is effectively last year's spec. And rounding up the top 5 is Luca Di Grassi, having done 4 stops, and he is another 20 seconds behind the leading group. It's been a fabulous race and fabulous weather here at Spa, with sunshine greeting a big crowd here as the cars went across the line some 3 hours ago. It was Andrea Lotterer on pole position in the number 1 Audi, defending world champion, but as he went down to La Source, it all looked very good with Audis 1, 2 and 3. We were looking further back down the field, but Lotterer had outbraked himself, gone onto the AstroTurf, and the Audi that emerged in front was not him, but the number 2 car, Loic Duval. And behind him had gone one of the Toyotas, and indeed the poleman found himself down in 5th position. One of the big moments earlier on in the race, the 25 Nissan powered prototype into the wall, the Delta ADR car with left rear suspension failure. We think good news is driver was fine, got out under his own steam, and in fact walked to the Audi A7 medical car. It's been a battle of Ferraris for the most part at the head of the GTE Pro field, with the 71 and 51 AF Corsa cars doing battle, whilst it has been a proper battle, pace-wise as well as tactical and pit stop-wise, between Audi and Toyota. At the moment, it's back with Toyota, but only for the next 6 laps or so. But what we can't deny is the excitement that we've had. Cars going off the track, cars making passes either side of slower GT cars. I mean, this is exactly what we've come to expect here at Spa. Unfortunately, we've also had a bit of the incident that we've come to expect at Spa as well. And at the moment, the big question hanging over the GTE Pro field is what is going to happen. 2 Aston Martins and a Porsche went into the pit lane when the pit lane was still closed, as exactly directed not to do over the radio system, and we're still waiting to find out what's going to happen there. For the most part though, the pit stops for Audi have been slightly more efficient than that of their competitors in the Toyota garages, although the Audi drivers have been taking 1 or 2 risks. The number 2 Audi threading the eye of the needle between the 32 Lotus and the 57 Krone Racing Ferrari. Who was at the wheel of that?
Christensen.
It was Christensen,
yes,
wasn't
it
it?
was.
Ah, well, there's life in the old dog yet then, clearly. Who says you can't teach him new tricks? That was remarkable stuff. And so that is the story of the first 3 hours of this race. So Villander and Bruni from Senna, 71, 51 and 98, are leading in the GT Pro rather, and it's 96 and 95 Aston Martin from the Ferrari of Enzo Potoliccio, who has just pitted.
I'm just wondering, John, looking at just seeing the first sector time from Jimmy Bruni, which is the fastest that car has gone at 39.8. I would be surprised if Jimmy could actually better the best time he's had, for which he's been pinged for not obeying track limits, without doing so a 95th time.
Yeah, they've got to be so careful, because it'll stop being just stop and hold. It will be stop and a long hold. Stop and 60, stop and more. More from Paul Truswell on that in a moment. Let's go to Nick Manassian with Louise Beckett in the pits.
Well, Nick, the team have obviously warmed up since Silverstone then. You're doing very well.
Yeah, it's very good. You know, we've got a different compound for Michelin, which is helping us, because he's working better with the car. We've done some development as well. The car has been taking apart and rebuild, and you know, Silverstone was difficult, so we needed to have a step back and have a think, and I think we put the finger on the right setup in the car, and it's much more fun like this, isn't it, to be at the front. Yeah.
You're dominant, but there's a lot of competition.
Yeah, I mean, we got a bit of a gap as well with the pace car. That's how it goes, you know, the pace car did help us. So that's why we got such a big gap. But you look at the ADR car, are doing the same pace as us. The Morgan as well is very competitive, so, you know, and it's a long race, still a long way. I'm taking what we've got now, but we still got to keep pushing and hold in there. I really want to win.
Thank you.
Nick Manassian with Louise Beckett, making the point there that they're on the only team, I think, in P2 that are on the Michelin tyres at the moment. But I was saying at the start of the race to Pierre Caffer, you know, okay, we good for you, well done. But Michelin have been out of the game for a little while, and they're still developing these tyres.
Doesn't appear to be doing much harm at the moment, does it? The gap, by the way, back to their nearest competitor, something over 2 minutes now, courtesy of the recent pit stop for what had been the nearest competition, the 26 car. Mike Conway handing the car over to Roman Rusinov. That car dropping back and emerging from the pits in 4th position. So at the moment it is the Picon Racing car leading from the 38 Jota car and the 24 Oak, Morgan, Nissan, David Heimeyer Hansen at the wheel of that car at the moment, John.
Nick Damon in the pits.
There's number 8 just pulled up in front of me. That's the 2012 Toyota. Out has hopped Stefan Sarazan, and in with an extra seat insert, obviously, to bulk him out a bit, is Anthony Davidson to begin his run. It's going to be obviously full service, it's fuel, and then it'll be tyres. We're interested to see what they can do this particular change in, as Paul seems to prove that the fuel goes at the same rate, or the same aggregate rate, and it's just the tyres that cost them time. Next, then the 57 Cron Racing team has stopped. The 32 is also there, and I think the 71 AF Corsa car's coming from the lead at the moment. And that's Tony Villander's getting out, and in will be getting Kamui Kobayashi. I say it's 71 from this distance, you can't quite tell, but I don't think it's damaged like the 51 is. And they're doing a full service there, as is the 54 AF Corsa AM car. The blue and white machine is in as well. And looking to my left again, it's the final tyre, I think, going on for the Toyota. Down the way it goes on milk float power. 4 garage later, fires up and off she goes.
Milk float power, that still makes me giggle every time I hear it. Nick Damon down the power by Nissan pit lane. The number 8 then rejoins with Anthony Davidson at the wheel.
1 minute and 23 seconds was the time of the pit stop. Compare that with 1 minute and 19 seconds for Marcel Fessler. So another 3-4 seconds lost during that driver change. So that's going to be enough to make the difference. Meanwhile, GT battles, John.
A couple of GT battles. 71 cars just pitted. Kobayashi emerging back in 5th position. Yes, 5th position in class from the lead that time around. But what we're watching on track at the moment is a very close battle indeed between Timo Bernhard, Stefan Mucker. Mucker trying to drag by. He's gone down on the outside. Pure pace into Les Combes. Holds it under braking.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Timo Bernhard did absolutely nothing wrong there. He went to the inside, the right-hand side of the track early to defend, and he's gone off. He's gone a bit wide as he was letting the Peugeot, see, I've got Nick's disease, the Toyota go through. I've never done that until this weekend, and I've done it twice already. Lets the Toyota go through. Timo did nothing wrong there, as I say, defended his position very nicely, but Stefan Mucker just dragged around the outside, and Timo looks like he's got his teammate behind him.
But that's the car that was delayed, wasn't it? That's
about to unlap himself. And that's Mark Lieb coming through. And there he goes, and does indeed unlap himself. And I've got to say that Aston Martin of Stefan Mucker has made its escape very quickly from the Porsche.
Is it too early to look at projecting this race out to 6 hours?
No, never too early.
No, well, yeah, it's just we've gone over half distance, which is the trigger that's made me think about it. If we don't have a safety car between now and the end of the race, then we're looking at a 164-lap race.
Right.
If the pattern continues the way it is, with the Toyota stints at the lengths that they are and the Audi stints at the lengths that they are, then on lap 164, a Toyota's going to be in the lead, but it will only have taken over the lead from an Audi on lap 160.
Good grief.
So if Audi...
and we've got a no, we haven't. I wish they wouldn't do that. A stationary picture of
an Audi with
7.
one position light running.
Oh my goodness. Don't do that to me. Sorry, so if it runs the way it is and Audi can't stretch any further, they will have to pit 4 laps before the end.
They will have to pit 4 laps before the end.
Right.
Now, they'll know that by now, so they may be making plans. On the other hand, they may be saying, we won't need to because there'll be another safety car. I mean, in a way, it's not a safety car-inducing circuit, provided the weather's okay. And the weather is gloriously okay. So every possibility that it might actually pan out that way. It's far too early for making such things, and you only need to have a puncture or any other little incident. But certainly the way the pattern is going, it is going to lean towards Toyota because of this better fuel consumption that they've got at the moment, if they can keep the pace up.
GT Pro, meanwhile, the second Ferrari has the 51 car has just made its second. It's what is that? Its fifth pit stop. It is indeed. Giancarlo Fisichella rejoins the race. He's now back down in fifth position. Bruno Senna now leads the way. So it's an Aston Martin 1-2 for the time being. Those two cars separated by just a smidge under 20 seconds, with Timo Bernard having dropped a further 4 seconds back off that battle. Kobayashi, who of course made that stop just a little, his third stop a little while ago, as we see one of the Aston Martins drifting wide out of one of the turns, putting the...
That's coming out of Pouhon and heading down towards 13, and I think that was Nakajima. I think that was the leader.
Yeah,
that was put onto the grass.
Put onto the grass. That's exactly where the incident happened, of course, with Mike Newton and Pedro Lamy, isn't it?
And Nakajima due in for his next pit stop, not at the end of this lap, but on the end of his next lap. So he finished the lap you're on, which I think he's just about done, hasn't he?
That just cost him 3 seconds in that middle sector, that little rallycross incident. That means the gap now, the lead gap now, under 9 seconds, 8.641 seconds.
Nick Dearman?
With Stefan Sarazan. Stefan, the number 8 car, it's better than it was in practice, but it still seems slightly off the pace of the Audis and the number 7.
Yeah, we are a bit slower, and we try to push, we try to keep the tires for 2 stints, and we see what's happened at the end of the race.
Is really your only hope is to play a clever tyre strategy? Do you think that'll unwind at the end of the day?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Is a tyre strategy your only chance of getting further up the finishing order?
Yeah, we try to keep the tires. It's no big regulation. Michelin did a very good job, so we try to push, but we miss some speed in a straight line. We are full downforce, so it's not so easy for this track.
Thanks indeed, Stefan. And any minute now, we will see that number 7 stop. The tyres have been taken off the dollies.
Yeah, so that car scheduled, as I say, at the end of lap 89. He's currently on his 89th lap, and that will bring the 5 leading manufacturer cars onto the pit lane with 4 pit stops completed for each of them. The 2 Rebellion Lolas still going strongly in 6th and 7th places, number 12 ahead of number 13, and some half a minute and more, 46 seconds separating the 2 Rebellion cars. They've currently only done 2 pit stops, but they will be coming in for their... Sorry, the 3 pit stops. So they'll be coming in for their 4th pit stop for number 12. Should be in on this lap as well, I suspect. So I think you'll get Nakajima and the number 12 car of Nicolas Prost coming in pretty much together, Nick.
I think you're absolutely right, because both teams are getting ready to receive their drivers. There are tyres available for both. Whether the tyres get taken is a big question. It's often just there for a precaution. The Nakajima stop should definitely be fuel only. I'm not quite remembering what's happening with the 12 car, and they are offering tyres up, which is interesting. They may take them away again. Kazuki had to move on the tyres they're trying to offer up, because the number 12 sweeps past the front left-hand side of the Toyota, the 07 2013 TS030. And the fuel is going in, the driver's staying in. He's been given, I think, a new drinks bottle, being pushed through, and they are waiting. I'm just wondering whether they are going to do a tyre stop. Is this right, Paul? This is the first stint, isn't it? They don't need another tyre stop now,
for the Toyota.
Yeah, I mean,
no, the Toyota should be fuel only and go.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's taking tyres, which is that's a big surprise.
That is a surprise, and that throws the whole projection into the wind. But let's put it down anyway and work it out. And Nakajima's staying on board, though, presumably.
Yeah, absolutely. Nakajima on board. It's the surprise of the tyres. The number 12 taking tyres as well. I'm not sure where he is on his Rebellion car. I'm not sure
that should be a full service. Nicolas Prost got in stayed in at the last stop.
Yeah, and none of that, ridiculous over-examination of tyres you see when that is a loud car, the Rebellion, when it starts. None of that over-examination in tyres you see when they've taken them off for a reason that they're not working, all that.
Yes.
So it's an odd decision.
I was just going to ask you, are they looking at a particular tyre? Do we think they had a slow puncture or an issue?
No more than normal. They're just getting the outer and middle temperature tests, and that's it, writing down a piece of paper, and no one seems concerned with them at all. It's just pressures they're testing, and pressures and temps.
So 1 minute 22 seconds in the pit lane for Kazuki Nakajima in the Toyota. That's the fuel and the tyres, compared to Tom Christensen, who I repeat is the main competition, although Marcel Fessler will continue to lead the race until he comes into the pits. So that will drop it a further 30 seconds behind. For the Rebellion car, Neil Yarney took over at the wheel of that one, and as you mentioned, Nick, it was a full service, and it got going again in 1 minute and 23 seconds.
Just a second, Nick. Black and white flag for car 95. Have we mentioned that? That's
no, we haven't.
To go on the list, Nick.
I'm just wondering whether they are intending on triple stinting their drivers. They did 3 stints with Lapierre, 3 stints with Nakajima, and then I have 3 with Alex Vert. And because they're doing triple stinting, they're saying, right, we're going to have 2 sets of tyres per driver. And so just choosing to, he'll now do a double and then hand over to Alex.
Yes.
2 laps to go. We are ready anytime. You wait for the fuel alarm light.
They were talking there to Timo Bernhard in the 91 Porsche. I think that car was in tyre trouble. He's headed to the pit lane now. Whether he, they said 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go.
You have the announcement for the chrome for Pomo, so for third time.
I'm fascinated that they use English. I would have thought if a German team is talking to a German driver. But there we are. I know Alan McNish told me that nearly all of the Audi operations happen in English. So it may well be that Manthey, which is in many respects up there as high in the ranks of endurance racing as US Racing is. So Manthey then, who run these 2 Porsches and run them very well indeed. Fascinated to see how that team goes at Le Mans this year. I think I'm not particularly fond of the colour scheme, but I just think they're going to try. You don't quite like it, do they? They're very understated, aren't they? They're just. But then that's how Porsches are.
I didn't like the orange Porsche colours that they had on the flywheel car at all. I
like that.
I didn't like that at all.
It's interesting. I knew we'd have a disagreement.
Thought it was a bit garish, to be honest. I do love the fact that the new driver's just jumped in. He adjusts the rear view mirror, slides the steering wheel slightly further away from him and up a little bit because that's the way he likes it,
and turns the seat heating off,
and then moves the seat. Exactly. It's fantastic. This is a race car that people of different sizes and shapes of as disparate as Pat Long and Jorg Bergmeister can get into, and it is Jorg who got into that car. Black and white flag for car 61, not respecting track limits in turn 4.
Right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars on a flag awaiting stop and go. I'll tell you which ones they are when we get there, because the list is it'd be easier to work out which ones haven't. Interestingly, and probably significantly, the P1 cars haven't been pinged for it, and I think it's a lot to do with A, the fact the GT cars move around a lot, and B, they tend to use the curbs more anyway. But be that as it may, change for the overall leader of the race gives us 10 changes of lead thus far in 3 hours and 20 minutes. Back to the lead has gone Marcel Fessler. His next pit stop is due at the end of his 93rd lap. He's currently on his 92nd lap, so Marcel has to finish this lap and then he'll be due into the pits. That should be a fuel-only stop if the Audi continues in that way, and they've certainly been consistent throughout the race thus far.
As the first cloud of the day has just dulled the sun's pain in through our window a tiny bit, and they are bubbling up a little bit.
Just for the thunderstorm for you to drive home in, John.
Oh yes, of course, that's exactly what we'd need.
We should warn the authorities, I think.
I'm just looking over towards the far side of the circuit as well, and there is a little bit of a storm front heading in. Wouldn't be Spa if the weather didn't have some play in it as well. So
Nick Leventis in the Stracker HPD. He's sort of went out fairly quietly, but he's gone out and he's done a 22-lap stint, which is the same as Danny Watt's stint was. So that's a full stint from Nick Leventis.
And GTE AM, we've had plenty of driver changes. Aguash is now at the wheel of the 81, the leading car, the 8-star motorsport car, the bright orange 458 for anybody watching trackside or on TV. Well, Goethe, meanwhile, has got into the 96 car. And as a gentleman driver, I think will fall into the clutches reasonably quickly of Christian Poulsen in the other GT AM Aston Martin, albeit Christian is the gentleman driver in that car. He's rather quicker gentleman than Roald is. That gap at the moment is, what is that gap? It's about 20 seconds. But catching at the tune of 4 or 5 seconds a lap at least just now. Patrick Bornhauser in the Chevy Corvette also reeling in the first of the Aston Martins ahead. Paul.
Yeah, Nick Leventis still in the pits. It's a slightly longer pit stop for the HPD, and slightly concerned by that one. Quick meteorological report. Although the air temperature is still pretty much consistent at 18 degrees, the track temperature is just now beginning to cool off. That's the first time I've seen
with the shade coming over.
The gradient beginning to go down. I'm not quite sure where the track temperature is measured, but I suspect either as the sun goes behind the cloud or as it goes, it's at the start-finish line, which is now in the shadow of the grandstand. But it's just beginning to tail off a little bit now. So with still 2.5 hours of the race remaining, that is going to change the tyre wear characteristics if the temperature goes down.
Number one's in the pits, guys. Number one is now coming out pit road.
And he has
Fuel
done
only.
that out of the lead. Paul says fuel only. Was asked a question on Twitter, which I've neglected a little bit, and I've now got 34 to look at in the last 5 minutes. Whether this race will end in darkness. No, it won't, but it won't be full light either. Let's go down to Porsche, to Romain Dumas and to Luis.
Roman, not the performance that we expect from Porsche. How's the car handling?
Well, the car is handling very good. The problem is we lost nearly a lap at the start with the safety car. We were the first one after the safety car, and unfortunately we just made the pit stop before, so we have a good speed even compared to others, but we are nearly a lap down, so it's a lot of frustration in our car. We try to fight, to try to catch back. We never know if another safety car is coming, but so far it's not so interesting.
Thank you.
Just had a question, or an answer to a question that we didn't actually pose. But in Formula One, says Racing GT, he's tweeted this to @Speculating, the FIA stipulate that radio comms are in English, although Ferrari don't always adhere. Maybe the same rules apply for the FIA WEC.
I don't know.
I'm pretty certain they don't, actually.
They don't do Formula One. We're always getting the Italian race engineer chatting to Fernando Alonso. What is stipulated is that all radio conversations are unscrambled and available to the FIA.
Yeah.
What you can do? You could do them in Esperanto if you wanted to.
As long as it was fluent, you couldn't scramble it.
Exactly. It could be bad. It's all about the grammar. It's not actually about the language.
Meanwhile, the striker car has left the pits, guys. Johnny Caney's now at the wheel. I'm taking the car over from Nick Leventis. 1 minute and 36 seconds was the time for that pit stop. So not terribly long. It was maybe 15 seconds longer you might have expected.
I was panicking unnecessarily.
No, I can't believe that, Paul.
The 28 car's been in the garage for a very long time, hasn't it? The Fatian.
Well, until this morning, about 7 months, actually.
Did we
actually? It's not in now. No, after he had that spin, he made a couple more visits for a lot of pointing. There was some very pointing-based mechanic work. With some hand gesturing as well. I think any second now he is actually due in fact, and Keiko O'Hara will be taking over because as I walked up to have a look at the what was going on towards the Rebellion end, I saw her all suited and booted.
Big incident at Pouhon for the Proton Porsche that nearly caught out Kaz Nakajima. Looked like, I think the Proton car was tipped into a spin.
It might have been the Jota car, I think, that was involved there as well.
Yeah.
Just have a look at Simon
We've got
Dolan's
the sun in our eyes now, so...
it was a light-coloured prototype. There aren't many of them. I think it might have been Simon Dolan. And indeed, there comes Simon now. And
It's about the right part of the track, because that's the 7 Nakajima's just going past. So that is that I'll give you that.
I think what was happening there was someone was watching his mirrors, being told the 7 was coming, and I think rather stumbled over the Proton car. So let's have an eye out as to whether or not the 88 car makes it through. It does, but a much slower lap, 2:31. Paolo Roberti appears to have suffered no final ill effects.
No, a full 360 there. Lena Gade strides purposefully out to the pit wall. She is looking after the number 1 car this weekend. Did see Brad Kettler in the pits as well. I was going to have a quick chat with him on the grid, but just didn't have the time, unfortunately.
Meantime, in GTE Pro, Kobayashi is closing in reasonably rapidly at the moment on the 2 Aston Martins ahead, as the team wait to see whether the thumbs up or down from the stewards of the meeting around the issue we've
and we've heard nothing more from that. No, we haven't had an NFA yet either.
No, we haven't.
So I think I think the debate is still going on.
There's rule books and all sorts being levied there. We'll wait and see. But Kobayashi now closing to within 30 seconds of Bruno Senna, courtesy of a 2:20.293.
And there is the Gulf Racing Middle East, looking very not Gulf, but sort of blue, silver and orange colour in the pit lane, as Nick said it would be. Driver change there, I think, Nick.
That's indeed. Keiko Ahari is getting in, and Fabian's getting out, and it's being wheeled back because he missed his stop slightly, and they can't get the fuel hose attached. So it's a double fill on this team, the Lolo in non-Gulf colours, so called the Gulf. And yeah, I mean, I don't think apart from that spin, it's not getting anyone's way or upsetting anyone, apart from going a bit too slow in the safety car. So I hope they're having a nice time.
It's Nick Damon in the powered by Nissan pit lane as we're watching that 28 car. It's radiolemans.com on 106.5 around the circuit and around the world on the website. Thanks for sticking with us. The archive will be going up a little later this week because we've had some issues with our connectivity from the circuit, but we do have the race in archive here. It will just have to be brought back with us by hand rather than transmitted this evening.
Afraid not the first time we've had power issues during an endurance race at Spa, is it?
No, indeed. But thank you to Paul and to Graham for soldiering on there whilst we were working out various different scenarios with our technical staff.
Will you be putting in for overtime for working as an engineer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, put in your overtime ticket.
If you look somehow I think straight here, John. There's 3 Aston Martins in shot there. That's the 98 car going by. I think is that the 96. It is the 96 GTE AM car. So the leader in GTE Pro.
And Rui Aguas still leads the GTE AM category for 8 start.
A minute and a half now. He has
stretched out a little bit, hasn't it? Now that the pit stops have played out. It's Bruno Senna. Do you know, I nearly said Ayrton there, and I'd never do that either. I must be tired and dehydrated. Bruno Senna in the 98 Aston leads from the 97 of Stefan Mucker, which has just come into the pit lane, of course. Kamui Kobayashi is the best of the Ferraris at the moment, as the very frugal Astons are going well. Fisichella, of course, so it's 98, 97, 71, 51. Fisichella has now had 186 stops with all these, actually it's 5. As into the pit lane comes the 45 Morgan, and that looks relatively secure. And there is Stefan Mucker's Aston Martin getting a new set of Michelin. Nick Damon is watching the pit stops for us this afternoon.
Indeed, and the 97 came in, again, it's a standard stop, but I think, interestingly, they are changing that car is changing drivers each time round, I think. Did Mucker, no, Mucker stayed in, isn't he? So Rob Bell's done 2. Did Stefan Mucker stay in to do 2 as well?
I don't know.
So
hold on.
Are they so they're trying this double stinting the drivers concept?
Well, it's very well done if he has, as Neil Yarney does the fastest lap from the number 12 Toyota engine Rebellion Lola with a 2:03.5. He's in 6th position at the moment.
So just 2/10 off the last lap time we saw from the leader, John. So that car is working very well at the moment in Neil's hands in these conditions.
Yes, this is a double by Mucker. We had a single from Peter Dumbrek in the middle. Yeah, so Peter Dumbrek did a single in the middle. The car was started by Darren Turner, the number 97 car. So it started by Turner, then to Dumbreck. Stefan Mucker's done a double, as did Rob Bell in the other car. That's right.
And Bruno Senna now holds something like a 28-second advantage just at the moment over Kobayashi.
He's in the pits.
He's in the pits in front of me. And this is again, I don't see a driver change, so they're going to double Bruno as well. So they're going to run the 98 on 3 doubles by the looks of it. So when Fred Macco gets in, he'll do a double as well, or whatever's left at that point, because Bruno now is signed up for this second stint.
Scotsman about to release Nick by the look of things.
Yeah, Alan McNish is suited, booted and hands deviced, and he peers out of that very distinctive coloured helmet.
They've just led him from the driver's rest room with a steak on a stick and towards the area where he'll take over the number 2 Audi.
Which he will do not at the end of this lap, but on the end of the next one. So finish the one you're on, and then one more lap.
A number of people, Nick, you might be able to answer this. I don't know if we've had an answer from Audi, but I'm sure Martin Pass is listening and maybe able to tell us. Do we know why we've lost the forward-facing cameras on the R18s this weekend?
I do not know. I will walk up there, because I can't do any interviews up there, as you know. And the 7's in. Is that expected or is that unexpected?
Nakajima.
No, that's early.
That's not right.
So we've got a problem with the 7. He's parked up. They're offering fuel. This is a problem. This could be a wheel back and in. He's come in.
This is the best place of the Toyotas in 4th position.
Looking to go. They haven't touched it yet. So that almost says it's a hybrid issue, because they're very pointedly not touching the car. Everyone's staying away from it, and now they're looking. Yeah, they're putting some cooling fan into the side slats. The way they're not touching the car at all, no one has yet touched the car, makes me think they're worried about something.
No, they're worried about a fire on the left rear brake.
Right.
In fact, both rear brakes have been binding on, I would say, and they've seen the brake temperatures rise. We had an issue with this early on the weekend with the Toyota that we speculated for once correctly about.
And now they're fueling, so they waited, they've called it. The number 2 goes past me and obviously has gained a huge amount of time, and Alan are getting into that one. But the issue now is if they've got a problem with the brakes, they're fueling. I assume the next step would be to dolly it back into the garage, or are they just going to let it carry on?
Hang on a second, Nick.
On the timber, the brakes, they put that on, but on the steering I have HP box. Big up box, rear brake temperature box.
So that was from a few moments ago, and exactly as we anticipated. They have fire extinguishers there just in case.
And they've sent it. So basically they cool the brakes down with a bit of air, wafted around a bit, looked very perplexed.
It's a leaf blower with a piece of flexi hose on.
It's a pretty strong leaf blower. I think they tweaked them up to get extra airflow through. But even so,
put the pin back in the fire extinguisher.
Seems to me that unless they now whack the bias very much further forward, it's just going to happen again in a couple of laps, surely, as we see the full service of number 2 Audi running ahead in front of us, up at pit exit, and it looks like that's done. I believe I couldn't see it, but I'm pretty sure that Alan hopped into the car, and they are away, and the 2 car now is significantly closer to the 7 it was. 7 didn't take tyres, but did take fuel.
Yes, the number 7 then, as you say, with a fuel-only stop in real terms, but cost it a minute and 50 seconds. The number 2 Audi was a driver change full service, which costed a minute and 19 seconds. So that's half a minute gain by the number 2 car on the number 7 car. Plus, of course, we got now worn tyres on Nakajima's Toyota, whereas McNish in the Audi has a fresh set of tyres. Whilst all of that is happening through, and not to be ignored, into the lead has gone H's Audi. That's the number 3 long-tail version. Lucas de Grassi is the driver, but he only has 3 laps to do. In fact, 2 and a bit laps to do before he'll be due into the pits for his next pit stop. So again, many changes of lead as the pit stop cycle cycles through. Graham.
Just looking at a bit of kit that the Toyota technician was carrying towards the pit lane, John. I didn't quite spot whether or not that was the discharge kit, but it looked a bit like a battery.
Also, just to say, by the way, that the reason that the periscope cameras aren't on the Audis, final analysis revealed that the potential didn't compensate for the disadvantages of aero and weight, says our man in Audi. Thank you very much indeed. Meantime, Marcel Fessler is still in second position, 1.4 seconds behind the leader. So De Grassi leading by 1.4 from Hop Suisse, Marcel, who looked very relaxed on the grid when I spoke to him earlier on today. McNish, and a spin for, that must be the 26 car. This is second place in class.
Yep.
And this is the run again.
It's not going to be for much longer because he's not going to get that
He
round
can't get
before.
that out.
That looks like that is Simon Dolan going through now to take second position. There is debris on the circuit. There may well have been. Oh, he's been into the barrier. Oh, dear me.
That is very, very odd. It looks like the car just snapped left on him as he was coming out of the right-hander at Campus and running down.
No, it's the second part of Pouhon.
Second part of Pouhon. Ah, they've moved that camera position then. That's much lower down than it was earlier on.
That was a very odd incident, wasn't it? It just seemed like he just lost the line, almost in a straight line, and was off to driver's left and into the barrier.
Let's see, as these cars come around to... No, it's not a Pouhon at all, because they've just gone round Pouhon.
Yes.
So it's much further round the track. It's
Turn 11.
It's 13 and 14.
Yeah, it's Fan, which is 13, 14. Just before you get to Stavelot, where it comes back onto the old circuit.
Well, it's saying 11
It's
there,
saying 11.
but it's not. I'm sure that isn't 11. It's not after Pouhon. It's not before Pouhon, rather. But anyway, wherever it is, it's the issue is that it's a big issue, and the marshals have done very well to push that car out to give him enough room to try and turn it, which he does in front of one of the works Porsches and stalls the engine. Now the issue is here that he's got damage to the front of the car. It has come unfastened at the bottom, and if he goes too quickly, the whole of the nose piece of the car is going to peel back off.
Absolutely right.
And break.
We saw, John, it came loose in the impact, so that thing is not properly fixed at the moment.
Rusinov needs to be very, very slow as he comes back around. He's lost second position. He's lost third position as Alex Brundle has gone through as well. So P2 spicing up again. Perez Compang leading in the 49 Pcom car from Simon Dolan in the Zeitnik number 38 and Alex Brundle in the Morgan.
Brundle is about to take second place as well by the look of it, because he's catching Simon
It's
Dolan
a
very quickly
great battle. Into the pit lane. Now Nakajima's back in again, Nick.
Yeah, the 7 of them, they set up for him again. We've got the blowers on the rear brakes, but at this point they are going to have to do something that actually fixes the problem rather than just spending a lap cooling them down every other lap. At the same time, Rusinov joins about 4 garages below with the heavy damage on the front left. That may actually end up being purely cosmetic, in fact.
Did he get it back with the nose cone?
Yes,
still
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's
done,
quite an easy swap, that nose cone. Not cheap, obviously, a new nose cone for an Oracle 03, but so now, and indeed the number 7 car is unfortunately going on the dolly jacks. The debut has not gone totally smoothly, and they will now cede any chance of victory or worrying Audi. But obviously, I suppose, in a way, whilst it's better this happened to test day, it's better this happens today than on the third weekend of June.
And of course, temperature is one of those things that it's hard to test for, but it is one of those things that can cost you dear at Le Mans. And when I say Peugeot, I mean Peugeot. You only have to ask Peugeot because it was temperature which really did for them in 2010 when we had the embarrassing engine blow-ups.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do other than go out and use the conditions as you have them. At the front of the field, the battle between De Grassi and Fessler is down to 1/10 of a second. In P2, it's Perez Compang, as we said, in the 49, but then Alex Brundle has just gone through. I was about to say, I wonder whether this will happen this lap, and Alex Brundle drives his way into second position in the 24 Morgan Nissan.
And as you say that, the change happens in P1 as well, overall lead, because Lucas de Grassi brings the Audi into the pits on schedule, 20 laps completed on his stint, and this should be a full service for the number 3 car. Lucas de Grassi should be handing it over to Oliver Jarvis.
Would make sense. Yes, indeed. I can see Ollie Jarvis getting interesting. Having said that the 28 car hadn't got anyone's way, the Golf Lola. In fact, as the number 3 came in, one of the mechanics did get in his way, and he was walking very slowly.
I just watched exactly that and wondered who it was, and thought it might have been a Gulf Racing member of the team, but that will not go down well, I don't think, Nick, because that was pretty close.
It was. I mean, he had to take avoiding action. The guy who was obviously wasn't moving at full speed because he already has one injury, and he got very close to getting a second injury by having a lang tail, and I think he felt the extra 5.5 inches that hit him, I must admit. But the service is going absolutely standard for the Audi. The tyres are going on now. Ollie Jarvis inside. It will drop off the tracks any second, and it should be away. The final tyre going in, drop and gone. And I'm going to have a quick look at the number 26 car, which was pushed back into pits after Ruzanov. They didn't just replace the nose. And just having a look round the side here, are they having to do any serious... Ruzanov stayed in the car, and they are doing a top and bottom nose change, and they're also doing the left-hand front of the side pod as well.
Okay. Well, the work that we know has gone on for the number 7 car to become a more serviceable item this year will be proven in race conditions, it seems. Whether or not the car actually comes out, plenty of work going on. Let's watch the car right now. Meantime, the sister car, the older car, the number 8 car, up at the 3rd position overall, courtesy of that stop just now for the number 3 Audi. 35.2 is the fastest first sector of that car's race so far for Anthony Davidson. He's got a 32-second deficit, though, behind Alan McNish, who's motoring along.
13 changes of lead in the race thus far, and every prospect of more, because although we've lost that Toyota, still in the garage. No, it hasn't. It's rejoined, hasn't it? The number 7 Toyota. Yes, it has. So the although it's rejoined, it's fallen back off the lead lap. And it does mean that the race is still close, and the lead is still being shared between the 3 Audis, 1, 2 and 3, who kind of just take turns in leading whenever the other one makes a pit stop. Their lap times are certainly comparable. Oliver Jarvis just getting up to speed in the number 3, but from what we've seen thus far, McNish a little bit quicker on the last lap than Fessler, but separated by half a minute from him. And as I say, it's really just a case of how the race pans out as to whether or not that puncture which befell Trellier earlier in the race will have a significant impact or not.
The definitive story from Alistair Moffat, thank you. The 7 car is having the Toyota energy recovery issues because the rear brakes are overheating. And so not just the brakes that's the issue there, but also because of the integration of the hybrid system. We've said this before, Paul. Yeah. It's not a bolt-on, bolt-off system. You cannot have one without the other.
And it's very difficult to actually get the balance right, so that you take the energy, because you take the energy off the rear brakes in order to feed the energy back onto the rear brakes, but you need to take enough energy, but not all of the energy.
Nick?
John, a quick word with Kazuki himself up here. Kazuki, that's not a good end to that stint, is it? I mean, what caused the car to have to come back in the pits a couple of times?
Well, I don't know exactly what was the problem yet, but it's something related to the, I don't know, brake system or something, but yeah.
So was that manifesting itself as a handling imbalance or just alarms on the dashboard?
Again?
Could you see the problem? Was that ruining the handling, or was it just you were getting alarms on the dashboard?
Got the alarm on the dashboard, and I had a funny car balance as well, so yeah.
Thanks, Kazuki.
So 300 kilometers an hour, 186 miles an hour for the number 1 Marcel Fessler Audi. And we've got a quarter of an hour before we go to the next hour, and Kaz Nakajima are about to have a word in vision as well for those of you watching the TV pictures. Louise Beckett has made her way down to Toyota.
Kazuki just talking to his team now. I'll see if I can interrupt him. Kazuki, for a moment. Let me move round. We can see the issue. Tell us what the problem is.
I
I don't know yet exactly what was the problem, but we just found the alarm on the steering, and it's something related to the brake system, but I don't know.
This is not what you want, but I suppose it's better it happens here than in Le Mans.
Say again?
This is not what you want for the new car, but this was your test. It's better here than Le Mans.
Yeah, for sure. We are still in a preparation to Le Mans, so well, yeah, it's better to have problem now rather than having it in Le Mans.
Not sure we might get the bottom of that today, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I missed the way the car is still in the garage being worked on, and it has been there already for 8 minutes, John.
Black and white flag for 96. Have we spotted that one?
We'll add that one to the list. Meantime, Anthony Davidson posts the fastest lap of the number 8 car's race, but perhaps part of the tale here is that the 2 cars ahead of it both lapped quicker, and it's not their fastest lap.
And also Anthony on his way into the pits, not into his pits as such, but he's light on fuel now. He's on his 104th lap, and I reckon he's got fuel for 106 laps. So again, just a lap and a bit left in the tank for the number 8 Toyota, but the fact that it's a light car will be helping him.
One other quick thing to note, we did say that Christian Poulsen was rapidly gaining on Roll Goethe. That pass was made some little while ago, so the order is still Ferrari, Aston Martin, but the order reversed now between the 95 and 96 Aston Martins. The 95, the all-Danish crewed car, with the young driver Shapeland, is now up into 2nd position in the class, and just looking to see if we've got a gap there. We don't at the moment, but it's a pretty hefty one back to the Aston Martin.
And the 26 car has just rejoined after a new nose, a new side pod, and also for some reason a bit of a fiddle with the rear wing as well. So whether they've done a slight setup change, but Roman Rusinov stayed on board because obviously he has to do a minimum amount of time as the gentleman driver, so he will carry on going until they can replace him. He was tripped over then on the pit wall, and yeah, lots of broken bits of carbon and dust littering the floor of the 26G Dive Racing pit.
8 minutes and 49 seconds spent in the pit lane. I can't understand why you don't like that. Those Porsche colours. Anything with red and white and black on the roof looks great to me.
That may be why I don't like it, John. Yeah.
It's got a big 50 on the roof for the 50th anniversary of Porsche.
Quick question here, which is we saw Alan McNish get in the car with 2 hours and 25 minutes remaining to race. Are we going to see Alan go to the end here?
Possibly, although I would expect not, but possibly. You never know. He's a bit of an Iron Man sometimes, isn't he?
He's got a sniff of victory. He'll not want to be prized out of it, I tell you that. The points...
As indeed we saw last time out.
Well, exactly. The point situation at the top of the driver standings. And remember, it is a world championship for drivers. Let's not forget that. And whatever we think about anything else, as we're watching Anthony Davidson taking the Formula 1 line through Podium, which involves going out of the circuit, getting his pass re-stamped and coming back in again, apparently. It's a very long deviation there as he went off the track. Yeah, you know, let's not forget, these guys are all hardened professionals, but a world championship,
oh no,
it's a world championship.
It absolutely means something. You know, yes, there's a Le Mans win in prospect for the best potentially of these 5 crews, we would think. But World Championship will do it as well, and Alan McNish has shown that he's capable of doing that too, because 2:19.15 takes a full 5 seconds out of Marcel Fassler last time around. We presume Marcel delayed in traffic there, but 5 seconds, a mighty chunk bitten from that lead.
Can I just mention an issue for, or at least not an issue, it's a penalty for car 28. This is going back to the safety car, which is quite some time ago. We're still waiting for other penalties to be resolved, as we see car 57 has been warned for track limits at turn 4. Add that one to the list. It's car 28.
It's bad news for 28 because that will drop it from last position to last position. Keiko O'Hara still circulating in the 28 car.
She wasn't in it at the time, of course.
She wasn't in it at the time, but they've not had a very good race, have they?
No. I was just going to go to Roman Rusinov because he has to drive for a minimum of 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
They've changed the driving times around, so it's now different depending which class you're in. In P2, it's 1 hour and 15 minutes. In for your silver bronze type driver. In GTE, all the drivers must do an hour and 45 minutes. So as I say, depending which class you're in, depends on how much time you've got. But they've also changed the rules again in the way that the stints are calculated, because if you're in the pits, then that doesn't count as your driving time.
Correct.
So the 8.5 minutes that Roman Rusinov just spent in the pits doesn't count at all. So he went out at 16:34 and then came back in again 17:09. So that was his hour. It's half an hour of his drive, and he then has to do the rest from 17:09 up to he's probably got to do about another 10 minutes is all.
A number of people have tweeted at Specutainment and at Radio Le Monde to ask about the back of the Aston number 98 Bruno Senna's car, which is looking a tad oily at the moment as we're watching a lock-up by
the leader
Perez Companc in the 49 PCOM leading P2 car. It is a fair point, actually. It does seem to be much dirtier in the middle section than any of its compatriots.
One to keep an eye on.
There is the 98 going through at the top of the hill at Les Combes, heading down towards Rivage.
Just to explain one quick thing that Paul was saying there, I'm sure there are new viewers and listeners joining in to follow the WEC this year, and we've got a further, it's a 20-second stop and go penalty for car, another one for car 28
for several
pit lane speeding infringements. So 2 stop and goes in this many minutes for the same car, which is also running last.
It sounds to me as though they're starting to get through some of these decisions.
The paperwork pile is being dealt with. But the point I was going to make, guys, was that Paul mentioned the silver bronze thing in LMP2. That doesn't mean a gentleman of a certain age who's suntanned. It's the driver classification, and the LMP2 and GTE AM classes must have a non-professional driver. Some of these guys are perhaps professional drivers who've got beyond a particular age gap. Other of them are simply not guys who are pro drivers, and it's those drivers that must do the minimum amount of time. If they don't do that, they are likely to get a penalty at the end of the race, which of course we saw at Silverstone with Michael Marcel in the Greaves Motorsport car not having been able to complete his time because of injury from the LMS race the day before.
Exactly so. And all those classifications, silver, bronze, gold and platinum, are available to download from a website, but I can't honestly remember where it is now. It takes a long time to find, though.
It does.
Nick Damon did an absolutely cracking piece explaining how it's decided, because it's not arbitrary.
No.
Oh, no.
There are some... it's by no means should we say that everyone would find it definitive, and it's not to say that we wouldn't have a bit of an argument about why that was in one way and the other was another. But basically what happens is that the committee, or whoever's decided this, looks at the categories of racing that the drivers have competed in the past and how they've done in it. And from that, well, Nick, I mean, there are certain things that would automatically make you a platinum or a gold driver.
Absolutely, yeah. Any time, if you've done particularly well in any of the major single-seater categories, that's obviously F1, but also includes GP2, World Series by Renault. So people who've won races in World Series by Renault, for example, Antonio Felix da Costa or Sam Bird, they would both be instantly platinum, not even gold.
Unless you're over 56.
Yes, Martin Brundle has gone down this year from being platinum to gold just because of age.
You drop a level at 55, and you drop a second level at 65.
Yeah.
So we can go down. So eventually, at 65 years old, Jock Wisdom McNish will go down to a silver and be much in demand.
Say that to him when he's next to you, and I'll hold your coat.
That's fine. I'll put my arm out and hold his head. It'll be fine. Won't get anywhere near me. Just while we talk about this, Anthony Davis done a very, very standard fuel stop, and he's away and quite clear and free. But yeah, it is actually what they have done in that racing sim. What they actually did this year was tidying up one of the loopholes about young drivers. So Alex Brandel, to mention Martin's son, suffered the other way in that normally he wouldn't have he's gone for gold this year, and normally on his results he would have stayed silver. But because he was doing particularly well in P2, they said, no, we can see your potential. You are a young hot shoe, you are a gold. Yes. And that also has slightly counted against some of the other people who've been through the Nissan Academy. I think Lucas, who went up this year, would have gone up anyway. But they are now looking very carefully at these young drivers who've hopped out before sort of GP2 level or World Series level, and therefore have moved into P2 with a silver ranking rather than a gold or a platinum.
The reason behind that is because the teams themselves, and for that matter the race organisers, are beginning to get rather concerned that it might deter the traditional LMP2 funders, the gentleman drivers, from doing so if they were being blown away by a group of young whippersnappers in the same cars who are who ranked at silver because they might be quick but hadn't yet proven it.
It's been suggested from down in the Audi pit that this might be the first time we've had an Audi 1, 2, 3.
No, it's not.
Well, we have got an Audi 1, 2, 3 though.
Sorry, it's 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Audis 1, 2, and 3 are 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
We have had Audis in position 1, 2, and 3, but now we have Audis 1, 2, 3 in positions 1, 2, 3.
Fine. No, I agree with that.
And I think that is correct. We have had Audis in all 3 top positions. Now, speeding in the pit lane, penalty for car number 76.
I think that's its second
Jean-Carl
penalty.
Vernet is driving the Porsche at the moment.
I don't think it is, because I think the message we had before was that it was being investigated for speeding in the pit lane. Now this just gives us an idea of where they are in their list, because the investigation for speeding in the pit lane came out at 16:07. Except that's
17:07.
17:07, so that was an hour and a half ago.
20 minutes, yeah.
And after that, no, that means that they should have done the Aston Martin
pit lane,
offences.
Porsche pit lane thing.
Yes.
Now, do they normally put NFAs up on there? No further action?
They would normally if there's been an investigation.
One of you has just left the pit. If you get past him, you put him a lap down.
That was Anthony Davison they were talking about there, were they? Right.
They're smelling blood, aren't they? Here, this is Audi looking to stamp their authority on this championship right here, right now.
But we've seen this before. Cars of other colours from other manufacturers that have done very well in the early part of the season, as the 57 Krone racing car takes an unconventional line with Tracy Krone at the wheel at La Source.
Do you know what? I'm actually surprised that it's taken them this long to put the 2012 car a lap down, because at Silverstone they were a lap down by half distance.
Good point.
So
that 2012 car, so the consternation then that has been around the Toyota garage all week about why the new car isn't a second faster, maybe the 2012 car's just going better this weekend.
Well, although it's a 2012 car, it's not really a year old, because remember its first race was Le Mans.
Correct. Never raced here.
And it never raced here, and it's easy to forget. But there it is, happened on the screen if you're watching in a position to watch a big screen around the circuit or on monitors.
Streaming video, wherever.
Streaming video is the phrase I was looking for. So Marcel Fessler then at the wheel of the number 1 Audi leads the race, and it's now an Audi 1, 2, 3 with the 4th place car exactly 1 lap down, and that's Anthony Davidson's number 8 Toyota. The number 7 Toyota, which was in the lead of the race and was representing a serious threat, still in the pit garage, a place where it has been now.
And I'm looking at it right now, Paul.
Yes.
And the interesting thing is, this car had overheating brakes, and no one's looking at the brakes.
No.
They are looking at the hybrid system.
Yes, well, that's what we said. We did report that, Nick, that it's the hybrid recovery system that's causing an issue with the brake bias. It's not working. The hybrid recovery system is not working. Therefore, the rear brakes are working too hard. Therefore, the rear brakes are overheating.
Certainly, they're taking off all the safety covers from the supercapacitors. So at that point, I left the garage. You can fuel it. You can have a fire. I'm not going anywhere near supercapacitors that aren't covered up. Though I'm sure they've been discharged very safely.
You've seen supercapacitors, haven't you?
I've seen little ones, and they can give you a hell of a kick, even little ones.
especially with those nylon race suits that you're wearing.
Well, I do love it. Exactly. I do love it with nylon when I'm racing with toy cars. It makes everything go more excitingly.
I think that's enough for that point of view. John's got something far more important to say.
In that we've crossed another hour area, another hour.
4.
Hour number 4, yes, and that leaves us 2 hours to go. So let's have a quick rundown. Marcel Fessler leads by 28.8 seconds over Alan McNish, who has a further minute or thereabouts just under on Ollie Jarvis. Audi's 1, 2 and 3. On 1, 2 and 3, Anthony Davison in the number 8 Toyota has just dropped off the lead lap, and he is 54 seconds ahead of Neil Yarney, who is in 5th position, 8 and 12 in 4th and 5th. Then Kung Fu Cheng, Frankie Cheng now in the 13, Lola in 6th position, as we're watching a little bit more jiggery and, if you will, pokery from the 97 and 57 Aston and Ferrari respectively. In P2, Pierre Caffer has just taken over the driving duties of the number 49 Orica. The Pecom car leads by still over a minute to Simon Dolan, who seems to be at the wheel of the 38 Cytec for quite some time. Alex Brundle is back down into 3rd place now, courtesy of an extra pit stop over the car ahead of him. So he's slightly on a different strategy at the moment, or at least on a different pit run. So 49, 38 and 24, the top 3 in P2. In GTE Pro, Kamui Kobayashi leads by 8.5 seconds over Giancarlo Fisichella, and we still have Ferrari, Aston, Porsche, 71, 51, 98, 97, 91, 92, but still waiting to hear of those potential penalties for the infringement at the end of a safety car period, which was a very, very long time ago now. The leading AM car is Rui Aguas in the 81, still the bright orange 8-star car, ahead of Patrick Bornhauser, who's just pitted in the Corvette, the number 50, and Rod Gotha is in the 96 Aston Martin in 3rd position. And it looks like a full service for the Corvette. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I was just having a look at the Audi. We have another 12 in here as well. The Corvette itself is picking up a full service. I'm actually going to go and see if I can find some in the back of Aston to tell us what's going on, even if they can't do it on the camera as such,
okay,
or the voice.
So just 2 hours to go, moving into the last third of the race with RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nissan on 106.5 FM around the circuit. Paul Truswell, John Hindorf, Graham Goodwin. And this has been a very interesting race. Sad to say that number 7 Toyota has dropped away just a little bit after the hybrid issue has caused braking issues, and into the pit lane has come Tracy Crone, who has now vacated. No, he's still in the seat. No, that's Tracy out of it, isn't it? It's Tracy out of it, and they were having trouble there, I think, pushing the seat forward because he is a big lad, tall lad, is Tracy Crone. Nick Damon has been doing a little bit of detective work, worthy of Joe Bradley down at Aston Martin.
Well, I've done better than that. I brought out a man who'll be able to tell us exactly what's going on. I'm with Dave Richards. Dave, we saw quite a long time ago now the 2 of your cars called for a potential infringement on the safety car rules. On listening to it, we think there may have been a mistake. We had no further action seen. What's happened with those penalties?
We went and saw the clerk of the course. We're very clear on our interpretation of that. We believe there's no issue at all.
I mean, because on the talkback radio, we heard Eduardo Freitas very clearly saying that the pit lane was not open until all the cars had passed. Is that not what's written in the regulations? Was that your argument?
No, I don't want to go into the detail here now. It's not the right place, but it's very clear that from our interpretation of the regulations that nothing was wrong on our side.
And the clerk said that, so it's a dead issue now, yeah?
We haven't heard any more about it, so I assume they put it to bed.
Thank you, David. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Nick, there's one thing actually does occur to me here is that aside from the fact that it would mean that it's far less likely that the Aston Martins could catch the 2 leading Ferraris, even if they are pinged at this stage, it's not going to make any difference because it is the 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars all did the same thing, therefore would all be pinged and are far enough ahead of the 6th place car to not make any difference. Oh, that was close.
That was another unsafe release in the pit lane, and that was the 8-star car, which is comfortably leading the AM category, and it didn't need to be let out right in front of the IMSA Performance Map Porsche.
No, it's the other way around, I think, Joe. The other way around, because they were both coming out. So the
No.
It was
the IMSA car stopped 2 pits further up.
Was the IMSA car doing a stop and go? Because he
could have been.
Yes, because he literally followed the eight
Yes, he
car
was.
out. So I think what happened was the 76 came in. Obviously they thought at the 8-star pit he's going to stop, because he only stopped for a nanosecond.
It happened on the way in. It happened on the way into the stop go, Nick.
The 8-star car was released right in front of the 76 car. The 76 car hadn't cleared it, and then went in and did his pit stop.
Anyway,
leader in the pits.
And we have Marcel Fessler already out of the number 1 car, almost before they got the car to be How do they do that?
Ejector seat.
Oh, that is remarkable. Who's got...
well, Andre Lotterer should get in.
Right, okay.
That would be the rotation, and we believe that all you need to do for ever onwards now is just read down the side of the car.
Okay.
And that's what it is. And so Lotterer gets in. I'm not totally sure how this is working out. I mean, whether this is actually the lead car, depending on when the race stops. I think what Paul said about an hour ago, whether that's still the case, and whether overall the 1 and 2 have got closer or further apart, or whether 3 is in all this. I've been too busy running up and down trying to work what's going on in the pits.
It's all very closely balanced, but number 1 does seem to have a faster average lap time than number 2 does, and that's overall, bearing in mind the driving of Alan McNish, Tom Christensen and Loic Duval. Of course, the thing that Audi has done wrong, I mean, it's nice that you mentioned it about the driver sequencing. I thought it was always rather nice with the number 1 car, because each of the drivers had an accent in their name. Andre Lotterer, Marcel Fessler, and... exactly. And Loic Duval, of course, has a sort of accent, and now we've got Marc Genet in the number 3. It's ruining the pattern.
Oh, it's shocking. The 57's back in again. Weren't they in again a second ago, the Tracy Cotton car?
They were trying to move the seat.
Now they're back in again to change one of the tyres. I don't know if they're doing all of them. This is the world's most cockeyed bit of I think they've had a seating issue. They're now changing the back left, and that's it. So they came in, gave it a bit more fuel, and changed one tyre. So they're obviously going through the entire Keystone Cops pit lane, and that car snaked off there like it wasn't actually done up properly. So watch out for that one. I'm not sure that's all put together properly.
Johnson still in the car.
Now, as a result of that pit stop, then, with Andre Lotterer taking over the number 1, Alan McNish now leads the race in the number 2 Audi, but he has fuel enough only for another 3 laps. So the length of time that the number 1 is leading the race is longer than the length of time that the number 2 is leading the race. And then the number 3 car gets a look in as well. So it's still very, very finely balanced, but look at Andre Lotterer go as John.
Bad news, I'm afraid. Down at the number 7 garage, the shutter has come down on the race debut of the TSO 30 for 2013. The revised car has performed, we are told, very well indeed in testing at a variety of places, including at Ricard's. However, it has not lasted much beyond half distance here. Well, a little bit more than that, in fairness. Started to have problems a wee while ago, and the bringing down of the shutter normally means, or is taken to mean at Le Mans, of course, that the car has been withdrawn. It may be that here they just don't want any more prying eyes when they take the car to pieces. It's not that long to Le Mans. It's 49 or 48 days to race day this weekend.
2 weeks less than that to test day.
Yep.
June the 10th, yeah, June the 9th rather, Mum's birthday.
But on the other hand, I don't think that was bad.
They showed good pace, and they showed good pace for a long time.
It's easier to make a fast car reliable than it is to make a reliable car fast.
That's true. However, and I certainly I don't want to argue with that. No Toyota has ever finished a 24-hour race, WEC, LMP, because otherwise I'll get people telling me about Japanese races or something. But
they've won the Fuji 24 hours, yeah.
But in terms of prototypes,
finished a 24-hour race.
Yes, in terms of prototypes.
No, haven't finished.
didn't they finish third with the GT1, which was, let's face it, a prototype?
Yes. Okay. Yep. Yep. No, I'll go with that.
I failed to get in the road. I failed to get in the road car. That car existed. It wasn't a prototype at all.
It was very funny.
It didn't really have the pedals so offset you actually need 8-foot legs and 2-foot arms at all. I've no idea. I've no idea how the demonstration runs. It must have been driven by 2 people. Because I don't believe that there's any person of the shape that we're required to use the control of that car.
Absolutely.
Anybody who's driven an early 911, it's not an issue, trust me. And speaking of 911, so no, not an early one, this is a 997. It's in the pits for the number 88 Felbermeyer car, which is in third position for Paolo Roberti when it came into the pit lane. And he's doing very long gaps, very long runs on its fuel. It's been going very well indeed. It's 81 from 95. Ferrari back in the lead of the AM category with the Aston in second place. And now Stuart Hall has gone through in the
96.
In the 96, sorry, yep. Aston Martin into third place on that pit stop. But as I say, that Porsche goes an inordinately long way on its fuel.
Meantime, up at the front of the race, Andre Lotterer has decided, time to go quickly. 2 minutes, .964 makes it the fastest lap of the race on his lap 1:15 in pursuit of Alan McNish in the lead. And obviously Alan is due the pits any time now. But 2 minutes, .964 takes 6 seconds out of the previous lap time of McNish, who had a bit of traffic, I think, that time around.
And I mean, that is not only is it the fastest lap of the race, but it's the fastest lap of the race since lap 5. So nobody went faster in that time. Now, I suppose the air temperature is now beginning to drop off a little bit. That may be enabling the engines to breathe a little bit more easily. Not quite happy hour as we get at Le Mans, but as we get into the later stages of the race, if the cars are on good tyres, then there is every prospect with a good groove dialed in, lots of rubber down, and less traffic around, although we've only had 2 retirements, there could be more improvements to come. Andre Lotterer, though, 2 minutes 0.964, fastest lap thus far.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us here in the booth at Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, and DSC this weekend.
It's DSC Race Live on Twitter, and follow us at www.dailysportscar.com, where we're running a live race ticker free of charge. Follow that, and there'll be pictures added as and when we get the guys back in from sunbathing by the side of the track.
Nick Damon is at RC Racing, RC Romeo Charlie Racing, and he's been taking all kinds of pictures over the weekend, so if you haven't been following him...
Racing pictures, we should make that clear.
Of cars,
yes.
Yeah. By the way,
well, not just cars, knowing you. But
no, the key thing is I'm not Richard Childress Racing. I do get, after any NASCAR controversy, a couple of rednecks berating me for something my team has done.
But you wish you were $1 behind him, mate.
Yeah. Or many, many thousands.
Okay. And we have still got then somewhere in the region of an hour and 3/4, so about a Grand Prix distance around here still to run as the slightly pre-loved looking AF Corsa comes out, the 51 car. It's just a bit of rubber damage. Actually, I thought there was more damage on the nose of that than there actually is. Just where it's been hit by rubber debris around the circuit.
Yep,
meantime, Andre Lotterer continues to keep up the pace. He's just done that car's fastest first sector, a 34.8, and that's where the 3 car was earlier on in the race, although now Ollie Jarvis down to 34.5, held up by the Matmut IMSA Porsche. Still one of my favourite colour schemes with that metallic tricolour colours on that car. It looks like the paint is 2 feet deep in places.
Doesn't it just? It's beautiful. It's Jimmy Bruni, by the way, back at the wheel of the 51 car. He joins in 4th position in GTE Pro, but with the 3 cars ahead of him all due a stop at some point reasonably soon.
Talking of being due a stop, so is Alan McNish at the wheel of the leading Audi number 2, and just to recall, he has only been in the lead since lap 114, so it'll be 4 laps in the lead for Alan, and as I say, that's going to play into the hands of the number 1 car.
Cycling through the pit stops in GTE Pro, Bruno Senna is the next to come out of the lead in the 98 Aston Martin. Man leading the FIA World Championship at the moment. Senna leads the World Championship. I think that headline might have been written before. For those asking, particularly at Robert Allen too. Hello, Robert. He's tweeted at Specutainment and said, I've been away for a couple of hours. How dare you? How many pit stops has the AF course has done to the Astons? Well, the 71 car is roughly on the same sort of stop strategy. Tony Vielander has just done his, or that 71 car rather, has done its 4th stop recently. Jimmy Bruni's just gone out after his 6th, but there are two
stop goes,
2 penalty passes through the pit lane there.
He will rue at this stage, John. I think he's going to rue those, because you know what, that could just cost him the race.
Rob Fisher has said, what is the difference in livery between the 32 and 33 Lotus? I think it's the 31 and 32 Lotus to start with.
They've got different numbers on.
And I don't think there's anything bar the mirrors, is there, Nick?
Well, what they do have actually is they have an Audi S sort of little flash of coloured LED on the side of the right-hand light.
Okay.
One of which is red and one of which is blue, I think, and I couldn't tell you which one's which, but I will look out for it next time they come in. As the number 2 of Alan McNish comes underneath me with his blue flashing on his around his lights now, and pulls in. Is this a fuel or a full service?
This is a fuel only.
Fuel only.
Right.
Fuel and pressurised drinks and a Tunnocks tea cake chucked in there for good measure.
I don't think he's allowed Tunnocks tea cakes in the racing season, is he? They're having a look with a torch, shining a very bright LED, no doubt Audi LED light source, into the holes in the top of the wings as the number 1 car comes through, with Lotterer washing the windscreen as he goes across the start-finish line. And you think I'm joking? I am not. Audi spent a lot of time designing a windscreen wiper that would stay on the screen at speed, and a water delivery system that would get the water onto the screen. It's a very clever piece of kit. It parks straight up and down, and I'm just trying to have a look there. It looks like, because I can't see because of the sun on our faces and our monitors, it looks like there's a little bit of dirt or some kind of condensation that may be on the windscreen right in front of Andre Lotterer. It is a driver on the right car, of course.
You're right.
And he's got a really scarmy, greasy mark right at his eye line. And when he's washed it, it's like that squashed bee that you get, and it's just spread it right across.
Whatever it is, it's emulsified with a little bit of oil, whatever it is. That would be pretty distracting, I'd have thought, for him, particularly as the sun gets lower and lower.
And he's just had his pit stop, remember, so he hasn't got the option of getting that sprayed with the foam or having a tear off taken from the windscreen. Those very clever and very expensive, I'm told, pieces of plastic that are on the windscreen to keep the windscreen clean. I'm told they're a bit of a rip-off.
Oh, I've heard that one before.
Actually, talking about rip-offs, the number 13 Rebellion has just come in front of me, and they have a 3-part tear-off. So they have a central tear, a left and a right tear, whereas both Toyota and Audi use a one single screen go. So, and normally they have 9 or 10 on there for the entirety of a 6-hour race. I'm not sure whether they put 25 on for the entirety of Le Mans, but it's a very long process to get those on properly, so they'll come off, and also when they're sitting there, they're not occluding too much of the vision.
Thinking of a Porsche in the pits, 91 car, appears to have pitted from 2nd in GTE Pro. That's put Jimmy Bruni back up to 2nd position. He's 19 seconds behind Stefan Mucker, still running first, but owes a pit stop in the leading GTO Pro car at the moment, the 97 Aston Martin Vantage.
A battle for 2nd position now between McNish and Jarvis. McNish having done his pit stop. Ollie Jarvis due one in a lap or two, as McNish has target acquired and has got down to around about a 1.5 seconds as they go down towards Eau Rouge for what is their 120th time. A number of people just pointing out to us that the Rebellions have managed to stay very close together. 14 seconds indeed between the 5th and 6th place Toyota-powered Lola Rebellions, and only a couple of laps away from the leader.
I'm properly impressed by Rebellion this weekend.
I think this is massive for them.
I mean, and the potential here, if they can make, okay, we know about the aero, blah, 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 but the potential here for a rapid and reliable car at Le Mans is a very good one. If the factory teams run anything other than fault-free, could we have, for the first time in quite a long time?
Gap 12 seconds, 12 seconds. That's gap to Andre, who's in P1. Ahead of you is Ollie.
Is that H?
Not sure.
Could we have a privateer team?
I think Kyle's running that. I think Kyle's running the car.
Kyle is running number 2, yes. H is running number 3.
Thank you. I mean,
could we have a privateer team capable of just nicking something?
We've said, haven't we, that we and you know, people like with the standing of Henri Pescarolo, of Bart Hayden as well has said it himself. We don't expect to be able to go out there and win on outright pace against the Audis and the Toyotas and the Works teams, because they're Works teams. That just doesn't happen. What we expect is, if they have an issue, that we might be there to get some crumbs from the rich man's table, if you like, and pick up the pieces. And they are exactly at that point at the moment.
Yeah, we just saw a quick shot of teammates. That was Jimmy Bruni indicating to the 54 car, I think it was, Bachelier. I think what he was indicating with his finger there was that Jimmy Bruni, will soon be in first position.
Yes.
Because it was a single finger being shown. I'm sure that's what the international sign language there was.
He was pointing the way that he wanted to have gone by several corners before.
I think probably so, yes.
In the AM category, Rui Aguas 81 leads for Ferrari. The 81 car ahead of the 95 of Aston by a minute and a half now. And then it's Stuart Hall just on the back of that lead lap. Car 45 being asked to have both headlights on, and it has just come into the pit lane for Jacques Nicolet.
They will likely get the opportunity to do just that, if indeed they've noticed it before they release Jacques. They both are on, but it's a little.
It's a wobbly. The left front is wobbly. Needs to put full beam on, I think. The left front headlight. Now, we have seen cars stopped at the end of the pit lane at Le Mans. Do you remember when Christensen got stopped one year? That was, yes, it's gone. It's flickered off again, so it's something to do with the pit lane speed limiter then, because it was working fine. Somebody needs to tell Jacques that he needs to put his main beam on, and then he'd have headlights on both sides.
Jimmy Bruni reeling in Stefan Mucker with or without that pit stop at the moment, 2:19.824.
Left light is not on. Your front head left light is not turned on.
And welcome back to viewers of Motors TV in the UK and across Europe, also on the FIA WEC websites. Thanks to Andrew Marriott for the FIA Euro Series F3 commentary. I had Andrew working with us at Silverstone to cover that series. Through to the end of the race now, that has an hour and 37 minutes to run a little before 7 o'clock Central European time, with the sun still bright, still pretty high in the sky, as we're watching the battle for
third position in GTM. This is Stuart Hall fending off the ever close retentions of Julien Canal. Stuart in the Rofco-sponsored factory Aston Martin, the 96 car, and the 50 Labra Corvette. This, of course, the championship winning car from last season, John, and indeed I think the Le Mans winning car in this class from last season as well. But Stuart at the moment fending him off as they come down to Pouin.
As into the pit lane comes Ollie Jarvis, thereby giving up second place to Alan McNish, and in the pit lane is Nick Damon.
And any second now he'll go past me, because I'm at the opposite end of the pits.
Well, he's already in, mate. He's
in.
Yeah, he sneaked in.
I really hate it when cars come without asking. Biggest problem, of course, is it goes up on whisper power and you can't hear the thing. Well, I can see him now. They've got tyres laid out for him, but I don't suppose he'll be taking them.
Shouldn't need them. It should be Jarvis staying in for another 20-lap stint.
This is the long tail version of the car. Ooh, that's gone up on its jacks, hasn't it, Nick?
Yeah, it looks like they are doing tyres.
They are doing tyres.
Well, yeah. Again, perhaps they're doing a triple stint, so they're going to do a 1 and then a 2.
I'm going to offer the supposition here that this might be data gathering.
Change of compound?
Perhaps, because the car will finish probably at this stage no lower than third.
Problem with the right rear that held it up for a moment. Remember, this is the low drag, low downforce car, and they went straight to work on the tyres, and it's gone back out again. Meantime, this battle for third position in the GTE AM, Stuart Hall and who did we put
Julien
in?
Canal.
It's Julien Canal, is it? Yes. The Labra competition Chevy Corvette, so Britain sports car versus American sports car. Big V8 engines in the front, rear wheel drive, remarkably similar. Well, apart from one's blue and one's orange.
Yeah.
Yellow, rather. But they sound fantastic. I mean, I know I do like the V12, but I've got to say the rumble of the V8 and the Aston is very good indeed. As Julian Canal is dragging up in the hole in the air that Stuart Hall is making in that Aston Martin. He's going to try and go around the outside into the braking area at the end of the Kemmel Straight and into Le Combe.
That was beautifully done by Stuart. He defended beautifully there, and kept his line.
Perfectly, legally.
Absolutely fine, and at no point did that look like that was going to get messy. Both these guys very experienced indeed. Stuart, of course, factory Aston Martin driver of old, including the LMP1 car. Of course, Julian Canal, I think, is it 3 class wins on the trot now at Le Mans for Labra. So Julian, you know, a highly experienced young man as well, and great battle as we're now getting down towards the last hour and a half of this race.
We should mention that the long-tail car being as it has, this sounds almost counterintuitive. It has less downforce, so the car moves around more, so it's likely to use its tyres more, and that could be just another simple reason for it. We were expecting that from that long-tail number 3 car. It's a lovely piece of work that's done there, and again, if you are just joining us now and haven't heard us talking about this through the week, go and look on the internet. There is some video that was shot by one of the Midweek Motorsport listeners at Monza on a private test day, where they took the chicanes out of Monza and ran the long-tail car around there, and it going into Curva Grande with no
flat, just
chicanes,
flat,
absolutely flat, is phenomenal. And Ollie Jarvis was saying, yeah, it looked great in the prototype car, but imagine what it was like in the R8 that he was driving.
This is the GT3 car,
the GT3 car. He said it was pretty hairy heading into Curva Grande with no chicane in. Meantime, across the line, the gap between Stuart Hall in 3rd and Julian Canal in 4th in GTE Am is still substantially less than a second, as Andre Lotterer gets down to a 2 minutes .882 at the head of the field, and that is a new fastest lap of the race on lap number 123.
I think it's a bit of a message here from Andre, isn't it, to Alan, which is you may have done me last time out, but try chasing this. It seems to be the message at the moment for the number 2 car, Paul.
Very much so. I was just doing some calculations to work out where we'll be in an hour and a half's time when the race finishes, particularly with the pit stop strategies. The pit stops, as far as I can work out, they're going to end up with both cars having completed the same number of stops. So we'll get them in the next time, and that'll then be their last stop. And they'll both do the same stop, more or less same length of time, and I was going to start working out how much more quickly Alan McNish was therefore going to have to lap in order to close the gap, because he'll have a slightly shorter pit stop, and he's got a gap of 24 seconds. But if Andre Lotterer continues to lap more quickly, then Alan McNish can blow all he likes, but he's not going to be able to dislodge that number 1 car, which had a small problem in that it had a puncture and had to make an unscheduled pit stop after a couple of hours. So they were put on the back foot, but they've overcome it, A, by a bit of good fortune with when the puncture happened, but more significantly, B, with the pace, particularly of Andre Lotterer in this stint that he's now in the... he's still in the first half of his stint, isn't he? So he'll come in for his last stop and then take the car to the flag.
Giancarlo Fisichella has had a mixed day today. He's been fast, but he has been penalised, and he's down with Louise now.
Giancarlo, you've been pretty busy in and out of the pits.
Yeah, we had 2 stop and go penalty, unfortunately, and but our pace looks fine. We gain compare our teammates quite a lot. We are ahead of them now. It looks promising, but now the Aston Martin is pushing quite a lot, and they didn't change tires, and they were still very quick. This is very strange. Something happened in just like a switch. So we'll see at the end of the race. We will fight for the victory. This is important. Without the pit stop, it was much easier, but you know, we are doing our best.
You're not the only ones being warned about track limits. limits. What is it?
Well, it's a turn 4. We came across to the turn 4 and we cut too much the track in the right corner in the Eau Rouge. Unfortunately, we had understeering, and you cannot catch the car anymore when you are behind another driver. It happened too much to us, and was okay.
Thank you.
Seems that Giancarlo Fisichella was saying it's a fair cop, Gov.
There's going to be a little bit of a battle here, I think, between the Ferraris for points and bragging rights. And that's going to happen, by the look of things, pretty quickly. Almost a second taken out of the 4-second advantage last time around, and quicker again this time.
And while we're talking about Twitter, don't forget you can follow the FIA World Endurance Championship at FIA WEC. There's a phalanx of people who will answer questions. Don't forget the hashtag FIA WEC as well if you are so inclined. It's been busy on the old Twitter today on Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans. Will we ever see a new Lola prototype or just existing ones until regulation changes make them obsolete? Says Jonathan Meeson at JD Meeson. That's coming to at Specutainment.
Watch this space. I'm not sure what's going to happen about branding of whatever is coming soon, but something's coming.
Meantime, the Lotus of Antonio Liuzzi has come into the pit lane, and that's a full service down there. I'm going to wait until Paul finishes doing what he's doing because he's frantically calculating at the moment.
I'm fine. I'm playing for time because I've got a few laps. I've got Muka coming in on lap 113, so he's currently on. Stefan Muka is currently on 111, so he's got a lap to go yet.
And when he does, Paul, Makovic, the 98 car, has already made that stop, hasn't it?
Correct.
So,
yes.
So we're going to have the top 3 in GTE Pro within 10 seconds of each other. It'll be Bruni from Valander for Makovic once that stop's made.
And you wonder where the Ferrari would have been, the 51 Ferrari would have been without the stop and goes.
He would have been a small red speck in the distance.
Oh, that's, yes. Right, anyway, you wanted to ask a question, John?
No, I just thought you were calculating something frenetically there. The gap at the head of the field's gone out to just about 30 seconds between Andre Lotterer and Alan McNish. 1, 2 and 8 is Anthony Davidson in third place. He's about a minute behind Alan. That's a Ferrari being pushed backwards.
That's the 61 car.
Oh, that's Matt Griffin who's come in, Frapston's finest.
And that's from sixth in GTE Am.
Matt Griffin, one of a number of drivers who'll be making the quick dash across back to Northamptonshire. I mean, Matt lives there, but it's Rockingham tomorrow for the Avon Mobile One British GT Championship, and it's round 2, and we'll be having some qualification coverage of that tomorrow afternoon. We're trying to get some practice in as well. Just depends what time we get there and get set up. Won't promise that. That could be a bit of bonus coverage here on RadioLeMans.com. But we will have the whole race live on Bank Holiday Monday. It's the first of the longer races of the season, 2 hours. It's a good field again. I think there was over 30 cars at Hilton.
35, I thought. 33 or 35 we're expecting at Rockingham, and then 40 for Silverstone, I'm told.
Which I think we'll also have live as well.
And watching Lucas Lure at the moment, guys, who is closing in on Alex Brundle gradually for second position in LMP2. It's the 49 Pecom car still well ahead in that battle. It, of course, took that big advantage from the safety car earlier in the race. Alex Brundle has taken up the challenge, but is struggling to keep pace with Pierre Caffer at the moment and is being reeled in a little by Lucas Lure in the Jota Zytek Nissan. This is, of course, guesting from the LMS and doing a bit of pre-Le Mans practice with their driver lineup. So Lucas Lure getting a bit between his teeth.
Down to Nick in the pit lane. Holly has just tweeted, could someone find Bruno Senna and ask him how his first double stint in WEC went?
Well, has he got out? Because we have a 97 in the pits now.
Yeah, Mako's already got into the car. Stefan Muka is out.
Not referring car 3, but car 26. The message concerning the fire under the rear hood was referring to car 26 and not to car 3.
That's just flashed up on the screen, and the 26 car with Roman Rusinov is in the pit lane at the moment.
Fire under the hood.
Under the back of the car. That was, I think, to stop them pulling the Audi in. A very quick bit of preventative work there by
Eduardo
Freitas and the rest of the team as Andrea Lotterer continues to leave. 1, 2 and 8 from Ollie Jarvis. Just 9.5 seconds behind in catching Anthony Davidson. Anthony owing us a stop, of course.
Yes, that stop from Anthony due fairly soon. He'll be coming in on lap... Can't see, lap 129. So he's on lap 127 at the moment. He's completed 126. He's on his 127th. So 2 more laps for Anthony Davidson. But of course, whereas the number 7 Toyota was briefly in the lead before its pit stops, the number 8 car is not quite as quick as its brother car, sister car, and so isn't able to quite hold the pace. But certainly interesting to compare. He's got himself back onto the lead lap as a result of not yet having made that 6th pit stop. But he will still need a 7th pit stop, so there will be no running for just 6 stops. Over the space of 24 hours, it might be possible for the Toyotas, if they are more economic. They certainly seem to be, on the evidence of Silverstone and Spa, the Toyotas go further on their tank full of petrol.
Had this in from Maranello GTO on Twitter. How many ex-Formula 1 drivers are competing in the 6 Hours of Spa this year? Graham Goodwin?
I think it's 16.
Lots.
16 we have the bid from Goodwin.
I think it's 16.
You can name them all.
Where are you? Whose pit stop are you next to? Alex
Brundle. It's the second place P2 car.
Is Alex Sterney in?
No, he's got out, and Olivier Plas got in. So they don't have to stand and stop. They're about to do a little one of those little pressurised oil top-ups in a second before they release the car. Last tyre now going on, and there'll be a bit of a pressurised oil now, holding Olivier while they do that. 4-second fill of that, and the car goes. And he's on with 2 lights still illuminated. I assume that Lucas Löhr would have gone past him whilst he was sloping around in the pits, not going very quickly.
Only just, actually. Only almost as you were saying that.
Let me just grab a quick word with Alex whilst we're ready to go. Alex, it's the end of day's work, so what, a cup of tea and a biscuit or a cookie, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to need one after that. We tried to double stint tyres, and it was really difficult out there. We just massive understeer coming from the 24. Still in there. Times when we put a load of just wasn't going to happen for us.
Thanks, Alex, and not quite sure why it didn't like his voice, but it's working well now. So yeah, so they are double. The double stint obviously was one that let them get past the Jersey car, but now they're going to try and live with it on the reverse, John.
There's a technical reason for that. It's overloading the chip and going off frequency, and
right.
therefore the receiver can't pick it up. That's basically what happens. The 31 Lotus is in some strife at the moment. Vid Antonio Liuzzi, he's dropped down in 21st position, and that looked very smoky coming down the Kemmel Straight. I don't think it's long for this world.
Potentially terminal, didn't it? And looked that way all the way up that we saw through Eau Rouge and Radion along the Kemmel Straight. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see that one heading for the pits if indeed it makes it. Lucas Löhr then with Alex having brought the car to the pit to hand over the car to Olivier Plas, up to 2nd position now for the Jota team.
Stuart Hall, by the way, in that battle we were watching earlier with the 2 V8s, has pulled out a couple of seconds on Julian Canal as through comes the 31 car and doesn't come into the pit lane. How remarkable, he's just gone past us down towards La Source.
I mean, Lotus obviously previously a supplier of cars to the James Bond franchise. It looked like there's some kind of smoke screen being thrown there, didn't it?
Quite remarkable, that. Looking at this car, it really, I was a bit worried about the 2014 regulations and that the cars might not look as elegant. And there it is again, going through. I wonder if is it grounding out? Or
no, it's more than that.
No, there's definitely a haze coming from that. In fact, you can see now there's a trail of something coming out of the back of that Lotus. Now, whether it's oil or water is difficult to say, but as he breaks into the chicane at the end of the Kemmel Straight, I'll call it Malmedy or Lecombe, depending on... Oh, and someone's gone off ahead of him down into the gravel.
I'm not sure. That's where they've been taking a lot of curb, John, and it's been thrown up a lot of dust. It might not have been an off.
Ooh, I'm not sure. As into the pit lane comes the remaining Toyota of Anthony Davidson. And we do have a note of possible oil on track at turns 4 and 5, and that is running all the way down the Camel Straight from the top of Radion. Nick Damon is our powered by Nissan pit lane reporter as the TSO 30 2012 version, the R&D car, if you like, comes into the pit lane.
R&D, and jumping straight out of it is Anthony, and jumping straight back into it is Sebastian Boemi. This will obviously be a full service, and this will, I think, be the last driver changes, as Sebastian will take it to the end, which is how long is it to go? He's trying to look at his watch.
Just under an hour and 20.
An hour and 19 minutes left of this 6 hours of Spa. So one more tyre swap after this should get the fuel stops to get to the end. And a tiring and rather busy day. I don't think this car's probably doing what they hoped it would do, as they now begin to look at doing a tyre change. But I'm not sure really whether they're taking an awful lot out of this, because if you look across the back of the garage, there is the skeletal parts of the number 7 car, the 2013 machine. They're not bothered to work on it now. They probably, obviously, once they realised it wasn't going to be doing anything, they kind of thought it wouldn't be. I'm going to see if I can annoy Mr. Davison as soon as he hasn't even got his balaclava off, and I'm going to try and annoy him. Just pack up his hands device and everything else. And no, he's still kind of unwinding. I think he's drink by the looks of it.
I'm surprised. This is a local race, of course, for TMG because of them being based just, in fact, about another hour or so down the road at Cologne.
An hour and a half. We've got another stop-go penalty, guys, by the way, about to have just been levied for the number 45 car for a pit stop infringement, it says here. And that car has just got a lap in hand over the recovering 26 car, the car that we saw earlier in the race. Roman Rusinov has quite a nasty off in. John Martin is actually back at the wheel of that car and going very quickly indeed. So they can't afford to mess about with that pit stop penalty for 45, 31 in the garage. And
Nick has, not you Nick, another Nick, has just tweeted in, has the Lotus just pitted and been over-oiled at the fantastically entitled @Snatch Tractor? I don't think so, but it's back in the garage now and they're having a good look at everything, as well as the back end. They're taking the time to clean the headlights. And you were right earlier on, Graham, they do have a fluorescent green inner headlights colour on the 31
That was
car.
Nick, not me.
Well, that was you, was it, Nick? Sorry.
No, that is the only way of telling them apart. I'll be waiting for 32 to turn up, so I can tell you what colour it is. I think it's blue, I'm not certain. And they are having they're not doing an awful lot, actually, in fairness on them. They actually plug in the computer in, which is normally the least of your problems when you've got oil falling out the back of the machine. But
you've got a much bigger problem when the oil stops falling out the back of the machine.
That is true. And they're doing a diagnostic first and download the information, and then they might actually...
It'll come up with a fault code, which then somebody look at them and say, there's oil from coming out the back of this.
It's an SMOKE1.
Yes.
A man's got a spanner. I think they've worked out what to do. A man with a spanner has turned up quite excitingly there, and I think he's trying to tighten up a union.
Ian Bolton has said, what happened to the number 7 Toyota? Ian, you're absolutely right. We should recap on that. It was an issue with the hybrid collection system, the energy recovery system on the hybrid, which led to the rear brakes overheating. Clearly, without the hybrid energy recovery system working, then it meant the rear brakes were working too hard. Kaz Nakajima brought the car in for a couple of times. They cooled him down and sent him, cooled his rear discs out and sent him out a couple of times. Then for the third time the car came in, and pretty quickly the garage door, the shutter was pulled down, and that was quite some time ago now, Paul, when that number 7 Toyota came in.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
Was it just after the 3 hour mark?
It was...
no, it was 4 hours.
Yes, it was 5... It was an hour and 10 minutes ago. So it was 3 hours and 34 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
With the ongoing battle, guys, in GTE Pro is just getting hotter and hotter.
Yes, it is.
We're getting fast lap after fast lap.
Top 3 cars are within 12 seconds at the moment.
They are. And
yes, Nick?
Just do a bit of housekeeping, covering the demise of the 61 car with Matt Griffin, that's okay.
Yes, please.
Matt, wasn't really going brilliantly, and now it's in the pits. So, story of the race, really.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't going badly. My first stint was quite good once I got up past a bit of traffic, and Jack did a good job, honestly, because he did almost a double stint. And once Jack got out of the car, it was the kind of fight back for Marco and myself, and I think we were looking at 5th place with, you know, potential of 4th, because obviously Jack wasn't going to drive again, and in the stint my pace was. We don't seem to have this weekend a peak of pace with the car, but we've got fantastic long run pace, and I was able to lap consistently almost like 22.1 every lap, and then the drive shaft broke, obviously. Lucky it broke where it did, so I was able to limp it back.
Well, the good thing is, at least you haven't got to wait very long before you're driving a racing car again, because you're at Rockingham tomorrow with John.
Yeah, well, I should be at Rockingham, but there's a couple of issues with the car, so I just found out this morning I'm not at Rockingham, so I'll... so John, if you're listening, I can have a few beers tonight while you drive back.
Oh, thanks. You wouldn't want to fancy coming and doing a bit of commentary with us on Monday instead, then?
You have an offer, actually, to come up, because you only live down the road. John says, why don't you come up and do some commentary on Monday with him?
I might do, John, but the issue is I've 17 weekends in a row racing, so if I'm not racing for a bank holiday, I think I better spend it with the family.
Oh, that old chestnut. Oh, I love it. It was quite amusing vignette, actually, but just before I start the interview. They were trying to give the number 45 a stop-go, and they'd leaned over with the number, and they saw the car coming and looked really, really confused because it hadn't got underneath them. They realised it got into the pits.
I should just note as well, Nick, there that it's much noted in the commentary box here that as the number 1 car heads down pit lane, that Matt mentioned beer twice before he mentioned family once.
And Andre Lotterer just had a handwritten note from Paul saying Lotterer due in, and Lotterer duly does come in with the red fluorescent illumination around the headlight area of the number 1 car to match the red accoutrement.
Red wing mirrors and things, and red gloves for the man who waves him in.
The jazz hands guy, yes.
Oh, it's my job.
Oh, is that what you do?
Well, I feel that's what I'm born to do. If there's a high-level motorsport jazz hands requirement, for goodness sake, who else would you call for?
Yes, I missed the link there.
Unfortunately, I think they've decided to go another way.
Oh, don't they always?
Any other way.
Yeah, both ways.
There's still some concern about the underside of that car. All of the prototypes have been riding the curbs and doing a bit of ditch hooking at times. This car's going to get tyres here, Paul. Were you expecting that?
No, it's Lotterer with a potentially fuel only, but because they did tyres...
They're doing tyres.
They did tyres for the number 3 Oliver Jarvis car as well when it was in, so they may be taking advantage of the fact that they don't have any Toyota opposition, but it might actually just give Alan McNish a chance, because when McNish comes in, he will be due for tyres anyway. And it'll be interesting to see whether McNish then stays at the wheel and takes it to the flag with a new set of tyres. He certainly will need tyres because they took fuel only last time, but the gap was up to 30 seconds. John?
Sorry, I just managed to... Anthony's now had a nice drink and he's looking much fresher. You drivers, you recover very quickly, don't you? You drivers recover very quickly, don't you?
So I still can't hear, sorry.
You drivers recover very quickly. You were looking awful about 2 minutes ago. Now you look as fresh as a daisy.
Awful? I wasn't looking awful. After Le Mans, I was looking awful. No, that was fine. I mean, as the temperature's coming down, it's suiting the car a lot better, and it's saving the tyres more, and I could easily double stint just then. Yeah, it felt really good, but the only problem is we're so slow on the straight. We can't do anything in traffic.
So that's not just comparative Audi, that's comparative to other P1s and P2s, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're basically running similar downforce to what we did at Silverstone. It's the same car as what they had all last year, and yeah, the old girl's doing all right. It's her last race, so yeah, hopefully we can give her a good send-off. But yeah, we're trying our best. But we're just, you know, this track is all about efficiency of your aero and power, and I think we're just lacking both.
Good to see you smiling, and we'll see you at test day very soon. Thanks, Ant.
Hello to Paul Backhouse, who's sitting in the grandstand opposite somewhere. Let's have a look out there. Obviously listening on 106.5. All right, let's give them a wave. Yeah, there we go. Hello, Paul. Thanks for being with us at Spa. I know there was an inordinate amount of people who looking at the Twitter late last night, made very late decisions to come across either late last night or early this morning from the UK. So well done to you lot. You've been rewarded with a cracking day and a cracking day's racing.
It's worth doing, I would say, and no, I think it's a cracking event. Easy to do from
Very
the UK.
easy,
It's
yeah.
actually easier to get to than Le Mans. Less distance from Calais, at least.
By a good couple of hours, yes.
So yeah, I mean it's a good trip. It's nicely packed in, and to be honest, having been out at Eau Rouge this morning and previously spectated at Pouhon, there are some great places to watch from. You don't have to just stand opposite the pits. As long as you've got some good walking shoes, it's all walkable as well. You don't have to jump in the car like you do if you're at Le Mans driving around to other parts of the circuit. This is a circuit that you can get to most of, not all of, but a lot of, just by walking.
In the categories then, let's have a look at what's going on. In GTE AM, Rui Aguas still with the lead over the 95 Aston. So 81 Ferrari from 95 Aston, Aguas from Nygaard, and then Stuart Hall just holding on there in third place and just managed to hold that 2-3 second gap back to the Corvette that we saw him battling very hard for, an hour or so ago now, that seems. In 15th position overall, we find our GTE Pro leader. It's still the two Ferraris, 51 and 71, from the two Astons, 98 and 97, and the two Porsches, 91 and 92, and still only a dozen seconds between the top three. And Darren Turner actually is only 40 seconds further back from that. So there's many a slip twixt now and the checkered flag, to rather paraphrase a well-known phrase or saying.
And Darren, in fact, last time around was under 220 and is clearly up for this chase with Pedro Lamy, who's propping up the GTE Pros now, putting in another quick time, 220.107. Not done yet, this GTE battle, is it? I think we're going to see more yet. Nick Heidfeld, by the way, just aboard the number 12 car, still in pursuit of the factory cars, albeit a couple of laps down. But they will be looking for kind of hope springs eternal, I think, at Rebellion, but a cracking show from them as well.
Carrying on down up the order actually, as the sun goes behind what has been a rarity today, a cloud, and immediately the temperature inside the commentary box drops by about 15 degrees Celsius and we can actually breathe some kind of oxygen again. In P2, 8th position overall has the PCOM Racing 49 of Pierre Caffer, with a minute and 20 seconds, all bar a couple of seconds, between him and Lucas Leur in the 38 Zytek in second, and Olivier Pla now behind the wheel of the 24 Morgan in third position at the head of the field. It's Alan McNish now by 23.5 seconds, but owing us a pit stop in about 5 laps, I would think, from there, with Andre Lotterer in the number 1 Audi in second and Ollie Jarvis about 40 seconds further back in third.
Yeah, only 2.5 laps,
right.
in fact, for McNish. He comes in at the end of lap 138. He's currently on his 136th, so he can finish this one and then his 2 more before McNish comes into the pits. So it's leaning more and more towards the number 1. Everything that's happening. Although no, in fact, even on that last lap, Lotterer fully fueled, lapping more quickly than Alan McNish, and I just wonder whether that number 2 car is coping with some kind of problem there. I mean, it's not in any danger really. It's got nearly a minute of an advantage of the car behind it, but under normal circumstances you wouldn't expect Alan McNish to give away any time to Andre Lotterer, but maybe there is something that's just slightly wrong with that car. But certainly heading towards an Audi 1-2-3. But is it a 1-2-3 or a 2-1-3? We'll have to wait and see for the remaining hour of the race, an hour and 5 minutes still remaining. 1 pit stop still to come from nearly everybody. And we'll just be keeping our eyes on whether those are full pit stops or whether some of them will just have a splash of fuel to get them to the flag.
Marco Giocci sits aboard the 61 car. This is the car we heard a little earlier from Matt Griffin about, and that car with a drive shaft change underway at the moment. They clearly intend that car to get out there and get as many points as possible. Meantime, a quick lap from Sebastian Buemi in that surviving the number 8 Toyota 202.235. trying to stick with the programme and stick with the Audis as best they can. Fred Makovicky, meanwhile, is closing on Tony Villander.
Fastest first sector for the car by Fred.
And another half a second out of Villander in the second sector. So the gap at the moment is what? That's less than 3.5 seconds now. The gap between the 71 Ferrari, this car running second in GTE Pro, and the first Aston Martin's, the 98 car, Fred Makovicky.
Hello to @SwampMuscle. Fantastic. Watching in a soggy Nashville, Tennessee on a computer, drinking coffee. This is awesome. Well, don't forget, Circuit of the Americas, a little bit closer to you for the WEC later on.
Just down the road.
Double header.
Just down the road.
Not exactly, but it's a damn sight closer.
It's a very long road, but it's just down the road.
So, Swamp, hopefully we'll see you at COTA later on in the year for American Le Mans Series action on the Saturday and the Sunday, another 6 hours of the World Endurance Championship, the FIA WEC. That's another one of our super endurance weekends. Hope you'll join us for that. Can't wait to see these cars around the Circuit of the Americas. Run a couple of simulations with Audi and Toyota around that circuit, and I think it's going to be outstanding.
Yeah, a bit of traffic for Jimmy Bruni, and that gap first to third in GT Pro down under 9 seconds between those three cars now from the 11 it was just a lap or two ago. It's compressing nicely, and Darren Turner has not given this one up. He's 50 seconds back from Bruni. We've got just over an hour of racing to go. Lucas Löhr, meanwhile, in LMP2 sets the fastest time for the Jota Zytek Nissan race so far, a 2:10.623, and that gap that was as much as, what, a minute and 3/4,
yes,
down to, what, 75 seconds now. Still a mighty, hill to climb for them, but 4 seconds out of that advantage the last time around from the Löhr man.
Yeah, 2:10.6. As through past us goes Ollie Jarvis into La Source, where for the first time now we're starting to get a little bit of respite from the sunshine. It will be about another 15 minutes before it drops behind the trees and helps us out here in the booth, but pretty much all of the start-finish line is now in shade, and quite large amounts of the circuit, including down the Kemmel Straight. Because of the height of the trees here, the sun comes off the circuit quite quickly, and that's going to really affect the circuit temperature quite quickly.
Yeah, and the elevation change as well, John. So because of the elevation change, you sometimes find that you're not necessarily in the shade of the trees, but you're in the shade of the hill behind you. And you're right, because what that will do is affect track temperature at different places, which might affect your track, the amount of grip that's available, because suddenly the thing that you're gripping is at a cooler temperature, and that won't work as well.
It's certainly blessed relief in here. I'm sure this commentary booth will be condemned for human habitation after we're done, because it's almost certainly going to be the great smell of man in here for some months to come. It's been a very warm afternoon indeed as we got to Audi in the pits. It's Alan McNish.
Nick Damon is down there awaiting the Scotsman. It seems early.
Driver change.
It seems early to me, but I think Paul will tell me it isn't. It's just the last 40 minutes has flown by.
Absolutely right. It's flown by. Coming in on the end of lap 138, which means he's done 2 20-lap stints. If there is any competition between himself and Tom Christensen. Tom Christensen did a 20 and a 19, which just cost 1 lap. But McNish did his 2 full 20s.
And Loic Duval in the car.
Nick?
Yeah, full service. Obviously, what will happen now is they will have to stop once more, but it'll be a short fill, because they'll only have they've got about an hour, almost exactly an hour to run, so they'll get about 40-42 minutes out of this, and then the final 20 minutes. So we need to see how the half-stop stagger winds out. You have to say the one looks a favourite, and of course that will, by the virtue of course of their pole position yesterday, will put them leading the championship going to Le Mans.
Okay.
The first and the second versus the second and the first, and one pole versus no poles.
Right, okay. I'll buy that. That's always assuming everything stays the same.
Well, that's a big assumption, but Audis are very reliable.
Right, okay. Do we think that... as the 54 AF Corsa blue Ferrari in the hands of Jean Bachelier goes a little wide right in front of the... Do we assume that McNish having got out, that Loic Duval then won't be have the pace, Nick, do you think, to be able to take it to the front of the field?
No, Loic will be. I think Loic, all of those three drivers are probably equally quick. I mean, I just think it's the situation with Lotterer and the or Trulli and the number one car are slightly quicker. Whether if the cards fall right for them to make up for their sort of outer sequence half stop is what Paul Trustwell is in the booth for if he hasn't passed out from the man smell.
No, I've got a good cause in good stock of clothes pegs at the moment, and it's working well. What was interesting was that pit stop from McNish to Duval was 1 minute and 11 seconds. Now that makes me think they didn't put the full amount of fuel into the car because they did everything else. They changed the tyres, they changed the driver, and the only other thing that's going to mean that the stop is shorter is not putting the full amount of fuel. So that may have been the shorter stop, and they may well then, rather than, as you were suggesting, Nick, have a full stop, they may come in when they're at the kind of working from the back at the end of the race, working forwards. They'll come in for a full stop then for fuel only for Loic. On the subject of drivers, I take your point that they're all pretty equally matched. However, in the first stint, Loic Duval did do the fastest lap of the race. Yep. He was quicker than Andre Lotterer was in the early stints of the race. Lotterer then put in some quicker laps, and we'll see. And neither McNish nor Christensen were able to go quicker than Lotterer went in the early stages. So it may be that Duval is the sharpest tool to have, that the right driver to have behind the wheel for this final stint.
This is the leader looking to put a lap again on the number 8 car, Paul.
Yeah, and Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich is watching on. Doesn't look too worried, does he, as the number 1 Andre Lotterer comes up behind Sebastian Buemi.
The significant thing about this lap is that it's a lap plus a pit stop, because the number 8 car is still due its pit stop.
Point.
So it's not the situation we saw before when the leader was coming up to lap the number 8 car was even pit stops. This time the number 8 car has still a pit stop to make, and it might then be able to make it through to the flag. Yes, it will make it to the flag. So the number 8 car will have achieved the objective of doing the full 6 hours on one pit stop less than the Audis, but that was something that achieved at Silverstone as well. So fuel economy is the name of the game for the 2012 spec Toyota.
Watch now for the second place battle in GTE Pro. It's crossing the line about now, and that gap between the two cars under 3 seconds now. Villander looking with a very bright blue and orange Aston Martin, closing in rapidly. 8.040 seconds the gap, not between those two, but between the first 3 cars in this class, and the cars lapping at around or under the 220 mark at the moment.
Meantime, Lotterer, the leader, at the end of the Camel Straight, is right in the wheel tracks of Sebastian Buemi. 1 marker light illuminated on the side of the number 1 Audi. Not all of the cars have got them here, but the ones that have are using it. It's a system, of course, that was pioneered in the American Le Mans Series, although they haven't had it for a couple of years. Supplier issues being cited. The ACO now, and in fact for a few years, have had their own system, and it would appear that is back up and working again, and we'll hope to see that at Le Mans, driven directly from the transponder.
It's a new system. It's a new system this weekend for the first time. Not all the cars have it. Some of the P2 cars, you'll notice from trackside, don't. But by the test day, all the cars will be back up and running with the 3 marker lights on the side.
And I think that's important, because I speak to quite a few spectators in between times coming to races, and it was mentioned a couple of times at Silverstone that they don't work. And it's like a lot of things, you know, once you have them and you expect them, you can't then take them away. I'd like to think that Radio Le Mans is one of those things as well.
Don't count your chickens.
No, quite. But no, I think it is important for spectators here to see what's going on with those position lights. Very simple idea, works well.
It's been a cracking day of sport as we head into the last 55 minutes of this race. The gap at the head of GTE Pro continues to come down. It's been sunshine that's been the order of the day in the Ardennes, and a big crowd here today packing the grandstands on the start-finish straights and around the circuit. It's a big track, but there are lots of people trackside taking the opportunity to see the second round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, which had an Audi 1, 2, 3 on the grid, although it was Audi 1, 3 and 2 in terms of the times set in the aggregated qualifying from yesterday. And Andre Lotterer went off like a scalded cat, but couldn't get the number 1 car slowed down at the apex of La Source, drifted out onto the AstroTurf and let not only his 2 teammates through, but also one of the Toyotas. However, that began a big fight back from him. The big incident early on in the race, a very scary looking crash indeed for the number 25, the Torgraves, Antonio Pettonia and James Walker car. It was Antonio Pettonia in the car, and the Delta ADR stood up to it very well, and he walked away from it.
And the tyre, as we saw from that replay on the screen, John, was fully inflated. It had to have been suspension.
It was a suspension failure in the middle of the right-handed part of Eau Rouge. A genuine battle, Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com, in that early part of the race, and indeed for the majority of the race, between the new for 2013 in terms of us seeing it racing, number 7, 030, 030 Toyota, and the Audis, and they led on pace.
They did lead on pace. It was almost Le Mans-esque from last year, wasn't it, at that period of the race, and I think it's mouth-watering things to come at Le Mans and beyond for the WEC. Great news that Toyota have produced a quick car, a car that can go, basically head-to-head with the Audis this year, but what we need to see now is, can they do it with reliability?
The GT battle has ebbed and flowed a little bit. The 81 8-star car has been the one that has held sway in the arm for quite some time. And in the Pro, it's been mostly the 2 Ferraris. But this is a race that's been categorised by some accidents, but mainly by near misses. Tom Christensen taking a real chance to go past the Lotus and the Krone Racing Ferrari. We have lost a couple of cars, notably that number 7 Toyota, as the 91 Porsche of Patrick Pilet has been reported stopped at turn 5, which is the end of the Kemmel Straight.
On its out lap.
On its out lap, says Paul Truss. We'll come to you in a moment, Nick. Not been a great day for the Delta ADR guys, as their other car ended up in the wall as well. And then the big moment of the race in the second half of the race was the number 7 Toyota going into the pit lane, as it's had an issue with the hybrid energy recovery system that caused a problem with the rear brakes to overheat, and that car was subsequently retired. Some kind of oil issue for the 31 Lotus brought that car back into the pit lane, and it's set up quite nicely for the end of the race. And that battle in GT Pro has just taken a turn, because we've started the final set of pit stops. The 71 car, which has been leading, has perennially been the car that comes in first.
It has, John, but the other thing that's also happened is Fred Makovicky has put a bit of a spurt on, and that gap was 8 seconds to Jimmy Bruni.
1, 2, 3 Audis have been leading in all sorts of formations. What's your overview of Spa so far?
Yeah, I mean, at present it looks really good. It's a pity that Toyota number 7, for whatever reason, had to retire. It looks as if they would have had a technical problem. Until then, it was really a close fight. Yeah, but on the other hand, it needs to go 46 hours as fast as possible, and you have to be constantly quick. And I hope that the rest to the 6 hours will run without any troubles.
And looking at your new car, the number 3, what are your thoughts on it? Are you pleased with the performance?
I mean, the number 3 car, we have it running here in the Le Mans spec, which is for sure not the optimum setup for this racetrack from the aerodynamic side. But I think it works well, and they are competitive as well, and we learn quite something for Le Mans.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And meantime, Loic Duval has got the hurry up, and the wiggle is certainly on there. A 2:01.083 is that car's fastest lap of the race.
Point we're just about to go to, John, when Dr. Ulrich came to the mic, is that Fred Makovicky not only has taken advantage of Verlander bringing the 71 to the pit, but has halved the gap to Bruni in the lead of the class. 3.8 seconds now as they're on their lap 127, and is closing rapidly on the 51 car. So the 98 Aston Martin is closing in. They're coming across the line now. 3.8 seconds, 3.865 seconds the gap.
Now we may be finding out what's happened to the Porsche. Yes, we are. It's been attacked by a Ferrari. It's been attacked by, guess which one?
51.
51 car, Jimmy Bruni leading the class. And Jimmy was not anywhere near there to getting through.
Cars 51 and 91 is under investigation. Now this is the point at which they may regret actually playing the brinkmanship game with Eduardo Freitas, because my guess would be, in those kind of situations, what are you going to do? You're going to go with the car that's behaved itself most of the race, or the car that hasn't?
I think Aston Martin have looked in here, because I think that 51 car is going to get parked for quite a while as Patrick Pilet walks away to one of the excellent viewing spots at the end of the Kemmel Straight. However, he won't be thinking that at the moment, because those pristine white Porsche Sport overalls should be getting sweaty in that 91 car.
More to the point, has that damaged the 51 car? Because certainly the absolutely ultimate pace in that car does not appear to be there. 40.7 for the first sector.
And we've got a tyre off the rim, and this is the 49 car, but it's right at the pit lane entrance. This is the Pierre Caffer in the 49 car. The left front Michelin tyre is off its rim, and he comes into the pit lane. The carcass is a steaming hulk. Now, we don't know what caused that.
It's gone already.
P2 leader.
This is the P2 leader. It was going, and then gone as he'd come through Stavelot and Blanchimont, and the front wheel's locked up there, not because of the tyre, but because it's not really on the ground. That's real heads-up driving from Caffer to get that car anywhere near the pit lane on effectively a rim. Now, they will have to have a look at the bodywork here, because there may have been a little bit of damage at the front.
Alan Tanier at the rear of the car, watching over this pit stop.
And Alan Tanier is?
He is the pit lane, the chief pit lane marshal for the WEC.
Thank
the
you.
Sheriff, Alan Tanier, highly respected by the whole paddock, and a great bloke to have around in the
Dick
WEC.
Martin with a different accent.
Absolutely, and a moustache.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you've got. Fred Makovicky, meantime, has got the gap to Bruni down to just a smidge over 2 seconds. And what were we looking at there, John?
That was one of the marker boards, the polystyrene marker boards, is being comprehensively demolished. Again, halfway up the Kemmel Straight, and it's the third. I would opine it's the 13, and Matthias Besch has been off.
I think that's right. There's dust around the front of the car, and there's what looked to me like little flecks of polystyrene stuck to the bodywork.
Yes, once again,
let's wait and see.
Sherlock Goodwin here. He's got his magnifying glass out and is doing some DNA testing.
2:21.688 from Bruni, 2:19.787 from Makovicky. It's the Italian against the Frenchman. It's the Italian car against the British car, and that gap is coming down again. 1.8 seconds.
Down to Nico Prost in the pits. Well, apologies, we're not getting that sound from Nico. That, I'm afraid, is not coming to us from the TV truck. They've got the wrong mic feed up. Oh, there we go. Hello, Louise.
Going on to Le Mans, what does this mean for you? What can you take from it?
Well, I mean, you have to be realistic. We don't have the financial means of the works team. So for us to be first privateer is very good. We were first privateer in Sebring. We were first privateer in Silverstone. If we can do it here and Le Mans and everywhere, it's already a good achievement for the team.
Thank you.
Thank you for persevering there, Louise, as well. I mentioned this earlier in the weekend. I saw a recent interview with Nico. They were talking about electric racing, actually. It was on a Formula One show, but all the guys they talked to, Bruno Senna, Nico Prost, Luca Di Grassi, are all sports car drivers, which I thought was quite funny. And they asked Nico about his test driving role for Lotus and, coming back to single seaters. He said, I don't think so. Quite enjoy me test driving, but I'm loving the sports cars, and it's nice to be able to race for trophies and races that my dad never won.
That's a fabulous point of view, isn't it? And what, by the way, the Pierre Caffer unscheduled stop has given us, John, is lead battles in 2 classes now. Caffer has actually rejoined in second position. He's now 6 seconds back from Olivier Pla. That huge lead they built up courtesy mainly of the safety car in the race has gone, and it's been closed in now by Lucas Luhr. So it's a 3-way battle, 21 seconds between the top 3 in LMP2. What has happened there? Makovicky has gone through for the lead because Bruni has pitted the 51 car from the lead.
Down to Nick Damon in the powered by Nissan pit lane.
Yeah, John, we've had a bit of action. The 49, which did come in with the damaged rim, also actually took the opportunity of changing the nose, to change the nose section. The other car currently in here is the AF Corsa machine. I think that's the 51 currently in the pits. I can't see it. It's got the damaged front tire, which may or may not be in trouble in a minute for an incident with the 91. Yeah, the key point with the 91, though, is actually just before it had the problem at its outlap, the car had been wheeled into the garage for about a minute to have some work done before it was then released again. So there's a possibility that it may have had a problem before they're coming together.
Okay, thank you. 44 minutes to go. There's a yellow flag at turn 18, which is the chicane.
That'll be the debris, John, I'm sure.
The tyre debris.
Yes, just comes up, they're removing debris at turn 18, 19.
Fastest lap chicane before the end.
Correct.
Yes, yeah.
It's the last corner, yeah.
2:1.253 for Luca Di Grassi in the third placed number 3 Audi. This is the long-tail car, of course. Fastest lap of that car's race.
Andre Lotterer on board has stretched out to 47 seconds his lead, mainly because Loic Duval was stuck in behind another car and wasn't very happy about it, but traffic is going to be something you have to deal with. Pierre Caffer, God love him, he's got right back on it, and he is absolutely flying again. Clearly no issues on that car. Now here's the news that we were talking to, and David Richards, I'm afraid, has been proved wrong. Stop and go penalty for cars 91. That's irrelevant. The car's off at the side of the road. But not irrelevant is 97, Darren Turner, who is in second place in GT Pro, and 98, the leader. So Jimmy Bruni is now on a sweat as well. Romain Dumas might yet have a shot at this as we head back down to Louise.
Not what we want to see right at the end here.
No, he's, I don't know what, I haven't even checked yet how far we've lost on this. Is a puncture or is probably some debris somewhere? The race is being, the long races like this, you always get debris somewhere. Or some problem with the front of the car, I don't know. We've changed everything we needed to change, and now Pierre is in the car with a fresh set of tires. He's going to push hard, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
And he's pushing. He is pushing indeed. He's got 8 seconds to find on Olivier Plat. He's made an extra pit stop. Let's just go through that again then. This is the GT Pro. Now, this was all about the Astons and the 91 Porsche at the end of the only safety car period that we've had in the race. This was a long, long time ago. We heard we had Eduardo Freitas quite clearly say at the end of this lap, we will bring in the safety car. However, the pits will not be open until the last car has passed the start line.
And the only other piece of relevant information, I think, in that debate is there was a further note on the timing scoring screens, information screens here, that asks the Aston Martin racing team to switch the information screen, the message screen back on. So they believe, I think, that the Aston Martin team had actually missed that instruction. One other pertinent piece of information on the screens right now, John, is there will be no further action for that incident between the 91 and 51 cars. There is no further action for that incident. So this is going to shake the order up quite dramatically. Not hugely, remember, because we know a stop-go here does not cost you a lot of time, but it's going to be enough, I think, to put those Ferraris back where they will feel they should have been in the first place. I'm not sure that's going to be shared by the Aston Martin team, because, of course, we're going to have to see the Aston Martins pit twice now. Once for stop-go, once for their final scheduled stop.
And in they come, well, at least in one of them is coming immediately. Nick Damon is in the pits. Is it the 98 or the 97 car?
Wait to see, just to update the 32,
the
other Lotus, yes indeed it is the 98. The 32 Lotus come in for a similar look at the 31, and to finish another story, it does have red flashings to the side of its lights compared to the 31. The 98 will go, it will just tap down very quickly. That was a full stop brake, and it's going straight. Oh no, it's waiting. Okay, they've actually stopped, and they are stopped, and they're having a look at it in some way. So I'm not sure whether you're allowed to do. You're allowed to do anything on a stop and go.
No.
They're looking at it. I'm not sure whether they're doing anything more than pulling stuff out. I'm not sure whether they really need to read these regulations. They haven't actually changed the tyre or anything, but they're
fueling it. Yeah.
I think they've chopped something up.
In which case they can take their stop and go the next time around.
Yeah, I think they were fueling that. And they fueled it and they cleaned it, and now so that wasn't the stop and go. That was the.
No, correct.
That was the pit stop, which should take them to the end. And
by the way, Loic Duval giving a beautiful display of how to drift an R18 round Pouon as he went down the hill there. Thanks, Nick. Back to you in a moment. We'll wait to see how that GTE Pro battle shakes out. Down into the pit lane with Louise and Tony Villander.
At the moment, but they have got another pit stop.
Yeah, we are not completely sure what's going to happen now. We pushed so hard the whole race, and Camus is now in the car for the last stint. We decided to do the race with the full 5 stops, so we'll see now. I think Aston's got some stop and go, so everything is open. Again, GT racing after 5 hours, 20 minutes, everything is still open.
Not just for you, for the 51 as well. You've both been hard and dominant here.
Yeah, I mean, after Silverstone, we bounced back. We analyzed very well our race there, and we found some margin of improvement. And of course, we drivers, we try to put our input and improve and push as hard as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Louise Beckett's working hard down in the pit lane. Now, thanks to her, we've got 38 minutes left to go. Think about this in the next 10 minutes, the Spirit of the Event Awards that we tend to have here at Radio Le Mans. Meantime, Paul Truswell says...
straight onto the shortlist, Andre Lotterer bringing the #1 car in for its final pit stop. I was about to say that he could expect to come in anytime soon. What he's done is he's chosen to come in ahead of the scheduled stopping time and just put fuel in, and then he should be on his way again. And this should be the final pit stop for #1, and that's really throwing the gauntlet down then for Loic Duval in the #2, because they've got everything to do. They're short on fuel. I think they've got enough fuel for about another 5 laps. And we'll see what happens as they go through now. And #2 is going into La Source as #1 is coming out of the pit lane, stays ahead. So that was why they brought it in then, so that he could stay ahead.
You win races in the pits as much as you do on the track.
That race engineer that they've got in that #1 car, she's good, isn't she?
I think she might have a future in this thing.
Almost certainly.
Yeah, good old Lena. Done it again. She did. She pulled exactly the same tactic at Silverstone, of course, to short fuel the car and get track position.
Yes, but that was a slightly different situation because she had to bring the car in at that point. It was just that she didn't fill it up. So it wasn't quite the same trick, but it was fast thinking.
About track position. Nick Damon. Yes, Nick.
98 and 97 have both done their stop and goes, and they are leaving line astern. 98 ahead of 97. I think 97 still owes us an actual refuel. So certainly 98 stop. I think 97 kind of, I'm not sure it actually reached 0 miles an hour. It was still kind of sliding. It was all locked up, in fairness.
It was a second quicker at Darren Turner, the 97. So as it stands, thanks Nick, as it stands at the moment, Jimmy Brownie leads again in GTE Pro. I think he can think himself lucky not to have been called for avoidable contact on the 91 car, I'll be honest. I've seen those called. I've seen them given. Absolutely. And given the disciplinary record of the 51 car this weekend, I think it's even more interesting. In second place at the moment, just having gone out the pits, is Fred Makovic in the 98 Aston, and third is Darren Turner, also out the pits. Kamui Kobayashi was only 11 seconds behind them, and I'd like to see how that's going to shake out when we see those, because that is by far and away not yet over and done with.
No, John, and across the first of the timing beams were there. The gap from Bruni to Makovic is currently shown at 0.588 of a second, with Darren Turner a further 1.5 seconds behind. But Makovic has done both his required stops now, hasn't he?
Yes.
Will he need another fuel stop?
No, he's done his fuel stop and he's done his stop and go, as in comes #2, Nick Damon.
Yes, Makovic has done all his stops. #2 comes in. This will be fuel, not a full fuel, or will be enough to run for 35 minutes, so most of a tank.
They're going for a new drinks bottle as well. That pressurised system made by the guys at Progressive.
For those who wonder, we are beginning to lose the light slightly. We're asking a bit, and it's the lights are shining very bright in the car, so we're going to see some good driving into the gloaming, in fact, John, this today, which is nice to know. Still fueling up. The drinks have been done on the #2 car, and it's gone away, fired up, and off it goes. And that should be our last Audi visitor, or are we speaking to #3 one more time?
No, #3 should come in once more as well. Nick.
And just for the guys trackside here, those top 4 cars in GTE Pro currently separated by 11.234 seconds, 10.27 seconds now. The one, though that is a slight joker in the pack is Darren Turner, who does owe us, I think, a fuel stop before the end of the race.
Yes.
So we'll drop out of that top 3, but the gaps as they cross the line from Jimmy Bruni to Fred Makovicky, 0.978 of a second. Darren Turner almost exactly a second back from that, with Kamui Kobayashi, it's easy for me to say, a further 10 seconds back from Darren.
Leading the AM class for a long time, 8-star, here's Enzo Potolicio with Luis.
Vince, a superb Spa for you in the AM category. Got to be happy. It's been a great Spa for you.
Yes, it's great. I mean, at Silverstone we had a 3rd place. We didn't have a competitive car. We improved our chassis a little bit, but I think Aston Martin and Chevy are holding back, thinking about Le Mans. But we'll take the win, and we just have, I did two good stints. Rui did his job also, so we've been really consistent in the car. We just have to hold for another 36 minutes, and we'll take our first win for our American team at 8-Star Motorsports.
Thank you.
Also should just mention that at the head of the P2 field, the first 2 are within 14 seconds. Pierre Caffer has got back ahead Lucas Lohr.
Lohr must have pitted that car, I think. It must have been his final stop.
He's only done 6 stops, and it was only a 57-second stop when he came in. That's pretty cool.
That's going to be a race to the flag, and it's a handful of seconds there too. So another class going to the wire here, John.
Yeah, I'm very, very impressed with what we've seen as the number 8 Sebastian Buemi Toyota does its last pit stop. So, go on, Paul.
It is going to finish on 1 pit stop less than the 2 Audis, so there is something there that's going to be possibly significant.
Fewer, surely. 1 pit
Fewer
stop
or
fewer.
less. Yes.
In GTE it's Malicelli back at the wheel of the 8-star orange Ferrari with a minute and 47, as it has been since that safety car. Really, it has not been eaten into at all by the chasing pack. 95 Aston of Alan Simonson in 2nd place, and he's got a better part of a lap as well on Julian Canal now in the 50 Chevrolet. Rod Gorteg has gotten into the Aston Martin. That's the number 96 car, and he's dropped a minute and 20 seconds back. Not sure what's happened there.
It's going to be Roll's pace. Roll can't live with Julian Canal's pace, I'm afraid. But they'll be giving Roll as much time as possible in the car as Darren Turner comes down the pit lane, as we just said, from 3rd in GTE Pro.
Yeah, we'll do the GTE Pros in a moment. For the guys, they're doing a tear off, and they're filling the car with fuel. Tom Christensen looks relaxed in the pit lane. 50.9 seconds now, Loic Duval. I can't imagine he's going to be able to pull that back. He matches the leader Lotterer in the 1st sector, 35.2 to the 10th. And he's getting dusky at the top of the hill, and the dust that is hanging out there, you can see now clearly catching the headlights of the GTE cars. So now that Darren Turner's back into the fight, let me give you the GTE Pro running order, with just 2 seconds between the 51 Ferrari and the 98 Aston, and another 10 seconds back to Kamui Kobayashi. So 51, 98 and 71 are now within a dozen seconds again, as they were earlier on in the race. Darren Turner is 9 seconds. Excuse me, let's just reset itself, is 32 seconds further back, 22 seconds further back. But there is the battle. Just caught a moment of it with Jimmy Bruni, and coming down through the final part of the downhill section, he's just put a lap on another Aston Martin, one of the AM cars.
That was Jimmy being held up slightly by one of the GTE AM Aston Martins.
As Lotterer now pulls out to 51 seconds.
That gap has been inexorably growing.
Don't forget, if you want to keep in touch with what's going on at the FIA World Endurance Championship, follow at FIA WEC on Twitter, and when you're commenting, it's hashtag FIA WEC. That P2 battle still just about 15 seconds at the moment, and as I say that, Lucas Lohr comes across another timing beam and has taken some time out of Pierre Caffer, and it's down to 12.6. That'll be traffic. Oh, somebody was off the circuit there, and that was an Aston Martin way off to driver's right. That was very odd indeed. Not even sure where they'd been on the Kemmel Straight there.
Prepared to guess that as Roel Goethe at this point in the race.
Okay, as Luca Di Grassi carves his way again through the traffic.
That's Alan Simonson in a very strong second place at the moment in GTE AM in the 95 GTE AM Aston Martin Vantage.
Nominations then for Spirit of the Race. Paul said immediately Andre Lotterer.
Ooh, I'm going to think about that for a moment. I'm minded, actually, to say Nick Heidfeld.
I'm going to put the Pecom car in there because I think they've done very well, notwithstanding the issue they've just had with one of their tyres, but also should mention that Luis Perez Compact more than held his end up.
He most certainly did.
They did get some help from the safety car.
I was certainly expecting to see Mike Conway take great strides into that lead, and he
Yep.
just couldn't do it. And
Didn't
it was
happen.
mainly because that Lewis was actually keeping a very consistent pace, a second or so off his ultimate pace.
I'm also going to throw into the mix as well someone who hasn't had such a good day today, and that's the crew of the 7 Toyota, because that's a brand new car, and I think they'll be fairly pleased with what they've achieved. Okay, didn't get the car to the end, but we've seen consistent happy smiling faces from Toyota. We've had doors opened to us, all of us as members of the press.
Well, I mean, John, I can't imagine any other area of the sport where the chief designer of a car on the grid of an international motor race would walk a journalist round and point out the changes they've made. And that's exactly what he did for me 20 minutes before the cars left for the formation lap. I'm going to see what I've got in terms of what we've got on tape and see whether or not that might be available to you for Midweek Motorsport.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So at Specutainment then, for your nominations, either someone we've mentioned or someone that you like, and at Specutainment on Twitter. It's a completely unofficial award, and there's no prize, no trophy, but we name it after Robin Goodman, who is one of our long-serving Radio Le Mans members, and always had a smile on his face, whatever job he was doing at Le Mans. Hasn't been with us for a couple of years now at the track, but well remembered by all of us, remembered fondly by all of us, as the leader gets rather too close to the leader of GTE, and for my liking, as he heads downhill into turn 9 after Rivage. There's no need for that, Andre. You're putting your Spirit of the Race award in severe jeopardy there if you punt the 8-star car out of the way. At Specutainment then for your Spirit of the Race event. It doesn't have to be about performance in terms of what's been achieved, but it's about how the people have gone about what they've done this weekend, and you've got about 20 minutes before we announce that. Get those in as quickly as possible. How close was Andre Lotterer to Malicelli? He was, he touched him. He definitely tagged the right rear with the left front, and he's missing the periscope.
Well, I was about to say that had nothing to do with visibility, did it? There was no way that you could, really, it was entirely down to him. There was nothing that Malicelli was doing wrong. It was entirely down to Andre just misjudging the speed at which the other car was going. That's not to criticise Andre, because I stand by what I said. I think he's driven a sterling race. But that type of thing, that type of misjudgment, is what can cost motor races, particularly endurance motor races of this nature. Although it's that kind of attitude that means that they have been quicker on their average lap times than the number 2 car has.
We have swings, we have roundabouts in sports car racing, don't we? And on one of them at the moment is the GTO Pro battle, because at the moment Fred Makovicky cannot live with Jimmy Bruni's pace. That gap is opening out lap by lap now, 6.5 seconds to the good, the 51 car, the leader, and beginning to fall into the clutches of Kamui Kobayashi behind. So could we be looking, rather than an Aston Martin 1-2, at a Ferrari 1-2?
Certainly possible, although I'm not sure there's time for it to happen, is there? We've got 24 minutes of the race.
As Kaffer pits from the lead of P2, that will allow Lucas Lure to go through. It's a splash of fuel required, and surely another Spirit of the Race award for Jota could be in the offing, as well as a very nasty moment for the 88 driven by Gianluca Roda in 4th position. He got a horrible tank slapper on in the 88 Porsche turned in and the car snapped sideways on him, as Pierre Caffer is now going to go from the hunted to the hunter. Nick Damon.
Yeah, number 3 is coming in for their last stop, Lucas de Grassi. Interesting, Lucas on the pit on our group walk. I actually asked him whether he was going in second or last. I meant second or third. He said, no, I'm doing both, and he has. He went in second and he's gone in last as well, with Oliver in between. This is just a fuel only to the end, so it won't be a particularly long fill, and off he goes out. Not quite sure when the Jota was last in, whether that's going to need a splash as well. I'm sure Paul can answer that.
It was last in at half past 7.
Ooh, it's tight then.
So yeah, it's not. Yeah. It's going to need a splash.
P2 can't go an hour on a tank.
No.
It'll need a splash. As indeed will Oliver. Olivier Plas had his, hasn't he, in the number 24.
Absolutely.
So he's secure.
Russell Webb has the right idea, having to bathe the kids but not wishing to miss out on the Spa 6 hours, streaming the radio in the bathroom. Well done. Nick Heidfeld and Rebellion, says Mike Smith, for the Spirit of the Event Award. Certainly.
I've got one, you've not asked me.
That's a pretty good one. Nick Damon is going to...
You didn't ask me, so I was thinking about it. No, I've got one.
Yeah.
Eduardo Freitas. He's run this like he's laid down the law. I think he's been hard but fair, and we've seen warnings followed through with action.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I think it's a bit of an excellent job, very clear.
And I just mention, if you didn't join us at the beginning, there was a very, very touching moment where on the official radio, Eduardo had arranged with the TV guys to focus in on a banner and Marshall's Post 21 to a French lady marshal who was injured last weekend at Le Mans, which I think was GT Open last weekend, was it, or something like that?
Not Le Mans.
And she'd come into contact with the car, and not in a good way. And he did a very touching message in French over the official net while the TV focused in on that. So yeah, okay, I'll go for that one as well. You've got 15 minutes to decide, everybody out there at Specutainment. Get the nominations in, and I'll sort of total them up as we go along, and we'll make a winner later on, the last 5 minutes of the race. Eau Rouge, what a corner, says the flaneur. And the weather has been nominated by a few people as well. Can we start a petition to get Eduardo Freitas on Twitter?
Who says he isn't?
Yeah.
You never know.
So the last 21 minutes here on 106.5 FM here at the track, and thanks to Spa Circuit for giving us the transmitter to be able to do the English language commentary for the many English language speakers that are around the circuit and in the press room. It's been a revelation this year to have a full power radio service that's able to be listened to all the way around. FIAWEC.com, of course, streaming the video. New nose went on the 49 as well. That can only be as a problem from the tyre that went earlier on. We're seeing some replays on the screen now. And our next sports car coverage, endurance racing coverage, is this weekend on RadioLeMans.com. Live and free coverage of the Avon British GT Championships, Avon Tyres British GT Championships at Rockingham. Definitely do qualifying tomorrow afternoon. If we're there in time, we'll try and do the second practice and the whole of the race. It's a 2-hour race, first of the longer distance races on Bank Holiday Monday. That's not tomorrow, but the day after. Check RadioLeMans.com for the timings.
Kobayashi is going to catch this race, Makovic, before the end of this race, because he's reeling him in at around a second a lap. Half a second the last time around, but he's got a gap of, what's that, just about 7.1 seconds with 20 minutes of the race remaining. It's going to be very tight indeed, but Fred Makovic needs to keep up the momentum and must, by now, John, be struggling with tyres.
Yes, and anyone who gambled perhaps on going to a slightly softer compound at the end, that may have been a gamble too far, trying to make up positions. 51 seconds at the head of the field. You have the feeling that barring any misjudgment by Lotterer in the traffic, then this one is going to the defending world champions.
Yes, and as I say, it's not just as a result of the way the pit stops have panned out, but it's on the track as well. Sheer pace, not just from Lotterer, from Trellier and from Fessler as well. They've done a good job between them. Just looking down at the other classes and anything else that happens as Graham was just alluding that it might, well, let's just keep it at it might, is going to have to happen on the track. The pit stops that are needed, by all that I can work out, are all done and dusted.
Lucas Luhr, maybe?
Luhr, yes, Luhr has a splash to do, doesn't he?
So that will make a change.
Sorry, yes, we'd said it, so I kind of had written it off. No, but you're right to mention it. So we do have to keep an eye on Lucas Luhr with 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes of the race still to go. But it's settled out nicely. One other thing to mention is that I reckon we've only had 3 retirements. We had the obviously very public Toyota garage being closed with hybrid problems on that car. The accident for Antonio Pizzonia's car early in the race, and Patrick Pilet, who was nerfed or who had contact with, let me choose my words carefully, Jimmy Bruni at the wheel of the 51 Ferrari and ended up out of the race. John?
But we have got a problem now for the 31 Lotus, who's just rounded the final corner, and I think is about to grind to a halt with a right rear puncture. No, that tyre looks okay, and the old Control-Alt-Delete, 3-fingered salute.
That's James Rosser at the wheel of the car.
No, the tyres all have air in them, but that car crawled out at the final corner.
That's not the first time we've seen it do that during this race. I was actually about to say congratulations to for a much more competitive showing from certainly the 32 Lotus that almost collected the Aston Martin, didn't it? And just died on him. The 32 Lotus, a much more competitive showing in only its second race. It's fallen back a little, I think, with its last stop, a longer stop for Thomas Holzer in that car, but running 7th and running in the pack of LMP2. That's good news for them going forward.
Just to underline, by the way, there is no live TV coverage from Rockingham of the British GT race. If you want to hear live coverage, it's radiolemans.com or anything. Or nothing, rather, should I say. So there is some live Silverstone coverage in a couple of weeks' time. We'll have some commentary on that as well on radiolemans.com.
There's also the Spa 24 Hours, which is not a Radio Le Mans production, as far as I know, John.
They won't let us come.
But what I would say
about
it is, from a pure spectator point of view, if you've sat at home, think seriously about making the trip. Look it up on the web when it is. It's sometime in July. 24th? Not sure. It's just after the kids break up, so you might even be able to bring them, if you're in that way where you're bathing kids now, think, well, how about it? You get yourself organised with a cheap hotel, and it's 3 hours from the Channel ports.
Potentially 70 cars this year for that
Before
race.
that, there's the Spa Classic here as well.
There you go.
6 hours, which I'm sure our travel partners at Travel Destinations will help you out on either of those.
Absolutely.
At Le Mans Race. Those lovely people who look after all of our travel needs, and yours, I think, now.
You do? Yeah, absolutely.
Boys as well.
I can't recommend them highly enough. My stress levels are dramatically reduced.
If there is anybody from Spa 24 listening, I don't know why you don't answer our emails, but we would really like to come and cover it on Radio Le Mans.
Please.
And do full coverage, because there isn't any full live coverage of the race, unfortunately. So we've got 15 minutes still to go. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Anybody looking nervous?
Everyone's looking nervous, because obviously at this point it's all or nothing. The Oak Racing, the 24 team, seem to think they've either got a chance of getting another position. I'm not sure whether that's possible, that if the Toyota car splash and dash, they can get past them.
Just going to interrupt you for a moment. Now, I think that was the earlier incident we're seeing now, the 88 car getting spun around at Pouhon. Yes, it is.
Yeah, you're right. Apologies.
Sorry, Nick. We were getting a picture on the screen that wasn't entirely clear whether it was live or Memorex.
Oh, don't worry. I've made that mistake about 15 times in half an hour normally. Oh, it's a replay. So, yeah, I think the Olivier Pla is... the question is really whether they will get anywhere near Lucas Luhr when he comes in for his splash, which I assume he still has to do. And the rest of them, I think really the chance of Fred McAvitzi and Aston Martin must be ruining the fact that Eduardo didn't listen to their reinterpretation of the safety car rules, because those 9 seconds are 6 seconds less than the amount of time less than the amount of time they lost having to make that stop and go.
And it does look now as if Fred McAvicki has managed to find enough pace left in whatever remains of his Michelins because the gap has stabilised now between the second placed Aston Martin, the 98 car, and the 71 Ferrari. He's about 9.7 seconds back from Bruni in lead, with a further 7 seconds the gap back to Kobayashi, and it's stayed like that for the last lap or two now, with 14 minutes left to tick down on this clock.
Should also mention the Nürburgring 24 as well, which is only another hour further on from where we are at the moment. Full live coverage on radiolemans.com for that classic, which is a Sunday and a Monday this year, helping the DTM competitors get from, ironically, from Brands Hatch back to take the start of the race. So that will be Friday, Saturday, Sunday and Monday, and that same weekend is the next round of the European Le Mans Series, and we should be able to have coverage for that on Radio Le Mans as
Saturday,
well.
isn't it, at Imola?
Yes, so that's Friday and Saturday at Imola for ELMS, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday into Monday. It doesn't finish till 5 o'clock European time on Monday. It's a bank holiday in Germany that week. It's a very, very busy month of May. Magnificent May with this race, Laguna Seca for the ELMS at the weekend, and then Nürburgring the following weekend. And as I said, we've got a bit of British GT, because having a day and a half off at home over a bank holiday weekend doesn't seem right when there's,
damn it, we're British,
when there's motor racing on my doorstep that I can go and talk about instead. The 24 Hours of Spa, by the way, is the 27th and the 28th of July. Thank you, Johnny Cabana Boy. He's doing the production for us back in London at the moment and has been doing a sterling job. Thank you very much. We've had Tim, Toby and Johnny now this weekend.
Lucas Lowe now getting the hurry up and putting in the fastest first sector, the time for the Jota car, as he looks to just get as much of a gap as he can in advance of what we're expecting in the last 10 minutes of the race to be a splash and dash. Meantime, forget all I said about Makovic having, about 3 seconds ago, about Makovic having stabilised that gap, because he just lost 2.5 seconds in the previous on the previous time around, and has lost a further 4/10 in the first sector of this lap. So that gap is now 4 seconds with those 12 minutes left in this race, and second place in GTE Pro up for grabs.
And the leader once again. What is it about that orange, bright orange?
Magnetic. It's magnetic.
Ferrari that Andre Lotterer has a mental block about. That's twice he ran into it last time, just barely touched it. That time he nearly nailed it coming down through to the bottom of the hill at Fane, and that would have been a huge accident. Quite a lot of those accidents.
Enzo must be getting a bit of a kind of complex about late race nerfings.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was quite amazing. Jim Cameron at Tank Slider. Hello, mate. Good to know that you tuned in from the Mission Motorsport, at Mission Motorsport, guys. Should mention that we've got some of the Mission Motorsport guys working on a full-time basis now for Aston Martin in the WEC.
Jota Splash and Dash, sorry.
Jota Splash and Dash from the lead of P2 coming in now. I'll finish that thought in a moment. Nick Damon.
They're in. The fuel has gone on, and it shouldn't be more than 5 or 6 seconds. Stop the engines if you have to.
I think that's too long.
And
he's got 10 minutes left.
About 8-9 seconds, I reckon.
And problems refiring.
And Pecom's gone
through. That's a disaster. That's taken a good extra 5 seconds to fire. Now, he was always going to be behind the Pecom. The question is about the 24 Oak, though, guys.
24 has gone through, and second place has gone as well for Jota.
Oh, that was all the car not refiring. The fuel was done.
Well, and that's potentially ruined. It would have been 2 from 2 here. They won the WC race last year here, of course, as the LMS guest entries, and it would have been 2 races on the trot for Jota, having won the LMS, the rain-shortened LMS race at Silverstone last time out. So, bitter goal there for the guys from Kent.
Just to finish the thoughts, race, retrain, recover. Mission Motorsport, lofty ideals for soldiers coming back, having fought on our behalf all over the world and coming back in less than the pristine condition that we sent them out, finding gainful employment and motivation as much as anything else with Aston Martin And I think Aston Martin should be absolutely applauded, Aston Martin Racing, for taking those guys on merit, it has to be said.
And they're not the only ones, because Base Performance, which is the company that Darren Turner owns, which is a performance simulator company, were persuaded to actually take one of Jim Cameron's trainees on a kind of work experience basis. He's now a full-time employee as I believe, the global sales manager.
And I think Chevron Cars as well were doing the same thing they did with Donington recently. Mike running Chevron up there. Again, well, I haven't seen Mike for ages. Mike Pickup.
Absolutely. Yeah. PK Sport from Team for the Ages.
Well, he's at Chevron nowadays.
LMS.
So, we are down to the last 9 minutes. And we will be thinking now some 48 days hence to the Circuit de la Sarthe. And the next time we see these cars will be for the biggest race in the world, and that is of course the 24 Hours of Le Mans, made even more important this year as it is the 90th anniversary of the original running of the race back in 1923, when at that time of course it was run, you think that qualifying's complicated now. The original years of the 24-hour race was actually aggregated over 2 years, so you didn't get a winner at the end of the first 24 hours. You had to come back again.
That's what I call
in 1924 and race again to find out who had won the average.
And that was without the internet.
That was without numbers. Numbers weren't invented then. But there was someone akin to Paul Truswell who was pushing little stones around, telling everybody whose average was best.
One of the things I liked, it wasn't in the very early stages, but during the 30s, was the way they used to score the race in those days, was each team had, if you like, a big flip chart over the top of the pit. And every time the car came through and completed a lap, you tore a page off this flip chart. And on the flip chart was written 1, 2, 3. And so the spectator could look at the pits and see how many laps had been completed by each car.
That's genius.
But how easy. All you had to do was just tear off a page of your flip chart, show the next number, and you knew how many laps had been completed by each car in the race.
Are you listening, Gerard Neuffer? That's what I'd say. What we need is 35 flip charts.
You just need number boards.
Fantastic.
Illuminated number boards, Nick.
Is that where the phrase "going for a tear-up" came from?
Going for a tear. Very good.
Could be.
7 minutes left to go.
And 5 seconds is the gap between second and third in P2, John.
By a goodly margin on your votes to at Specutainment. Eduardo Freitas is going to get the Spirit of the Event award this weekend. So congratulations to Eduardo. I'm not sure if he's listening at the moment, but I know that he would say, as any of us would who work in amongst other people, that it was a team effort. That he will accept it on behalf of his team.
And I think that's right, because one of the things that strikes me about his approach is that it is a very, how can I put it, marshal-centric approach. He's not a man in a suit.
No.
He's not a man who's come into motor racing from some other sport and said, right, I will show you how to direct a motor race because it's just like directing a theme park. He is coming in as or at least with a marshal's approach to racing, which is all about enthusiasm, all about doing the right thing.
And safety.
Yeah.
And also he wants to see as much good racing as
Absolutely.
possible. You know, I've just done an interview actually for Michelin Online, and we were talking about it. I'm not going to spoil what I said in the interview, but it'll be worth looking for in the next few weeks, because you'll have noticed there's been no safety car rants in WEC events from me. It is my cause célèbre, but the regulations have been rewritten with less regulation in them. Huge amounts of text has been cut out of the regulations this year, and particularly in the safety car columns, and I think they've done a pretty good job. I have been reminded by Nick Holland, of course, that we will be, as RadioLeMans.com, we will be at Test Day for Le Mans, which is Sunday, June the 9th. Happy birthday, Mother, in advance. I missed Mum's birthday again, even though Le Mans been moved, and there is no other live coverage from there. So again, it's RadioLeMans.com, your first place for endurance racing action.
And it looks a little static in terms of the gaps coming down here. If anything, Lucas Lowe's lost a little ground to Olivier Pla the last time around, and Fred Makovicky at the moment is holding that gap, closing slightly on the leader, but not enough to make a difference in the remaining 5 minutes, I'm afraid. but 9.8 seconds is the lead gap in GTE Pro. It is 23 seconds the gap for the leader between Kaffa and Pla in LMP2, with Le a further 7 seconds back now. But GT Pro, Bruni from Makovicky, from Kobayashi, from Turner, 9.8 seconds, as I say, the gap 1-2, a further 5 seconds back to the third place car, and then with Darren Turner, a fighting 29 seconds further back from that, and he's brought that gap down dramatically in the last hour or so.
I'm told that Michelin interview about safety car rants is already online, so thank you very much indeed to the guys at Michelin for getting that up as quickly as they have. Nick Damon down in the pit lane, final thoughts from you with 3 minutes and 58 seconds to go.
A great first couple of hours, and a lot more questions left unanswered and answered. Certainly once the number 7 went out, the car looked very good, would have been in the mix, probably would have come third, I think, but it was the car's got some pace, and that's the first race failure I think we've seen since Le Mans last year, isn't it? They haven't failed in a race since then.
Yeah, okay, I'll buy that. LeMansLive.com, www.lemanslive.com for that interview that we were talking about. Graham Goodwin, dailysportscar.com editor, relatively problem-free, other than that high-profile 7 car, as we've mentioned. Obviously problem for the Greaves car before we even got the race started. That was all over and done with for them. In fact, packed up and gone. Something to talk to Tom Kimber Smith today and doing an interview. He's gone. Everything's gone. No sign of him. What will you take away from this one? Not necessarily just at the front of the field. Great performance by Audi. Actually, not a bad performance at all by Toyota, with what's, let's not forget, is a new car in race conditions. Great performance all weekend by Rebellion. I think it's been a big highlight for me. Good battle in LMP2, slightly spoiled by the safety car with that big gap, but came together at the end. GTE Pro, mouth-watering prospect for Le Mans. Great already with the WEC with the 7 cars, and I hope we can keep the 7 cars for the full season. I know Aston Martin are working hard on that third car being here, but I think the Le Mans 24 hours, frankly, look at this. Look at the things in the background. Should swell the crowd by thousands, as we've got a Ferrari in the pits. And that is the Marco Ciocci leaving car. The pits. That's leaving the pits after its drive shaft repair. Paul Truswell, final thoughts from you as we're coming down towards the last lap.
Yes, what a great race. We want to hear from Eduardo.
Gentlemen, we are approaching the last lap procedures. We are approaching the last lap.
That means that it's going to be 168 laps.
Is that more than 1,000 Ks?
Oh, yes. I don't know exactly
Somebody
how many
asked
it is, but it is more than 1,000 kilometres.
Right, okay.
No, I think it's been a great race in isolation. There's a lot of potential for the 24 hours, but I think the overriding message has been that the quality has been there throughout. Endurance racing has long been all about, yes, some high-profile manufacturer teams, some good running, some enthusiastic, well-run independents, and then some that shouldn't really be there, but we need to make up the grid. We're not getting very many of those at all now. No. Graham's wanting to say something.
Just wanted to say that the number 1 car is about to start the last lap.
No, it is on its last lap.
There you go, with 1 minute and 9 seconds remaining on the clock. Sorry, Paul.
Yep, and whatever the last lap procedures are that Eduardo was referring to, we're now into them. There's probably a section in the regulations that says last lap procedures. Can't remember exactly what it says, but in effect, that is what we are now on. But
there's one more. There's one more.
That was before he crossed the line last time around. There is a slight delay as it comes through. He did sound a bit tired there, didn't he? How many laps did you say, Paul?
168.
It is 1,176.672 kilometres.
Wow. Yeah, and that's what is interesting is actually whether that's further than we went at Silverstone. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think it probably will be further than we went at Silverstone. In fact, I remember a long time ago at, how many did you say it was, 1,160?
1176.
1176, yeah, a long time ago I went to Monza for 1,000 Ks, which turned into a 6-hour race, and that was 1,160. But no, what I was trying to say is that there aren't any teams out there that shouldn't be out there. Yes. This is a World Endurance Championship, and everybody is world class, and I think that's very good from my point of view, very significant that we've got a strong championship.
Just going to keep a final eye on GTE Pro, because all of a sudden Fred Makovicky's pace has fallen off a bit of a cliff, and that gap at the moment is down to about 1.6 seconds. as the cars come into the final sector, and we'll cross and we'll go around again, I think, John.
Yeah, I think the GTs will. They haven't seen the checkered flag yet. It's the number 1 car that's going to win it. Alan McNish is first to congratulate his teammates as we wait for the number 1 Audi. To our right, there's all kinds of fireworks going off. It's not that Audi, and there's now, of course, a lot of smoke on the start-finish line, and these cars have still got a lap to do, and Makavicki's just gone through, and Kobayashi was right up his tailpipe.
1 second,
but the second round of the FIA WEC will be won by the number 1 Audi. Andre Lotterer, Marcel Fessler and Benoit Treluet comes out of the final corner. The super bright headlights on the Audi are flashing, and he goes through and wins it. John Martin comes through right in his wheel tracks, but the interest is still out on the circuit, and we can see this on the split times, because Makavicki has been held up, and Kobayashi's right there. Kobayashi is right behind him. He's taken that second out of him. They're absolutely together, 98 and 71. If you're around the circuit at the moment, this is not over. They've still got probably 5 kilometres to do. Bruni will win the GTE Pro class, as will Pecom in the P2 category from the 24 and the 38. We'll get some interviews in the moment, but this race is not over yet. We're watching the Audi going the wrong way down the pit lane, which always scares me, even at the end of a race. But at the moment, it's about Makavicki in the 98 Aston and Kobayashi in the 71 Ferrari. They have not yet come to the second split point. Here comes Pierre Caffer into the final corner, and he cannot be beaten as he comes round.
Here they come.
We still haven't had a split time from them in the second split. That seems a very long time to me.
No, there they go, still the same order, and the gap's gone up, if anything, John.
So Makavicki and Kobayashi still battling. It's just about 1.1 seconds now, as through comes the second place Morgan. Now there is Jimmy Bruni in elegant isolation, as we're still waiting for the Pro winner to come through as well, the 81, the bright orange Ferrari. The AM car, thank you. And Makavicki and Kobayashi. Oh, they're absolutely together. About a second between them. Here comes the AM winner. Now it will be 8-star. Malicelli's done a great job for them. Where did they find him? And are there any more like him at home? And look in the background, we're still waiting to see this battle. They've gone through now, and it is by 1 second that Fred Makavicki holds on to that second place. It was tight at the end.
We didn't actually see it, but I have a feeling that the number 3 car of Lucas de Grassi actually didn't necessarily get involved, but across the line, Lucas de Grassi was between them, and the Aston went through ahead of the Audi, the number 3 Audi, and then the Ferrari.
Okay.
So there was split by a second, and also Lucas de Grassi.
My thanks to Graham Goodwin, who I know has got to go and do some work for dailysportscar.com. Down in the pit lane, Nick Damon. Not able to talk to us at the moment, so let's hope that we can grab 1 or 2 interviews with Louise as well. Well, thank you very much indeed for all the kind comments on Twitter, on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective at radiolemans.com for this 6-hour race, and thank you for your forbearance earlier on with some issues that we had earlier on that were not of our making. All of the archive will be sorted for you, but that is the victory for the number 1 Audi. Audis 1, 2 and 3 are 1, 2 and 3 at Spa as we get ready for the run to Le Mans. Well, let's head down to Louise Beckett's with Andre Lotterer.
Andre, just look at that. Audi 1, 2, 3, and you're on the top spot.
Fantastic, isn't it? Yeah, what a race. Didn't start so well for me, bad start, but recovered pretty well. The car ran fantastic. We did a good setup, so all 3 drivers could push. Then we had this puncture. It set us back quite a lot. And from then on, he was pushing even harder and even harder. So Ben and Marcel were great as well, and it's a great reward for our mechanics. They worked so much, so many hours, and it's great to be back on top here. Especially here, it's been my home track, so I grew up here, so it's fantastic. Really happy.
Thank you.
Very happy Wolfgang Ulrich. And the podium celebrations are next. More sports car racing here on radiolemans.com from Rockingham tomorrow and Monday. Check radiolemans.com for the details. And then, of course, it's the Nürburgring 24.
24 Hours of Le Mans.
And the big one is
the
in
most
June.
fabulous race in the world.
The 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Fast.
The ultimate goal. No fear. Winning or losing.
And it's a battle trade at the end, goes back through, fantastic!
Day and night.
FIA 2 team as Le Mans.
At the Dunlop area, we have yellow flag.
Porsche corners, Mazan Blanc, cutting. One section. The 24 Hours of Le Mans. To know who will win, come and see us. Be there, steering Le Mans.
But once again, you know, there were no mistakes, were there? It was the only problem for any of the three Audis was that puncture which befell Benoit Treluet. And apart from that, it was clockwork as usual. And of course, talking of Le Mans, we're going to have the same numbers, 3 Audis, 2 Toyotas at Le Mans as well. And, you know, that just removes, I was saying to somebody, if you think about it as like it's a game of snakes and ladders, you know, if anything goes wrong, then all of a sudden, if it goes wrong with Toyota, it's knocked your chances by 50%. If it goes wrong at Audi, then you've still got 2 cars running.
Yes.
So you have to say they do what they do very, very well. But let's not lose sight of the fact this race last year, Toyota weren't there.
Correct. Yeah. A year is a long time in endurance racing.
And Toyota's progress from 0 to where they are now is very good.
Out comes the third-placed drivers. This is the number 3 car. Luca Di Grassi. This was the long-tailed car, of course, with Marc Genet and Ollie Jarvis. McNish, Loic Duval and TK in second, and our winners, the defending world champions, Marcel Festler from Switzerland, Benoit Treluet from France, and Andre Lotterer from Germany. Seems kind of appropriate in such a multicultural society that we have here in Belgium. And a very big crowd and a very enthusiastic and knowledgeable crowd give the appropriate response to the podium celebrations as Ralf Juttner goes and congratulates all 9 of his drivers. Over 1,170 kilometres completed. Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, the people behind the phenomenal success that is Le Mans, presents the trophies to the P1 and overall class winners. Audis number 1, 2 and 3, on steps number 1, 2 and 3. I do think that is very interesting indeed what we saw today. As Paul said, perhaps not entirely unexpected. It tightens up the battle at the head of the championship standings, but extra points of course at Le Mans for the longer race. Not often you see a chef to keep one having his photograph taken. Somebody asking for a photograph there of Wolfgang Ulrich, but he is as big a part of that team as any of those 9 drivers who are standing on the podium. Champagne coming in just a moment, I would think. Who gets the cork out first? Oh, the winners were a bit slow there. It was the 3 car that got theirs uncorked quickest. And the smell of champagne in race suits, not pleasant. Not pleasant at all. A minute and 54 seconds between the top 3 at the end, completing 168 laps for 1176.6 kilometres. Should mention that it was the number 8 Toyota in 4th position on lap 167. On lap 165, it was the best of the privateers, the 12 of Nick Heidfeld, and the 13 Matthias Besch right in behind him. The television's just decided to knock itself off, rather unfortunately. I think that's a pretty, I think Bart Hayden and the guys at Rebellion Lola, and I've just had a text through from Martin Bahrain. Hello Martin, I owe you a phone call actually. I'll try and give you a shout before I go to the Nürburgring. 12 and 13, the Lola chassis, life in the old girl yet?
Indeed, certainly they were well matched. That's good to see. At least you know that they were both trying as hard as they could. 2 laps shy of the number of laps completed by the Toyota. All 3 Audis, as you were mentioning, John, as you say, separated by less than 2 minutes. That meant that they're all on the same lap. Another illustration of the competitiveness that Wolfgang Ulrich so much encourages in his team.
Oh yes, there's proper racing. The real winners today is anybody who came to the beautiful Ardennes Spa-Francorchamps circuit and parked themselves around the 7.004 kilometres of tarmac, because the weather has been outstanding. So often we talk about Spa where the weather plays a part in a negative sense. It's added to the spectacle today. The cars look great under the bright sunshine, and some 6 hours and 14 minutes ago we got things underway with Andre Lotterer leading into the first corner before just going a tad wide and letting his 2 teammates and both of the Toyotas through. He was down in 5th position, bit of bumping and barging at the first corner, and a bit of bodywork going up in the air there that I've never noticed before, that I've now watched that about 4 times. The big accident for the Delta ADR 25 car that saw that brief safety car period. Delighted to say that Antonio Pettonia was fine. The RS5, just the one safety car. And the first half of the race, in fact the better part of the race to be honest, up until about the 4-hour mark, was categorised by Audi and Toyota number 7 in particular. I mean, it was there for a while, but number 7 clearly, the new car has a bit more pace, which they unlocked a little more of today before they had their issues. And indeed the 7 car led on pace. Toyota did lead this race once again. 1 or 2 misjudgments at various times, Stracker getting caught out, completely not their fault. And then the GTE Pro battle, which seemed to be all down to Ferrari, the 51 car taking 2 penalties. Tom Christensen showing he's lost none of his reflexes as he goes for gaps that appear for a moment. And the Audis imperious at the front of the field by just over half distance, and then really it was a run home for them, although we did think the number 2 car might have a go towards the end. Not a good day for Delta ADR, both of their cars involved in incidents. And the big story of the second half of the race, the number 7 into the pits twice with overheating rear brakes, diagnosed as a problem with the energy recovery system that wasn't working on the back wheels, and that was causing the back brakes to be overused and therefore overheated. It's the 1, 2 and the 3 in that order. Perfect stuff for the Ingolstadt brand. 6 hours and all on the podium. In P2, the 49, Orica takes it, and well done to Luis Perez Companc, Nick Manassian and Pierre Caffa. In second position, the 24 Morgan Nissan, Olivier Pla, David Ennemeyer Hansen and Alex Brundle. The Nissan Nismo power for them, and Lucas Lohr in the 38, bringing home the 38. Again, Jota powered by Nissan Nismo, they shared with Ollie Turvey and Simon Dolan. They are the top 3 in P2, and I thought that was pretty decent run there as well. Jota not quite doubling up as they won here last year, and of course won at the ELMS in that rain-shortened race at Silverstone. Lucas Lohr, a good addition, I thought, to that team there today.
Yes, I mean, P2 is gradually getting the various things that it needs. First of all, it started providing good racers, but it didn't have enough really top-flight drivers. It's got now some really top-flight drivers. What I'd like to see in it now is some high-profile sponsors.
Good point.
Some family names, you know, the Coca-Colas, I mean, we have Gulf in there, but you know, I'd really like to have a bit more of that proper sponsorship in there.
Yes.
Because that will raise its profile, and that will interest the spectators more, because then they'll be able to look and say,
that's the Kellogg's car,
that's the Kellogg's car,
that's the whatever, yeah,
or the Coca-Cola car, whatever it is. And that's what the one thing it lacks at the moment. But no, P2, high quality racing, high quality drivers, just needs a little bit more to capture the spectators' imagination a bit.
Yeah, agree with that. In GTE Pro, 51 AF Corsa from 98 Aston Martin Racing, from 71 AF Corsa, and that is the next. Oh, no, that's interesting. I think we just saw these guys a moment ago, so this is...
No, we had the privateers.
We had the privateers, of course we did, yes, which was, of course, the 2 Rebellion Lolas and the Straka number 21, my apologies. So that is the P2 podium. Chris Bierman there, down on the pit lane. So that is Luis Perez Companc, Nick Manassian and Pierre Caffa in the Orica 03 Nissan Nismo. Olivier Pla, David Hennemeyer Hansen and Alex Brundle in the 24 Oak Racing Morgan Nissan, and the Zytec Nissan for Dolan, Turvey and Lohr. And now the national anthem of the winning entrant. And for those of you who are not up on your national anthems, that was, of course, the long version of the Argentinian national anthem, the entrance of the PCOM racing team. So now they will spray a bit of the fizzy as well. The tube trophies, which seem to be the fashion for this year,
being presented by Roland Brunsterreider, who's come out of retirement for this event.
I would not have recognised him if I was honest. He's looks a little different from the last time I saw him.
Former would say the same thing about you, John.
Well, probably yes.
Age is not kind to any of us.
Former FIA and Formula One safety delegate.
Yes, I don't know his exact title, whether he was race director. I think he might have even been race director.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Isn't
that nice to see, down in the pit lane with the rival chef d'equipe from Audi and Toyota, just having a chat and exchanging pleasantries.
And didn't you get the impression, John, when we heard from Wolfgang, that he was genuinely upset that they couldn't take the fight to Toyota to the end?
Yes.
There was no hint of...
there's no sarcasm there or anything like that.
Exactly.
No edge. No.
He was not being patronising or anything. He wants a good race. And if he has it amongst his own cars, fair enough, but he likes to have it against somebody.
So we're waiting now for the GTE Pros to come out, and then the AMS Always 5 podium ceremonies here. Again, if you are still with us, thanks for joining us, thanks for staying with us. And RadioLeMans.com bringing you more endurance racing over this bank holiday weekend, Sunday and Monday. Check the website for details. As we're reminded of some of the onboard footage, that Pitsonia crash was very, very scary indeed. Antonio out of the car. He'll be feeling sore tomorrow. And the belts have bumped in.
Yes, I mean, while it's a great corner to watch from, when things start going wrong there, it's...
Do you feel you're not quite far enough back?
Yeah, well... yeah, it's just the change of direction. I mean, it's the same type of thing as you have during the Beckett's S's, but that compression, the compression makes it so much more visually stimulating. It's a terrific corner to watch from. And I get the impression that most drivers actually love driving through it as well. You know,
in the program that follows us on RadioLeMans.com is our Spa edition of Toyota Tech Talk. And Anthony Davison, in a longer interview with Nick Damon, as well as Mathieu Lenel, one of the major engineers for TMG. Anthony talking about how he feels that Formula One has almost outgrown Eau Rouge, and it's a much better corner in a P1 car than it is in a Formula One car. I urge you, if you're on the web, to stay listening to that. And we will have a replay of all of the weekend's action, starting from free practice 1 coming up as well. The race archive is going to take a little bit longer because of the issues that we had outside of our control earlier on in the race, but we have it. I'm looking at it, still recording now. And Johnny, Tim, Toby and the rest of the guys, thanks very much for your hard work this weekend. Confirmation there of the P2 classification, 12 seconds and 16 seconds at the line for the top 3, all on the lead lap from Pecom, Oak Racing and Jota, and a Nissan powered podium there. And now to the GTE Pros and the national anthem of AF Corsa's home country being Italy, of course.
vers la 3e place, la 3e marche du podium. Kamui Kobayashi and Tony Villander from Japan and from Finland finish third.
So the top 3 in GTE Pro separated by 10 seconds at the line, all on 149 laps. AF Corsa from Aston Martin Racing from AF Corsa.
And Jimmy Bruni there with Giancarlo Fisichella, showing off that they know the words of the national anthem as well, having a great time on the top step of the podium there, John, really lapping up the atmosphere, and the crowd has stayed on to give them their applause. And it's still just about daylight. Not quite sure that I'd fancy driving home without my headlights on in this gloom, but it's still certainly bright enough to walk back to the car park without having to worry about it. And the second place Aston Martin team there with the Gulf overalls of Bruno Senna, Fred Macavici and Robert Bell. The Astons in the end finishing second, fourth and sixth in the class. The Porsche, the Manthey team Porsche, the one car that remained at the finish in fifth place. But,
so RadioLeMans.com tomorrow, more live sports car coverage from Rockingham. Be with us then. Check the website for details and the full 2-hour race of the second round of the Avon British GTs on Sunday. Confirmation of the AF Corsa first and third, 10 seconds between them. All the leaders, 10 seconds between the top three, just a second between second and third. That was tight at the end, and all of the top three on the same laps. I have to say thank you very much indeed to Paul Truswell and the rest of the team. The next big race for the WEC
Fabulous race
is Le Mans.
The 24 Hours of Le Mans. Fast. The ultimate goal. No fear. Winning or losing.
And it's a battle trade at the end, goes back through, fantastic.
Day and night.
FIA 2 team as Le Mans.
At the Dunlop area, we have yellow flag.
Porsche corners, Mazan Blanc, cutting. One section.
The 24 Hours of Le Mans.
To know who will win.
Come and see us. Be there, steering Le Mans.
Congratulations!
That's the Stars Spangled Banner for the 81 team. 8-star, great job for them. And that's your lot from the Spa 6 hours. Aston Martin 95 in second and Labra in third. I'm John Hindhaugh. Thanks to Paul Truswell, Graham Goodwin, and down in the pits, Louise Beckett and Nick Tierman. That was round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. See you at Le Mans.